Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today, we're diving into part 2 of What If Naruto Has Melody of Fox. Yeah, let that sink in. Make sure you stick around, because once this starts, there's no turning back. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your entire ninja squad. And don't forget to drop your theories in the comments, because your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Now let's jump straight into it. Chapter 13. Tayuya awoke to the annoyingly chipper sound of bluebirds singing at her window. Rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, she pulled out the kunai she'd stashed under her pillow. No shinobi in their right mind would sleep unprotected, and nonchalantly tossed it towards the window, piercing one of the birds directly through its heart and scattering the others. "Fucking bird," she mumbled, holding back a yawn. She glanced down to the floor to see that Naruto had already left, and turned her gaze to the clock beside her to look at the time. 10:30? Damn! She quickly flung her legs over the edge of the bed and stood up. Her legs felt much better than they had the day before. In fact, she could probably go without her crutches. Smiling, she stretched and took a few practice steps towards the door. For the most part, her legs felt sturdy. Still, the small shakiness worried her, so she grabbed one of the crutches leaning against the foot of the bed just in case. Leaning lightly on the small wooden support, she slowly exited the room to look for her blonde teammate. As soon as she stepped through the door, the sound of exaggerated explosions and shouts reached her ears. She rounded the corner of the hallway to see Naruto sitting cross-legged on the ground, alternating between reading through a scroll and looking at the small television. He was dressed in his regular orange pants, a black t-shirt, and a black headband with the word GUTS sewn onto the front. Noticing her presence, he looked up with a sheepish smile. "The TV didn't wake you up, did it?" he asked, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Tayuya smiled back and shook her head. "No, but I kinda wish it would've. Why the hell'd you let me sleep so late?" The blonde shrugged his shoulders and turned back to his scroll. "Bachan said you needed to rest, so I thought a few extra hours would help you get better faster. How are your legs?" The redhead lifted her eyebrows in surprise at his foresight. Now that she thought about it, it did make some sense. "They're okay. It feels like I just ran nonstop from fucking Odo to Konoha, though." "What the hell is that?" she asked, pointing to the scroll resting tightly between his fingers. He turned it towards her enough so that she could glance over it. "You're still reading that shit? Sealing isn't that tough." Naruto lowered the paper and stared up at her with something akin to shock. "You know how to seal?" When she nodded, he pushed the rest of his books out of the way and patted the ground next to him. "Show me how to do it. Please?" Tayuya rolled her eyes but walked over to his side anyway. Using the crutch as a support, she lowered herself to the ground and plopped down next to him, crossing her legs to match his position. "First, you have to tell me what you know. Do you know how sealing works?" He furrowed his brows and assumed a basic thinking pose. You put stuff into a scroll and roll it up?" the blonde questioned, glancing at her with a confused expression. She regarded him with a deadpan expression and sighed. This was going to be much harder than she thought. "No, dipshit. It's much more complicated than that. Look, it'll be better if I show you. You got some ink and paper?" Naruto nodded and quickly hopped to his feet, rushing to his room at a dead sprint. He returned a few seconds later with a small bottle of ink, a brush, and a stack of blank paper. "Here you go." To her amusement, the bottle was still sealed at the top. Apparently, he didn't do much writing. She easily snapped open the seal and twisted the top off of the small bottle. "Okay, first you need to know exactly what it is that you want to seal." The blonde reached into the weapons pouch at his side and picked out a single kunai. Plucking it from his fingers, she set it down directly in front of a small piece of paper. She then dipped the end of the unused brush carefully into the ink and stirred the viscous fluid around to get it moving. Sealing is easy. You're basically telling the paper what it is that you want to seal, or what action you want it to perform when activated. I usually write what the item is too, so that I don't forget what it was that I sealed. There's nothing worse than pulling out the wrong weapon and getting your ass kicked because of it. Lifting the ink-covered tool from the bottle, she wrote the kanji for unsealed kunai at the top of the paper. "That's all there is to it?" he yelled, jaw figuratively scraping against the ground. Tayuya bopped him on top of the head with her free hand. "Of course not, idiot. I still have to put the kunai into the scroll." She closed her eyes to calm herself down enough to continue with the lesson. For some reason, he was able to annoy her without even trying. Now that you've got the words down, you have to convert the item into chakra using your own, and place it into the kanji you wrote before. She picked up the knife and channeled a bit of chakra into it before pressing it down firmly onto the freshly painted symbols. Automatically, the symbols began to glow as the kunai disappeared into the piece of paper, and a circular ring appeared around the area. That ring means that the item has successfully been sealed. I've seen some people draw the ring themselves first and put the item inside of it, but I'm not sure how or why that works. You'd have to ask someone who knows a lot more about this shit than I do. Whoa! That's awesome! Naruto watched amazed as she finished the sealing, already itching to try it for himself. How do you get it back out? Tayuya smirked and placed a hand onto the paper. Easy, just channel a little bit of your chakra into the paper and focus on the location of what you want to pull out. This is the most important part, as you usually have a lot more weapons in one scroll than a single kunai. Her fingertips glowed a light blue, and almost instantly, the knife popped back up from the paper, removing the kanji and circle along with it. She spun it around on her finger by the loop a few times before tossing it to him with a smug grin. Your turn. Naruto wasted no time in grabbing the kunai out of mid-air and placing it on the floor in front of him. He then haphazardly wrote unsealed kunai on the piece of paper she just finished using and began to channel a bunch of chakra into the weapon. Unfortunately, the weapon refused to sink into the paper like Tayuya had done only a minute ago, and he let loose a frustrated sigh. It's not working, he groaned, crossing his arms with a childlike pout. The redhead snatched the kunai from his hand with a glare, holding it at eye level with experienced fingers. Dumbass, weren't you paying attention? I didn't pump every ounce of my fucking chakra reserves into the kunai. The idea is to surround the item in a thin veil of chakra and maintain it, not shoot a huge blast into it all at once. His eyes widened in understanding, and he plucked the knife from her fingers to try again. At first, nothing happened. Gradually, however, a growing sheet of chakra began to expand and grow over the kunai, enveloping it in a light blue haze. Like this? He asked. She leaned closer to study the weapon before slowly nodding her head, surprised that he had the chakra control to pull it off. That looks about right. Try to seal it into the paper. Nodding, the genin carefully placed it over the kanji. To his obvious relief, it immediately began to sink into the paper until a circle similar to Tayuya's appeared around the kanji. It worked. Naruto's grin threatened to split his face in half as he hopped to his feet and held the paper up into the air, abundantly proud of his achievement. Tayuya put on a tiny smirk of her own at his antics, but quickly covered it up with a frown. Not yet, it hasn't. You still haven't pulled it back out. The blonde stopped in the middle of his celebration and matched her frown with one of his own. Oh yeah? He plopped down onto the floor and channeled some chakra into his hand. Being careful to keep his chakra output to a minimum, he gently placed his fingers onto the piece of paper. A small cloud of smoke popped up from the card, revealing the kunai he'd sealed a few seconds before. You did it! The girl cheered, clapping him softly on the back. Naruto timidly scratched the area directly below his nose and beamed. Only because you told me how. You're a way better teacher than these stupid scrolls. Tayuya blushed prettily at the compliment. It felt good to be useful to someone, even if it was for something as simple as sealing a kunai. Hell, in the end, she hadn't even been useful to Orochimaru or the rest of her teammates. Not that she cared too much about their deaths, since each and every one of them had been an all-around asshole to her for the past 7 years. While lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that the blonde had leaned forward onto his hands to stare curiously into her eyes. What's wrong with your face? Are you sick? He asked, barely 4 inches away from her face. Recoiling in shock, she opened and closed her mouth a few times in surprise, looking very much like a fish out of water. How the hell had she allowed him to get so close without her realizing it? It was unusual to have someone invading her personal space so audaciously, and thinking quickly, she grabbed her crutch and used it to push herself up onto her feet. What the hell are you talking about? I'm just hungry. She walked towards the kitchen as fast as she could on her weakened legs and immediately set about heating up the tea kettle, leaving a very bewildered Naruto in her wake. He slowly stood up and followed her into the kitchen area. That's weird. My face doesn't turn red when I'm hungry. Are you sure you're not sick? While he spoke, he gently placed his palm against her forehead. You are sick. Tayuya's face reached a whole new level of redness. Not only was he nearly flush against her body, but he was touching her, The uneasy feeling in the bottom of her stomach was starting to make her physically sick, and using as much strength as she could muster, she roughly pushed him away from her. I am fine. Don't touch me, she stuttered, cursing herself for being so feeble. Just get the fuck away from me. The blonde blinked in confusion and took a cautious step towards her. Tayuya? Wah. I said go away. An awkward silence settled over the room, the only sound being the quiet bubbling of the water in the teapot. Naruto lowered his head in dejection and stared sadly at the overwrought form of his teammate. He didn't understand what he'd done. 1 minute they'd been smiling and laughing, and the next she was yelling at him. His frown deepened when he realized that she hadn't yelled at him with such an afraid expression on her face since their encounter with the sound Nin. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly turned to walk back to the other side of the room. Standing in front of the stove, Tayuya felt her eyes burning with unshed tears. She was more angry with herself than she was with Naruto, and wanted more than anything to tell him that it wasn't his fault, to tell him that she was the one to blame. It just wasn't in her nature to apologize, let alone cry. She watched him continue his practice from the corner of her eye, wincing slightly at the gloomy frown marring his normally happy face. The shrill whistle from the teapot drew her eyes away from the depressed teenager, and she mournfully poured the hot water over her cup of noodles. Carrying the ramen in one hand, she hesitantly walked over to the blonde and sat down beside him. She stirred the noodles with her chopsticks a few times before lifting a small bite to her mouth. For the most part, her appetite had left her, and it took an incredible amount of willpower to scoop another serving of the salty food into her mouth. The tight constricting of her throat was making it incredibly painful to swallow. He finished sealing the kunai for the 4th time and screwed the top back onto the ink bottle before shooting the girl a wide grin. I wanted to visit all my friends to tell them that I was leaving. You don't have to go if you don't want to. Tayuya frowned at his strained smile and set the cup down onto the ground. It was somewhat obvious that he didn't want her to tag along while he visited his friends. What escaped her was his reason for not wanting her to go. He wasn't that upset about her yelling at him, was he? His eyes were squinched into slits, hiding his emotions and thoughts from view. She stared at him a moment longer before setting her mouth into a firm, angry line. There was no way in hell he was going to leave her cooped up his stuffy apartment, while he got to gallivant around town with his friends. I'm gonna change. She hefted herself up onto her feet and walked back towards Naruto's room, leaving a nearly untouched cup of ramen on the floor. As soon as he was sure that she couldn't see him, the blonde's smile dropped almost instantly. He stared down at the uneaten noodles and sighed. It went against his mind to leave a perfectly good batch of ramen uneaten, so with a quiet itadakimasu, he grabbed her chopsticks and shoveled a mouthful of the salty treat down his throat. For some reason, it was incredibly painful to swallow. Watching Uzumaki Naruto interact with his friends was nothing less than sickening. His mouth was stretched much wider than humanly possible, exposing his sharper than normal canines and every single one of his 28 teeth. What was even more sickening was the fact that his friends failed to notice the strained smiles and laughter of the boisterous blonde, because in her opinion, they were frighteningly easy to see. Then again, she was probably just being overly paranoid because he hadn't spoken more than 10 words to her since they'd left his apartment. The reactions of each of his friends when he arrived was eerily similar: surprise, then anger, then curiosity, followed by jealousy, and finally happiness. The only ones who hadn't shown all of the aforementioned emotions had been Shikamaru, Shino, Tenten, and Lee. Tenten and Shino because they didn't know that she was one of the Sound Four yet, anyway, and Shikamaru because it would have been too troublesome to give any kind of reaction. Or so he'd said anyway. Strangely enough, they hadn't been able to find any of the rookie 9 girls, and spent approximately 2 hours walking around the southern part of the village in search of them. After nearly 5 hours of looking for and talking to the rookie 9, minus Sasuke, plus Team Guy, both teens were almost ready to call it quits, Tayuya more so than Naruto. The blonde ball of energy was literally itching to visit the Hyuga mansion to talk to Niji and Hinata about the training mission, and if it weren't for the fact that their home was on top of the largest hill in Konoha, she wouldn't have had a problem with making one last stop. There's no fucking way I'm going up there, she said, gaping up at the hill with no small amount of trepidation. The boy turned to her with an annoyed expression, the grin he'd been sporting for the better part of the day completely wiped off of his face. That's why I said you should stay home. Surprised, Tayuya snapped her head around to look at the normally cheerful blonde. His tone of voice was a mix between cold and bitter, and he stared back at her with slightly resentful eyes. After recovering from her initial shock, the redhead clutched her flute tightly in her left hand before meeting his gaze with a heated one of her own. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Her voice was low and dangerous as she glared over at him, but he only shrugged unsociably and turned back towards the hill. It means you should just go home. He slowly began to walk up the steep hill, scaling it without giving her a backwards glance. She watched him walk away in a mild state of confusion. Not once in the last 3 weeks she'd known him had he ever used such a hostile tone of voice with her, not even when she'd insulted his friends, dreams, or sexuality. She quickly reeled in her emotions and grit her teeth with anger. No one talked to her like that, even if it was sort of her fault. Well, fuck you then, she screamed at his back. I don't need some weak, shitty rat like you anyway. Turning on her heel, she limped off in the opposite direction, radiating killing intent strong enough to scare anyone below Jounin level. That cocksucking bastard, she murmured, still speeding along the sidewalk. She didn't know where she was going, but as long as she was far away from Naruto, it didn't matter. How dare he talk to me like that? Doesn't he fucking know who I am? Next time, I'll put him in a genjutsu so bad his shriveled up balls will drop. Anyone who happened to be walking by wisely avoided getting in the angry girl's way, and she petulantly stared down anyone who didn't. In her mad rampage through the streets of Konoha, she failed to see the woman that had accidentally stepped in front of her. Being the weaker of the two, Tayuya was instantly sent sprawling to the ground, falling hard on her backside and dropping her crutch in the process. She groaned and rubbed at her bottom before checking to make sure that her flute was okay, leaving her other hand to brush the dirt off of her pants. Oh, that's just fucking great. Watch where you're fucking going, you. Tayuya? The woman asked, staring down at the girl with concern. The genin's head snapped up in surprise at the voice. I'm so sorry. Here, let me help you up. Bending down, Shizen easily hefted the redhead to her feet, brushing off some of the dirt that she'd miss. Oh, thanks. She nodded towards the medical ninja and quickly continued down the street. Maybe if she could get away fast enough, the woman wouldn't ask about. Where's Naruto-kun? Damn it. Glancing over her shoulder, she shrugged carelessly and scowled. Damned if I know. He's probably off playing grab ass with his faggot friends or something. Being an experienced shinobi, and a woman with common sense, Shizen easily saw through Tayuya's guise. Something bad had happened between them, and thinking quickly, she came up with a plan to squeeze as many details as she could out of the genin. I was just about to grab some lunch. Would you like to join me? My treat, she said, smiling widely at the fuming girl. Tayuya glared suspiciously at the black-haired woman for a few moments, analyzing every ounce of her expression for clues as to her motives. People just didn't offer to buy someone else lunch out of the blue, especially if they weren't even friends. No, that's okay. I'm just gonna go to the training grounds and… Nonsense! Shizen grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the nearest diner. A growing girl such as yourself can't be skipping meals. How else are you going to develop into a woman? A faint blush appeared on the girl's cheeks as she was coerced into taking a seat at one of the booths near the window. She had to admit that the medic Neen had a good point, not that she cared about those kinds of things, and she did skip breakfast that morning. Besides, the restaurant didn't look like that bad of a place to eat. Shinobi and civilians alike sat at the red cloth-colored tables, chatting and laughing amongst themselves about the most trivial of things. The walls were painted a bright eggshell white, and the floor was tiled with varying shades of red and black. It was completely different than any of the restaurants in the Sound Village's many bases, mostly because it was actually clean. She hesitantly picked up one of the large, red-colored pieces of paper resting on the table and began to look it over. So, Shizen started, simultaneously looking over the menu, how are your legs feeling? Tayuya glanced up long enough to meet her eyes before hiding her face back behind the card. It was her first time eating at such a high-end place, to her, anyway, and to be honest, it was a little nerve-wracking. Better. As if accepting the answer, the woman nodded and lowered her menu to the table. That's good. Has Naruto-kun been helping you recuperate? The redhead bristled slightly at the mention of the QB container's name, a fact which didn't go unnoticed by the Hokage's apprentice. Tayuya cleared her throat noisily and acted as disinterestedly as she could to ease the woman's curiosity. Nah, that fucker's not good for much. She lowered the piece of paper and met Shizen's curious gaze. What can I get? Shizen stared at her confusedly for a few seconds before a look of understanding passed over her face. Oh, anything you want. It's my treat, after all. She suddenly leaned forward onto her elbows until her nose was almost touching the girl's and smiled mischievously. But only if you tell me what's going on with you and Naruto-kun. The redhead bit back a curse. She knew something like this would happen. Although she wanted nothing more than to tell the woman to go fuck herself, her stomach had other ideas. The aroma of the food coming from the kitchen was like a powerful drug, compelling her to blindly agree to the wicked witch's demands. Crossing her arms under her chest, she scowled and sat back in her seat. Can I order anything? She asked, glaring at the evil woman sitting across from her. Shizen's grin widened as she nodded her assent. Fine. It's not like I give a shit about it anyway. With an ecstatic squeal, the medic motioned for one of the waitresses to come over to the table. Hi. The waitress chirped as she skipped over to the table. What can I get for you? She held a small pen and pad in her hands, waiting anxiously to take their orders. Her big green eyes shone with an innocence only seen in normal civilians, and her long black hair seemed to shimmer with every small movement she made. Tayuya sniffed in slight jealousy at the woman's generous assets before nearly shoving the menu into the waitress's face. I want this, 2 of these, 4 of those, this, and the biggest cup of tea you got, she yelled, pointing excitedly to various items on the menu. She smugly glanced over towards Shizen to gauge her expression, and much to her annoyance, she didn't seem fazed in the least. Oh, and you miss? The waitress asked, more than a little surprised at the redhead's large order. The medic just waved her hand and smiled. A cup of tea will be fine, thank you. Bowing to the kunoichi, the woman hurriedly skipped away from the table to relay their orders. As soon as she was out of hearing distance, Shizen leaned forward again and lowered her voice. So, what happened? Start from the beginning. I fucking told you, it wasn't that big of a deal. Shizen frowned and crossed her arms unbelievingly, shooting the girl a stern glare. Talk. Tayuya hung her head and sighed. Well, I was teaching him how to seal a kunai, and then I kind of yelled at him. When the woman's frown deepened, she quickly held out a hand. But it wasn't my fault. He deserved it. Frowning disbelievingly, Shizen lifted a curious eyebrow. What did he do? I don't know, he was too close. He was like 2 inches away from my face, so I told him to back the fuck off, she said, a small blush appearing on her face. That's all? I don't think Naruto-kun would be upset over something that small. What exactly did you say? Tayuya averted her gaze and scowled. I can't remember. Nodding cordially to the girl, Shizen stood up from the table. Hey. Where the hell are you going? Taking slow steps towards the door, she glanced over her shoulder nonchalantly. If you're not going to be honest, then I'm not paying for your food. But I don't have any money. Sounds like a personal problem. Bye. Tayuya felt her stomach painfully constrict in hunger once more, and gritting her teeth in agony, she lowered her head in defeat. Fine. I told him to go away, and not to touch me. That's it, okay? Shizen turned around with a sad smile on her face. Oh, Tayuya, is that all? When the girl nodded, she seated herself and compassionately grabbed one of the redhead's hands. Surprised by the strange feeling, Tayuya quickly pulled her hand out of the woman's grip and placed it in her lap. I see you're not used to human contact. Is that why you yelled at Naruto-kun? She stiffened slightly at the accusation but slowly nodded again, evoking an angry sigh from the medic. That Orochimaru look, Tayuya. I know you might find this hard to believe, but Naruto-kun isn't used to affectionate human contact either. Bullshit. The girl yelled, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Most of them frowned at her use of obvious profanity, but a few looked over at her with a curious gaze. She scowled back at them and lowered her voice. He has plenty of friends. How the fuck can he not be used to human contact? Yes, he has a lot of friends now, but that wasn't always the case. He didn't have anyone until he graduated from the academy. Tayuya skeptically narrowed her eyes. This shit wasn't making any sense. What the hell does that have to do with me? I know you didn't mean to, but you probably hurt Naruto-kun when you told him not to touch you. He's been told that for the majority of his life, and hearing it come from someone he considers a friend probably cut him deeper than any of the words that could ever come from the villagers. No fucking way. What about that pink-haired bitch? From what I hear, she tells him to fuck off all the time. Why does he get upset when I tell him to? A small, devilish smirk appeared on the woman's face, immediately setting the girl on edge. Perhaps he considers you more of a friend than Sakura-chan. Tayuya frowned thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hands. Still, how can he call me a friend? I haven't done shit for him in the whole 3 weeks that I've been here. Yes, you have. Unlike most of the other people who know his secret, you see him as Naruto, not as the well. I'm not telling you to apologize, but at least let him know why you said the things that you did. The redhead sighed and stared contemplatively out of the window. Friend, huh? For Tayuya, it was extremely hard to believe that someone would ever consider her one of their friends. Although she never admitted in a million years, she honestly didn't think that she had any redeeming qualities whatsoever. She was rude, foul-mouthed, callous, and uncaring towards everyone and everything. What the hell could anyone ever see in her? At that moment, the waitress returned with a large tray of food, stacked high with sushi, dango, rice, cake, and an assortment of other different things. Shizen's smile dropped as she eyed the large amount of food, and she looked over at the girl with an incredulous expression. Are you really going to eat all of that? She asked, her eyebrows inching higher with each plate that was set down in front of them. The redhead excitedly lifted her eyes to meet the medic Nin's own. She couldn't explain it, but for some reason, she'd been annoyingly hungry for the last couple of days. Hell fucking yeah, I am. Naruto scaled the hill with relative ease, gradually building his smile with each step. He really hadn't meant to be so mean to Tayuya, and was deeply regretting letting her go off by herself. There was no guarantee that there weren't any more sound ninjas in the village, and for all he knew, one could attack her right now. Panicking, he quickly turned on his heel to head back down the hill. Naruto? What are you doing here? The blonde froze mid-step before slowly turning around to see Hyuga Neji approaching from the other side of the hill. Immediately, he pulled a wide foxy grin onto his face and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Oh, hey Neji. I was just, coming to see you. The Hyuga narrowed his eyes, causing a small sweat drop to appear on the back of Naruto's head. While Neji had certainly mellowed out within the last few months, he could still be pretty intimidating when he wanted to. If I recall correctly, you were heading in the opposite direction. Yeah. Because I was walking up the hill backwards. It's a secret training method Ero-sennin taught me. Neji blinked stupidly at the blonde for a few seconds. Surely Naruto didn't think he was dumb enough to fall for such an obvious lie. Sighing deeply, he shook his head and walked towards the high outer walls of the Hyuga mansion. Follow me, he said, giving the boy no room for argument. Naruto glanced over his shoulder once more in defeat before hanging his head and following the prodigy onto the property. Despite what he'd heard about the Hyuga clan from others, he was surprised to find that the Byakugan users were actually pretty lax. The guards posted inside the walls of the compound only spared him a curious glance as he passed, and a few of them even gave him nod recognition. Out of all the scenarios he had come up with in his head, this one was the least expected. As he followed the long, concrete path leading to the front door, he visibly gawked at the large amount of flowers and trees planted throughout the yard. There were many different colors, shapes, and species littered throughout the yard, and if it weren't for the narrow walkway below him, he was sure that he would have gotten lost. A small clearing of the throat snapped him out of his thoughts, and he looked up to see Neji waiting impatiently on the steps in front of the door. Seeing that he had his attention, he opened the tall oak door of the mansion and motioned for the blonde to enter ahead of him. Naruto hesitantly stepped into the building and let loose an astonished gasp. If he thought the garden was impressive, the halls of the Hyuga estate were positively breathtaking. The ceiling was every bit of 20 feet high, and the floors were polished to the point of gleaming perfection. Old pictures adorned the walls of the foyer, and remembering what he'd learned about the clan during one of Irika-sensei's lessons, he wasn't asleep all of the time, correctly assumed that they were the previous clan heads. They walked for a few more minutes, making a turn or changing directions every now and then. Finally, the genin reached a large fusuma door. What's this? Naruto asked, staring up at the door with no small amount of trepidation. He wasn't completely at ease yet being within the Hyuga mansion, even if he had Neji as an escort. Especially since he knew that the older clan heads weren't exactly fond of him. Neji slid the door open and pointed towards one of the large pillows resting in front of a low table. The room was mostly empty, barring a few sculptures and plants positioned tastefully around the edges of the small guest room. A large screen window was built on the southern wall, giving them a perfect view of the lake in the backyard. Sit there. Nodding, the blonde quickly plopped down onto the cushion, crossing his legs underneath him in the process. Niji did the same, and with an invasive stare unique to the Hyuga clan, straightened his back to look Naruto directly in the eye. "What is your reason for coming here?" he asked, unable to hide the small bit of curiosity lurking in his eyes. "Why did we have to come all the way to this room? I could have told you outside." A sudden flash of fear passed over the normally stoic Hyuga's face, but it was quickly covered up with a glare of indifference and a small clearing of the throat. It is safer inside." Naruto almost asked what he meant by safer, but the dark aura emanating from his friend was more than enough to shut him up. "Oh well, where's Hinata-chan? I have to tell her too." Naruto let loose a small breath of relief when Niji's expression changed into a thoughtful one. "She hasn't been feeling well. Rest assured, I will relay the message to her as soon as possible." Satisfied, the nodded and leaned back onto his hands. "I guess that's okay, even though I'd rather tell her myself. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I'd be gone on a training mission for 3 years. I'm leaving on Friday morning." The prodigy's eyebrows shot up behind his forehead protector, and except for a slight widening of the eyes, there were no other visible signs that he was at all surprised. "I see. With Jiraiya-sama, I presume?" The blonde slowly nodded again. "And a couple of other people. I don't know who one of them is, but the other is a girl who's really good with genjutsu. She's kinda smart, too." Niji's eyes narrowed at Naruto's strained grin, and he leaned forward onto his elbows. Threading his fingers in a very Sasuke-esque pose, he stared curiously into the blonde's eyes. "So, she's your friend? What rank is she?" "She's a genin like me, and she's not really my friend." The Hyuga lifted a shocked eyebrow. Being a friend of Naruto himself, he knew exactly how magnetic the boy could be. The fact that someone, anyone, could avoid becoming one of his friends was more than hard to believe. "She's not? Why?" Out of all the questions he was expecting, that one wasn't even on his radar. He blinked a few times to regain his thoughts and looked over at Niji with a confused frown. "Well, because she doesn't like me, I guess." "She doesn't? Why not?" "I dunno, she just doesn't." "There has to be a reason." The prodigy merely smirked at the range of emotions crossing over the blonde's face. While most people wouldn't pick up on the subtle change in expressions, the Hyuga clan specialized in reading their targets. This girl obviously had a large impact on Naruto, and being the good, nosy friend he would do his best to help the clueless genin out. "There isn't," the yelled, becoming annoyed with the cross-examination. He couldn't understand why Niji was so adamant about finding out what was wrong, or why the prodigy wasn't being fooled by his usually perfect mask. "I think there is. Naruto, my eyes see everything. It is obvious to me that this girl is an important person to you, and you're hurt that she doesn't seem to want to be your friend. Am I correct?" Naruto lowered his head, hiding his eyes behind his bangs. The blunt way in which he said it made him feel even worse, and he turned his head to look out of the large window. "I guess." Niji's lips twitched with accomplishment. Apparently, his skills hadn't dulled at all during his stay in Hell, the hospital. He leaned back and crossed his arms, closing his eyes in thought. Although he probably wasn't the best person to be giving anyone advice on friendship, he'd certainly learned a few things by watching the interaction of people around him. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes and regarded the blonde with a stoic stare. "It's not like you to just give up, Naruto. What happened to making everyone acknowledge you? What happened to becoming the Hokage? If you can't even make one girl become your friend, what kind of man will you be?" Naruto snapped his head around to look at the Hyuga genius, shock evident on his face. His shock soon gave way to sadness, and he looked down at his hands in defeat. "But it's not that easy. She said she doesn't want me around." Becoming fed up with Naruto's angst, Niji slammed his fist onto the table. "Damn it, Naruto, it's not supposed to be easy. Are you going to give up just like that? You're even more pathetic than I thought. If she's really that important to you, fight for her friendship." An eerie silence settled over the room after Niji's outburst, and neither shinobi spoke for what seemed like hours. Naruto slowly lifted his head to stare straight into the white eyes of his friend with a small, genuine smile on his face. "Thanks, Niji." He slowly got to his feet and turned towards the door. "Sorry, but I got something that I need to do right now. Make sure you tell Hinata-chan to me. The Hyuga nodded, smirking as his friend slid the door open and sprinted down the hall towards the exit. He then stared out of the large screen window to his left at the brightly shining sun, watching as it slowly revealed itself from behind a large cluster of clouds. Do your best, Naruto. An orange blur raced down the halls of the Hyuga mansion, expertly navigating the pathways as if he'd lived there for years. Luckily, he'd had the foresight to pick out landmarks in each corridor just in case he was separated from Niji. He reached the front doors in a matter of minutes, and threw them open before rushing past the surprised guards standing in the front yard. A few of them yelled for him to slow down, but by the time they began to run in his direction, he was already outside of the tall, metal gates and heading down the hill in the direction he'd come. It had been just under an hour since they'd separated, and knowing Taiya's current speed on crutches, there was no way she could have gotten very far. He speedily rounded the corner only to knock something soft and light to the ground. God damn it! Watch where you're fucking going, asshole! Shit, you leaf motherfuckers just step out of fucking. Taiya? The girl in question looked up to see Naruto staring down at her with concern, and for a second, she felt a strong wave of déjà vu. There wasn't a trace of anger and coldness left on his face, and she inquisitively wondered what had happened in the hour she'd been gone. She grabbed his offered hand and easily hefted herself up to her feet, nervously avoiding his gaze as she stood. Her heart rate unconsciously sped up as she replayed the events of the past hour in her head. As she ate, Shizen had been giving her tips and advice on how to approach Naruto about their fight. Being the hardhead that she was, she had either ignored or rejected every one of the woman's ideas. Now that she was here, she was really starting to regret it. Just as she was about to open her mouth, the blonde sighed loudly and put on a small smile. I'm really glad you're okay, Taiya. The redhead blinked a few times in shock. The same sickly feeling in the bottom of her stomach from that morning was coming back full force, and she said the most intelligent thing she could in her current position. What? Chuckling softly to himself, Naruto scratched the back of his head and widened his grin. I was kinda worried that someone might attack you or something, and I was just coming to find you. She frowned confusedly and narrowed her eyes. You always say you're worried about me. Why? Why? Well, because you're my suddenly remembering what had happened earlier. The blonde quickly shut his mouth and changed the subject. Never mind. So, why are you here? Taken aback by the sudden question, Taiya crossed her arms under her chest and shot him a half-hearted glare. For the same reason. You can't do shit without me, and I just wanted to make sure you didn't get yourself killed. Not that I care if you die or anything. If it weren't for the fact that she would kill him on the spot, he would have laughed at her words. Maybe she did care a little about him after all. I'm tired, and it'll be sundown by the time we walk all the way back to the other side of Konoha. Let's go home. She turned around and limped off in the opposite direction, fighting the persistent smirk that threatened to break out on her face. Walking along behind her, Naruto cheerfully watched her back, not bothering to hide his grin. Yeah, let's go home. If it was possible, the shower felt 10 times better than it had the day before. She savored every second of it, knowing that in a couple of days she'd be on the road and forced to take baths in cold rivers and streams. After rinsing the soap off of her body, she turned the handle on the wall to save some hot water for Naruto and stepped out of the small stall. She didn't bother to dry herself off this time, and instead just slipped on the same shirt and boxers she'd borrowed the night before. Your turn, Taiya yelled, stepping out of the bathroom and closing the door behind her. The cool air in the apartment felt deliciously comfortable against her skin, and she stretched her arms high above her head to further intensify the feeling. If she wasn't careful, she could get too used to living in Naruto's apartment. She lowered her arms and slowly walked into the kitchen for a snack, nodding towards the blonde as he passed her on his way to the bathroom. It hadn't even been 3 hours since she'd shared a meal with Shizen, and her stomach was already demanding food. She grabbed a cup of shrimp ramen. It was one of the many flavors she never had the displeasure of tasting, and set it down next to the stove, filling the kettle with water before setting it down on the burner. As she waited, she listened for the sound of water splashing against the wall in the bathroom, signaling to her that Naruto had finally started his shower. For a few minutes, the entire apartment was silent except for the gentle pitter-patter of the shower. She was nearly caught off guard when the pot began to whistle and hiss, and with a swiftness only seen in shinobi, removed the kettle from the burner and poured a large amount of water into the cup of ramen. She stirred the salty noodles with her chopsticks a few times, helping the food along in its cooking. Just as she was about to lift a small amount of the food to her mouth, a loud banging was heard from the front door. Who the hell could that be? Tayuya wondered aloud. She picked up her searing cup of ramen and slowly made her way towards the door. Since she was living in his apartment for free, the redhead figured that she could at least get the door for him. Placing her free hand on the doorknob, she slowly twisted it to her right, swinging it open to stare straight into a pair of cornflower blue eyes. Both teens stared tensely at each other for a few seconds, obviously surprised to see the other standing there. Finally becoming bored with the situation, Tayuya menacingly narrowed her eyes. "What the fuck do you want?" she asked, eyeing the girl with no small amount of malice. There was something about the blonde-haired girl that bugged her, and she couldn't help but feel that they'd met somewhere before. "This is Naruto's apartment, right?" Ino asked, completely brushing off the redhead's question. She was fairly certain that this was where the blonde lived, and seeing the girl's reaction to her question only confirmed her beliefs. "Is he here?" Frowning, Tayuya tightened her grip on the doorknob. "I'm not obligated to tell you shit. Bye." Before she could close the door, Yamanaka slammed her hand against the panel. "I don't think you understand," she started, stepping forward into the apartment. "I'm here to see Naruto." "Where is he?" Shocked by the girl's audacity, she moved directly in front of the aggressive blonde. She didn't look to weigh more than 110 pounds, and even in her weakened state, she was certain that she could easily kick the girl's flat ass. "No, I don't think you understand, you piss-haired, air-headed valley girl. If you ever do something like that again, I'll kill you." The two girls glared furiously into each other's eyes, daring the other to make the next move. After a few seconds of staring, Ino deepened her frown and glared down at the irritable Kunoichi. "What are you, his girlfriend or something?" Not expecting the question, Tayuya sputtered out the first thing she could think of. "And no. Fuck no!" A large, conspiratorial smirk spread across the blonde's face. "Oh, so you don't mind if I take him off of your hands then?" she inquired, leaning forward to further pressure the already off-balance redhead. "No, well, yeah, but just shut up." Unfortunately, they were so wrapped up in their conflict that neither one managed to sense the boy in question approaching from behind Tayuya. "Ino-chan? What are you doing here?" he asked, a towel draped haphazardly over his shoulders. He was wearing a large pair of black sweatpants and a plain white t-shirt, and his hair was in a massive state of disarray. The redhead's grip on the doorknob tightened, and Ino swore she could hear the cheap metal bending under her fist. "Ino-chan?" she spat, her face becoming even angrier than it had been only seconds before. Naruto nodded and put on his infamous foxy grin. "Yep. She's the one that helped me pick out those flowers for you. She's really good at it too." Ino grinned modestly and stepped back from the doorway. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She flashed Tayuya a smug smile, rubbing salt into an already festering wound. "Sorry for coming by so late, but I was wondering if we could talk for a little while." Ino glanced at the redhead again and frowned. Alone. Every muscle in Tayuya's body was begging her to claw the girl's eyes out, and if it weren't for the fact that Naruto was standing right beside her, she would have done just that. How dare this bitch come out of fucking nowhere and demand that Naruto give her the time of day? Not that she cared, of course. Besides, knowing him, he wouldn't want to talk to her any. "Sure. Just let me put on my sandals." Tayuya's jaw dropped open at how easily he agreed. She watched amazed as he slipped into his shoes and headed out of the door, giving her a wave and his trademark grin as he walked down the stairs with the blonde succubus from hell. So appalled at the quickness with which he'd accepted Ino's proposal, Tayuya didn't notice the crushed ramen cup in her hand, nor the copious amounts of scalding hot soup spilling over onto her fingers. She did, however, notice the sinking feeling in her chest as she watched them leave. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamanaka Ino strolled down the dark streets of Konoha. It was just as quiet as it had been the night before, and if it weren't for the lights beaming from the windows of the houses lining the streets, one would think they were the last two people in the village. A small, awkward silence settled over the blondes, and feeling slightly bad about leaving Tayuya alone in the apartment, Naruto shot her a curious glance. "What did you want to talk about?" he asked, clasping his hands behind his head. Ino jolted a bit at the suddenness of his question, and she stared blankly at him for a few seconds before putting on a nervous smile. "Nothing special, really," she lied, waving her hands in a disarming fashion. Noticing the dubious expression on his face, she hurriedly said the next thing that came to her mind. So, that's Tayuya? Happy to have something he could talk about, Naruto enthusiastically nodded his head. Yup. Those flowers really worked. It only took her a day to get better. The girl's smile became strained as she remembered how hard she'd worked on that bouquet, only for the flowers to go to someone who was bitchy and unappreciative. Frowning a bit, the Yamanaka slowed her pace and crossed her arms over her chest. Did she at least thank you? When the boy shook his head, Ino sighed agitatedly. Why he bothered to hang out with a girl like that was beyond her. Hell, if a guy she didn't even know gave her a beautiful bouquet of flowers, she'd at least thank him before shooting him down. Deciding to make her concerns known, she furrowed her brows and glared at Naruto. Then why do you even hang out with her? If she can't even open her mouth to thank you for going out of your way to buy her some flowers, why bother with her? To her surprise, the genin's grin only grew. Because she's like me. Ino's eyes widened for a split second at his words. She turned her eyes to the sidewalk in front of them, contemplating what he meant by his statement. As far as she knew, the two didn't have that much in common. Although they were both loud and rude, Naruto was much nicer than the perpetually angry redhead. He didn't swear nearly as often as she did, and if he could, he'd always be there to lend a helping hand. Sure, he was stupid, but at least he genuinely cared about his friends and those close to him. From what she'd heard about the girl from Shikamaru, Tayuya was the complete opposite. For one, she was much smarter than the average shinobi. Being able to keep up with the lazy Chunin in brainpower was no easy feat, and according to the deer herder himself, she could probably outmaneuver him if the situation was life or death. Another thing she'd learned from her teammate was that the girl had an incredibly low opinion of other people, especially since she had no qualms about insulting the Hokage to her face. So what could he possibly mean by because she's like me? At that moment, she remembered what he'd said about Tayuya when they were in the flower shop. He'd called her strong-willed and independent, and he'd also mentioned that she didn't take shit from anyone. At least that explained the redhead's rudeness when she greeted her at the door. Still, she found herself becoming increasingly jealous of Naruto's new friend. She was just as, if not more, strong-willed than Tayuya, and much better looking too. To her, the girl looked more like a drowned sewer rat than an actual person. Isn't this where you live? Naruto asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. Looking around, she realized that they'd walked all the way from his apartment to the market district. She made a small guttural sound of disgust in the back of her throat. Her plan had originally been to win the boy over with her feminine charms, not get him to take her back home. Confused by her sudden frown, he leaned a little bit closer to get her attention. Ino-chan? Oh. Yeah, thanks. But I kind of wanted to hang out for a little while. Do you have time? She batted her eyelashes for added effect. Unsurprisingly, he completely missed her attempt at being persuasive and smiled at her with an apologetic grin. Sorry, Ino-chan, but I really can't stay out too late. Me and Tayuya have to get up really early to pack and shop for supplies. Ino's eyebrows shot up at the mention of packing. Packing? For what? Oh yeah, I didn't tell you yet, Naruto exclaimed. We're going on a 3-year training mission with Ero-Sennin Friday. I'm gonna get really strong and bring Sasuke back, don't worry. Yamanaka felt her jaw drop open at this sudden piece of information. Her brain was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour trying to process his words, yet nothing was making sense. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes to help herself relax. Hold on. So, you and Tayuya are going on a training mission, alone, for 3 years? Huh. No, Ero-Sennin and another Jounin will be there too. Ino's eyes lowered to her feet. All of her plans, schemes, and ideas to turn Naruto into the perfect boyfriend were useless now that he was leaving, and she couldn't help but feel a large amount of hate for the foul-mouthed redhead. Anyway, I should probably get going. We're leaving Friday morning, so come see us off, okay? He hopped off of the front steps of the flower shop and jogged back towards the residential district, waving an arm as he ran. She could only watch as he blended in with shadows of the night, and after she was sure he was gone, she leaned heavily against the front door of the shop. Perhaps it was for the best. Maybe this was Kami's way of telling her that she wasn't ready for him yet, or that she needed to train herself in becoming a respectable kunoichi before she could even hope to be on the same level as Naruto. She clenched her fist tightly in determination before raising it to the sky. She had a new goal now, and nothing and no one would stand in her way. I won't lose to you! The blonde yelled at the top of her lungs, staring decisively into the starlit sky. It felt great to scream to the heavens, and at that moment she felt as if she was on top of the world. She trained as hard as she could for the next 3 years, and when Naruto returned, he wouldn't know what hit him. Ino-chan? Is that you? Come inside before you catch a cold. Her feeling of accomplishment thoroughly defeated by her mother's interruption, Ino dropped her head and sighed. Yes, mother. Naruto skillfully scaled the stairs of his apartment building. It had only been a little over 45 minutes since he'd left with Ino, but he was already worried that something had happened to her. Only one other person lived in the old, rundown building with him, and she was old enough to be considered dust. If an Otonin wanted to attack her, now would be the perfect time to try it. Not that Tayuya was completely defenseless. She did have the use of both of her arms now, and could easily perform hand seals or play her flute. Still, her legs weren't strong enough to support her if she had to make a run for it, and the ability to move was a shinobi's greatest defense. He quickly unlocked the door and peered inside of the apartment. The light in the hallway was off, and except for a small glow coming from around the corner, the room was pitch black. He slipped off his ninja sandals and quietly made his way to the living room. Tayuya? Are you in here? He whispered, tiptoeing into the room. The only light in the room came from a single lamp resting on the table near the couch, and as he got closer, he noticed a small shadow huddled against the arm of the beat-up sofa. The redhead was curled up into a little ball, her hair resting haphazardly on the cushions. He kneeled down next to her head to see that she was fast asleep, her breaths coming in deep, even sighs. As he watched her sleep, he forgot that she was a rude, foul-mouthed kunoichi. Her lips were cutely puffed out into a small pout, and her face was softened into the perfect picture of comfort. Every now and then, she'd whimper and furrow her brows, mumbling something unintelligible as she moved to find a more comfortable position. He considered picking her up and moving her back to his bed, but remembering what happened the last time he'd gotten too close while she slept, she had a killer left hook, decided against it. Instead, he jogged into his room and grabbed both of their sheets and pillows. Naruto spread his bedding out on the floor next to the couch, remembering her confession about being afraid to sleep alone. He then carefully maneuvered a pillow under her head and gently covered her with a bed sheet, being careful not to set off her violent reflexes. Satisfied with his work, the blonde watched amused as she smiled and snuggled deeper into the chair, obviously a lot more comfortable than she had been only a few seconds before. You didn't have to wait up for me, you know, he whispered, turning off the lamp and lying down on his own makeshift bed. There was something oddly comforting about having another person close by as he slept, a feeling he didn't get to feel often, except during missions with his team, anyway. Yawning widely, he slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Chapter 14. Tayuya and Naruto spent the majority of the next morning packing for their trip, opening and turning over every item in the apartment. She didn't really have anything to pack except for her flute and a few extra pairs of underwear, so she occupied herself with helping him seal individual cups of ramen into a large scroll. Earlier that morning, she'd woken up to find him sitting cross-legged in his room surrounded by piles of clothes, weapons, and ramen. He'd been unceremoniously tossing random items into the large camping bag resting on his bed, and she frowned at the excessive amount of space he was wasting by not packing effectively. After showing him the correct way to fold and place his clothes into the bag, she was eventually enlisted into helping him clean up and search through his apartment for items he wanted to take with him. To her surprise, the majority of the things he owned were technique scrolls and books borrowed from the library, free weights, and posters of Konoha symbols. They both decided that it'd be best to leave the posters and free weights where they were for the time being, but the training documents could prove to be useful in the future. The teens only stopped once during the entire morning, briefly leaving the house to grab a few bowls of Ichiraku ramen for lunch. Ayame and her father had been depressed to hear about their departure. Tayuya swore she heard sobbing in the back room as they left, but were also excited that the two were going to become stronger shinobi of Konoha. To celebrate their journey, the old man gave them both an extra bowl of ramen, much to their obvious pleasure. Before they left, Ayame pulled the redhead to the side and whispered something in her ear. Tayuya's face flushed a light shade of pink, and ignoring Naruto's curious stare, she stalked back home. They worked well into the afternoon, managing to pack all of his clothes and weapons into his camping bag and seal most of his ramen into the roll of paper. The genin shared quite a few laughs along the way, mostly when it involved one or both of them tripping over an unseen item. For the first time since she joined the sound, Tayuya found herself laughing with genuine mirth, and each time she struggled to wipe the humor-filled tears that were budding at the corners of her eyes. Finally, after literally 6 hours of packing, Naruto and Tayuya sat tiredly on the couch, watching some obscure anime about an orange-haired shinigami and sword fighting. Her legs were curled comfortably underneath her, as she reclined against the worn cushions of the chair, and she basked in the feeling of a job well done. She idly played with the edge of the large black shirt she'd borrowed from Naruto that morning. Her own long-sleeved shirt was a little smelly from over 2 days of wear, and she'd been forced to hastily wash it in the sink. To her dismay, either her pants were dry by the time they were ready to leave for the ramen stand. Being the generous idiot that he was, Naruto happily offered her one of his favorite shirts to wear for the rest of the day, a pitch black t-shirt with a small, red spiral directly in the center of her chest. He also gave her an old pair of orange shorts that they'd decided to leave behind due to its small size. Ironically, they fit her perfectly. A sudden growl jolted her from her post-work glow, and she lazily glanced over at Naruto with a small smirk. "Hungry?" she asked, noticing the starved expression gracing his whiskered face. To be honest, she was beginning to feel a little ravenous herself. The blonde smiled sheepishly and nervously scratched the back of his head, a habit Tayuya was quickly becoming used to. "Yeah, a little bit. Want some ramen?" The disgusted look on her face told him all he needed to know, and his smile dropped into a disappointed pout. It wasn't that she didn't like ramen. Hell, she couldn't complain considering that she was getting to eat for free. Still, even a girl as undemanding as herself needed a little variety now and then. "Fuck no, we've been eating that shit for 3 days straight." She neglected to tell him that Shizen had treated her to an Asian cuisine only the day before. "How about sushi?" He wrinkled his nose at the mention of raw fish. I don't like sushi. It always tastes spoiled." "That's probably because you go to those Chiapas places. I'll pick the restaurant, you just pay." Leaving no room for argument, she hopped to her feet and walked towards the front door, running her fingers through her messy long hair as she did so. Her legs felt nearly as good as new, and although she probably couldn't jump through the trees or run very fast, she was able to walk freely without the use of any kind of support. Which was a really good thing, considering that they were expected to leave the next day. She heard a defeated sigh from behind her, and watched amused as he trudged to his room to grab his wallet. She waited a few minutes for him to emerge, and when he didn't appear, she frustratedly poked her head into his bedroom. "Naruto, hurry the fuck you whoa." Bent over a small metal box, Naruto was hurriedly counting out a fuckload of bills and coins. There had to be at least 20,000 yen in his hand, and glancing into the box in front of him, there looked to be a whole lot more. Where the hell did you get all that money?" He quickly slammed the top shut on the box and slid it back into the floor, placing the floorboards and rug back over the hidden compartment. "What money?" he asked, doing his best to look innocent. She regarded him with a deadpan expression before pointing insistently at the area he had just covered up. "That money! What the fuck did you do, rob a bank?" The blonde quickly shook his head, eyes widening at the accusation. "No way. I've just been saving this up since I was in the academy. The old man gave me a weekly allowance for food and clothes, but because of the bastard fox, no one wanted to sell me stuff. So I just saved it," he said, shrugging nonchalantly. "How much is there? Do you know?" Most of her surprise stemmed from the fact that she believed him to be a poorer-than-dirt genin based on his clothes and choice of food alone. Now that she knew he was loaded, her mind quickly began to formulate a plan. "I'm not sure, but I think there's around 750,000 yen left." If she was surprised before, Tayuya was positively floored now. "Anyway, I'm hungry!" he exclaimed, hopping to his feet and practically skipping out of the room. She stood there for a moment longer before shaking her head and following, already making a mental checklist of things she need to buy. The streets were abuzz with action as they walked to the market district. People were walking in and out of buildings, chatting on the sidewalk, and a few shinobi were even sprinting along the rooftops. The redhead was annoyingly aware of the heated glares they were receiving from the citizens of Konoha, but casually flipped them off as she didn't want to cause any trouble before they left. She was so caught up in giving the finger to the haters that she didn't notice the large beast of a man stalking boastfully in their direction. Naruto easily sidestepped the man, but unaware that Tayuya wasn't paying attention, watched surprised as she was sent barreling butt first to the ground for the third time that week. The man frowned and looked down at her from over the bridge of his nose. A large scar ran from his forehead down to his lower right cheekbone, and huge, rippling muscles protruded from the open sleeves of his weather-worn shirt. Behind him were two similarly built guys, and both had matching grins etched cockily into their faces. "Watch where you're going, demon's bitch!" he spat, bringing his foot up to step on her. By now, people were already beginning to mumble and whisper amongst themselves, curious as to what was going to happen next. Would the QB tear the man apart for threatening his mate, or would he allow the girl to be hurt? With an effort-filled grunt, the man speedily dropped his foot towards her abdomen. To his and the crowd's surprise, the petite redhead easily caught his sandal-covered foot with her left hand. She slowly sat up onto her knees and lifted her head to glare at the thug with a large amount of killing intent. So much for not causing trouble. "Oi, who the fuck do you think you're talking to, bastard?" she hissed, gradually increasing the pressure of her hand. The man's eyes widened in pain as she crushed his foot with just her hand, and he let loose a loud scream of agony when she let go. She calmly stood to her feet and regarded his lackeys with a bored glare. "You fuckers want some too?" Angered by her words, the two men pulled out a kunai each and rushed with the intent to kill. "Tayuya! Watch out!" Naruto yelled, moving to stop the men from hurting her. Glad to have some action, Tayuya only smiled sadistically and opened her arms wide. As soon as they were close enough, she flipped backwards onto her hands and brought her feet up to connect solidly with their chins. Before they could stumble back in pain, she grabbed their heads and slammed them together, causing a loud cracking sound to be heard throughout the entire district. They hit the pavement with an earth-shattering thud, and if it weren't for Naruto grabbing her arm and pulling her away from the fallen men, she would have hopped squarely onto their windpipes and killed them. The leader of the group stumbled to his feet and grabbed his partners in crime before dragging them away from the scene. "You monster! You demon wench! You won't get away with this! Danzo-sama will kill you, you hear me? Kill you!" he yelled as he limped off in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Tayuya placed her hands on her hips and laughed boastfully, exposing her sharp canines to the gasping villagers. "Go ahead, I'll fuck his ass up like I did to you. As a matter of fact, why hey?" Her tirade was cut off when Naruto slung her over his shoulder and took off in the opposite direction. "Put me down! Come on, let me finish him!" She swung her legs wildly in the air as she screamed, and the blonde struggled to keep from dropping her flat on her face. "Hold still. We have to get away before the ANBU shows up." She finally quieted down at the mention of the elite guard of Konoha, and when he was sure that she wouldn't cause any more trouble, he gently set her back down on her feet. "That's not fair, you know. It was those shitty bastards who started the fight. You shouldn't let them walk all over you like that." Naruto only smiled wryly and shrugged. "I know. That's why I'm working so hard to become Hokage. I'll get them to recognize my existence, and then I'll make sure that everyone gets treated fairly by myself." Tayuya blinked her eyes in mild surprise before shaking her head and snorting under her breath at his proclamation. She'd nearly forgotten about his goal to become the Hokage, and hearing him say it now, she actually sort of believed him. Sort of. She glanced at the area surrounding them and realized with some amusement that they were standing right in front of a large plethora of different restaurants. Grabbing his shoulder, she turned him towards the entrance to a sushi shop. Yeah, I'll believe you when you actually do it. Now go buy me some sushi." At the mention of going into the store, he suddenly stopped cold and lowered his head. When he didn't move, she poked him in the back and frowned. "What?" "Well, I'm not allowed to go in here." "Why, oh," she said, a look of understanding passing over her face. She crossed her arms and sighed. She couldn't wait to get out of this discriminatory shithole. "Well, how about this? I'll go in, get a menu, and bring it back out here for you to look at. We choose what we want, you give me the money, and everything's honky-fucking-dory. What do you think?" A large, foxy grin broke out on his face at her idea. "Sounds good to me." She nodded her head and casually stepped into the restaurant, shooting him one more backwards glance before closing the door behind her. Already bored without anyone around to talk to, he leaned against the wall and stared up at the cloudy sky. Hyuga Hinata stomped through the halls with frightening force. Her face was the picture of determination, and her fists were clenched tightly at her sides. She was on a mission to make one Uzumaki Naruto hers. The branch members looked on in surprise as the normally quiet girl literally blew the wide double doors of the foyer open, and she couldn't stop a small smirk from spreading over her face at their expressions. For the past 3 days, she'd been bitching, moaning, and crying alone in her room, only leaving to eat or use the toilet. It was safe to say that she stressed over the recent appearance of a potential rival. The red-headed bitch had given her numerous bruises on her wrists, something she hadn't discovered until she'd gone to wash up that night. She was shocked at the strength of the strange girl, and believing it was impossible to beat her, cried herself to sleep. It wasn't until she'd looked at Naruto's picture that morning that she remembered his words from the Chunin exams. She remembered how he cheered her on that day, telling her to never give up until the very end. Although she hadn't been awake to see it herself, something she cursed herself for to this very day, she also recalled how he'd beaten Niji during the 3rd round of the same exams. He hadn't given up then, and she wouldn't give up now. She reached the door of the mansion in record speed, and gripping the handle with a strength comparable to that of a 1-ton gorilla, threw it open and stepped outside only to run headfirst into her cousin Niji. He'd just been about to open the door, and was thoroughly surprised when it was ripped open in front of him. Luckily, both had the reflexes to maintain their balance, and avoid a very painful fall down the somewhat high stairs leading to the front door. Niji was the first to recover, and he stared down at his younger cousin with concern. Her face was twisted into a frown, and her overall aura was vastly different than what he was used to. "Hinata-sama? What's wrong? Where are you going?" he asked, visually checking her over for injuries. Hinata rubbed her head to get rid of some of the dizziness, wincing at the sore spot on her forehead that had developed from their collision. Not wasting any time, she pushed the boy out of the way and continued on her warpath to her love's apartment. "Not now, Niji and I-san, I'll explain later." Thrown off guard by her forcefulness, Niji followed after her with a frown of his own. "Wait, there's something I must tell you before you go." He placed a hand on her shoulder to slow her down a little, but immediately regretted it when she slowly turned around with infamous Hyuga glare. The veins around her eyes were literally pulsing with chakra, and the murderous frown marring her lips caused a small lump to form in his throat. "Niji and I-san," she started, emanating a violent aura of killing intent, "remove your hand from my shoulder this instant or I'll cut it off, deep fry it, put it on a silver platter, and serve it to your teammates with soy sauce on the side." When it became obvious that he was too astonished to move, Hinata ripped her shoulder out of his grip and hurried down the path, leaving a very confused and afraid Niji in her wake. He stared after her for a few minutes until his mouth finally decided to move. "What the fuck just happened?" As soon as she was outside the gates of the Hyuga estate, Hinata took off towards Naruto's apartment at full speed. Since they lived on opposite sides of the village, it'd take at least half an hour to get there on foot. Still, half an hour was a long time. Who knew what kind of things that bitch was doing to her poor Naruto-kun? Inspired by this thought, she reached the market district at a speed never seen before in Konoha, arriving in just under 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the traffic made it impossible for her to run through on foot, so with a mighty leap, she hopped onto the nearest rooftop and began her sprint anew. Her legs were a blur as she jumped from roof to roof, and she used chakra on each step to give herself a boost. The crowd below her looked like nothing more than a monotone blur of brown and beige from her vantage point, and for the first time since she joined the academy, she was happy as hell to be a ninja. Suddenly, a bright yellow and orange blur from the corner of her eye caught her attention. She immediately skidded to a stop and backtracked, searching for the only spot of color in the whole village. Her eyes zeroed in on a lone boy leaning against the wall of a sushi restaurant, and with a predatory smile, she hopped down from the building and landed a few meters away from Naruto-kun, she yelled, waving her arm as she approached him. The boy jolted at the sound of his name, and as soon as he turned those beautiful sky-blue eyes upon her, she felt her brain melt and turn into mush. "Hinata-chan? Hey!" He stepped away from the wall and clasped his hands loosely behind his head, giving her a grin he reserved for his friends. "What are you doing here?" To her complete and utter shock, every thought, plan, and idea she had disappeared as soon as he'd said her name. Her previous determination was now non-existent, and she was futile fighting to keep a blush from spreading over her cheeks and neck. "Ayano, I was looking for you," she breathed, unable to meet his eyes. She wanted nothing more than to hide behind the nearest wall, but her mind was repeating itself over and over in her head. She refused to give up just yet. Naruto-kun would be hers. The blonde raised his eyebrows as he stared down at her heavily breathing form. Looking for me? Why? This was the hard part. This one moment would define the rest of her life. Either she would tell him how she felt and they'd live happily ever after, or she'd choke and live alone with 40 cats in a small, one-bedroom apartment. She took a few deep calming breaths before shakily opening her mouth to speak. I wanted to tell you that she took one more deep breath and clenched her eyes shut, deciding to get it all out in one breath. I really L. Hey Naruto, I got the menu! Tayuya yelled, emerging from the shop with a large piece of paper in hand. Hinata's eyes opened wide as her arch-rival, a girl she didn't even know the name of, called the name of her love so casually. She felt her anger rising with each step the bitch took, and she grimaced with annoyance at the friendly smile plastered on the redhead's face. Cool, thanks. By the way, I want you to meet my friend Hinata-chan. Time seemed to slow to a stop as their eyes met. Light brown eyes stared surprised into angry white ones, and for a moment, neither one of them moved. Tayuya's face gradually began to sink into a frown, and then into a scowl to match Hinata's own. As usual, Naruto was completely oblivious to the tense and heavy atmosphere surrounding them. I've got an idea. Why don't we let Hinata-chan eat with us? The more the merrier, right? Tayuya's jaw dropped at the suggestion, and she took an angry step in their direction. What? Fucking. I'd love to, Naruto-kun. Hinata cooed, grabbing his arm in a semi-hug. It was taking every ounce of her willpower not to pass out on the spot. It was the first time she'd ever touched him, after all, but if Naruto-kun's heart was on the line, she'd do anything to win. Although her eyes were threatening to roll into the back of her head, she still managed to shoot her rival a smug glare. Great. He grabbed the menu from Tayuya's frozen hand and held it out in front of him. You can pick anything you want, I'll pay for it. The Hyuga's eyes widened considerably at the proposal, and she vehemently shook her head in disagreement. And no, that's alright, you don't have to pay for me, she stuttered, gripping his arm a little tighter. She ignored the low growl coming from the redhead's direction. Yeah, Naruto, you don't have to pay for her. It's okay, I've got plenty of money. See? He held up a very fat Gamachan, grinning foxily as he did so. Hinata eyed the wallet carefully, eventually nodding ever so slightly. Well, if you say so. Great. Tayuya, what do you want? The redhead jumped slightly when her name was called, but quickly walked over to stand as close to Naruto as humanly possible. Two could play this game. She shot Hinata her own smug glare before leaning over directly next to him, close enough to feel his breath on her cheek. She reveled in the shocked stare she received from her enemy, and deciding to take it up a notch, she casually brushed her hand against his while she ran her finger down the list. She practically purred, taking her time. I don't know, the Nijirazushi looks good. What do you think, Hinata-chan? Or is this place too low class for you? Hinata narrowed her eyes on the jab. Tayuya wasn't the only one who could make subtle insults. Smiling sweetly, she mirrored Tayuya's pose and put on a thoughtful frown. Gigi, I'm surprised you even know what Nijirazushi is. When the former Otonin stiffened, the blue-haired girl smirked. Personally, I like Kairishizushi the best. Oh my, don't you think that's a little too much? Tayuya sneered, doing her best to sound as innocent as possible. It's no wonder you try to hide your body under such a large jacket all the time. At least it's better than walking outside in short shorts and a t-shirt. A girl should have some modesty, after all. The redhead glanced down at her legs and frowned. The bright orange shorts she'd borrowed from Naruto came down to the middle of her thigh. As far as she was concerned, they were normal length. She felt a snarl build in the back of her throat, and with a sickeningly sweet grin, she casually ran her fingers through her long red hair. Says the girl who has a chicken's ass for a hairstyle. That did it. Hinata's Byakugan activated on its own, and she quietly leaned back to stare the girl squarely in the face. Say that again, please? The redhead's eyes narrowed into fox-like slits as she bared her teeth. I don't believe I stuttered. How about we all just get makizushi? Naruto cut in, holding his stomach with hunger. He didn't quite understand what the girls were talking about, but he did know that if he didn't eat soon he'd pass out. Both girls glared one more time at each before nodding. Whatever, Tayuya said, almost snatching the menu and Gamachan out of his hand. She slowly walked into the small sushi restaurant, self-consciously pulling at the edges of her shorts along the way. As soon as she was out of sight, Hinata gently tugged on Naruto's arm to get his attention. She was still running off of the adrenaline from her small fight with the red-headed harlot, and knowing how hard it was for her to speak to her crush, let alone confess, she quickly mustered up all the self-confidence she had in her small body. And Naruto-kun, he glanced down at her with a slightly concerned frown. "What is it? Are you okay?" She nodded and gripped the sleeve of his black t-shirt a little tighter. "Why yes, I just wanted to tell you that I really. Hey Naruto, I forgot to ask what kind of condiments you wanted," Tayuya called, sticking her head out of the door. Hinata felt her heart drop for the second time that day, and she was certain that Kami-sama had some sort of grudge against her. Without missing a beat, Naruto scratched at his chin in thought. "Whatever they have, I guess." She nodded and slipped back into the shop, but not before shooting the Hyuga with another withering glare. "So, what did you want to tell me?" he asked, turning back towards the slim girl. Hinata hung her head and sighed. Never mind, he eyed her strangely for a few seconds, but eventually just shrugged and plastered on that stupid grin of his. As much as she loved him for it, she sometimes wished that he wasn't quite so dense. 5 minutes later, Tayuya emerged with a large paper bag filled to the brim with containers of sushi. She wasted no time in gripping Naruto's free arm, not so discreetly sticking her tongue out at Hinata as she did so. As they walked down the street, the villagers looked on in amazement as Naruto, the demon brat, strode confidently down the sidewalk with a beautiful girl on each arm. What was even more amazing was that one of them was the Hyuga heiress. Still, the blonde paid them no mind as he amiably chatted with the girls, talking about a wide range of subjects including training, and of course, ramen. Both girls took every chance they could to insult the other, and although she hated the girl with a fiery passion, Tayuya couldn't help but feel a tiny inkling of respect for the blue-haired genin. Not many people could go toe-to-toe with her when it came to name-calling. The closer they got to the residential district, the more uncomfortable Hinata felt. She knew there was something that she was missing, and she stared over at the other two with a critical eye. Suddenly, the bright red spiral in the middle of Tayuya's shirt caught her eye, and she nearly gasped out loud at the discovery. Only one person that she knew of owned a shirt like that, and he was currently standing directly to her right. That shirt, she started, staring at it with a mixture of shock and anger. The redhead frowned and looked down at the garment, searching for anything out of the ordinary. When she didn't find anything, she lifted her head to glare heatedly at the shorter girl. "Yeah? What about it? Is that Naruto-kun's?" Misunderstanding the meaning behind the question, Naruto grinned and nodded. "Yup. She didn't have anything to wear, so I lent her some of my stuff." To her absolute horror, she realized that her rival was also wearing a pair of orange shorts, and absolutely no one else in the village wore the color orange except for Naruto. Following her line of sight, Tayuya fought the urge to laugh. This was almost too easy. "What's wrong, Hinata-chan? You look surprised. Is there something strange about me wearing his clothes?" Her mouth still slightly agape, Hinata slowly shook her head. And no, and not at all. Inside, she was fuming. This whore who hadn't even been in Konoha for a month was already wearing his clothes. She felt herself burning with righteous anger, as she imagined what kinds of impure things the girl had done to her Naruto-kun. Although he didn't seem all that different from usual, she knew something had happened between them. It was evident in the way they interacted with each other. Hinata gripped Naruto's arm tighter. She would protect him from that demoness, no matter what. They reached his apartment in a matter of minutes. For her part, the Hyuga heiress was excited. This was the first time she would ever get to see the inside of Naruto's home, and she swore to herself that it wouldn't be the last. They entered the small flat in a straight line, Tayuya leading the pack and Hinata bringing up the rear. The place looked almost brand new without all of the ramen cups, scrolls, and clothing scattered everywhere, and except for a few posters and plants resting on the wall, it sort of seemed like he was moving out soon. Still, Hinata didn't think much of it as she softly tapped her crush on the shoulder. "Ano, where's your restroom?" she asked, wishing more than anything that she could stop her stuttering. Naruto grinned. He did a lot of that, she noticed, and pointed to the door at his left. She nodded and quickly disappeared into the room, shutting the door quietly behind her. "Does she really have to be here?" Tayuya asked as soon as he rounded the corner. She was already setting out the individual trays of sushi, and moved to his cupboard to grab some plates. The blonde crossed his arms and gave her a small frown. Come on, Tayuya, can't you be nice to her? She's one of my precious people. The girl snorted and nearly slammed the utensils down onto the table. Is that why you add Chan to their fucking names? She nearly spat, struggling to keep her voice neutral. To be honest, it had been bugging her ever since Ino had dropped by the night before. He raised his eyebrows slightly in confusion. It was obvious, even to him, that she was bitter about something. What do you mean by that? The opening of the bathroom door interrupted her before she could reply, but she still managed to shoot him a small glare before plopping down on the chair to his right. When Hinata appeared around the corner of the hallway, Tayuya gave her a similar frown. Well, now that the princess is here, let's eat. The redhead wasted no time in shoving 10 of the small rolls onto her plate and digging in. Naruto slowly nodded his agreement, and with a loud itadakimasu, he quickly began working on finishing the large pile of sushi. Hinata did the same, albeit at a much more subdued pace. The room was quiet except for the occasional rustling of the paper bag, and all three genin wisely kept to themselves while they ate. Suddenly, the Hyuga heiress glanced up at Naruto and smiled. And Naruto-kun, are you thirsty? She asked, proud of herself for not stuttering as much. A little bit, yeah. I think there's still some juice left in the fridge. I'll go get us some. He started to stand up, but Hinata quickly placed her hand on his shoulder and stood up. And no, let me. With a grace only inherited by royalty, she slid out of her chair and stepped over to the kitchen area of the living room. Tayuya watched her with narrowed eyes, and throwing her chopsticks down, hopped up to follow. I'll help. She can't carry all that shit by herself. The blonde smiled at her attempt to be friendly and gave her a subtle thumbs up. Seriously, who did that anymore, to say thanks? If only he knew what she was planning to do. She walked up next to the shorter girl and harshly jabbed her in the ribs, completely catching her off guard. Luckily, the cups were still resting on the countertop and were able to avoid an untimely demise. Listen, you little cunt, Tayuya whispered, keeping her voice low. I don't know what the fuck you're planning in that duck-shaped head of yours, but it ain't gonna work. Watch your step, bitch. She snatched the cups off of the counter and sashayed back to the table, leaving a bewildered and angry Hinata behind. Literally ripping the apple juice from the freeze box, she casually waltzed over to the table with a smile. Here, and Naruto-kun, let me pour you a drink. He smiled gratefully and held out his cup, not slowing down for a millisecond as he shoveled pounds of raw fish down his throat. She then moved to his right and started to pour the redhead a cup. Unfortunately, the liquid missed its mark by a ridiculously wide margin, and nearly a whole cup's worth of juice was poured squarely into Tayuya's lap. Why, you fucking bitch! She screeched, hopping up from the table to prevent even more of the sticky liquid from touching her skin. You did that shit on purpose. Hinata lifted a coy hand to her mouth and gasped, secretly smirking behind her fingers. I'm so sorry, Tayuya-chan. I don't know what happened. Just as the redhead was about to launch a furious fist towards the sneering Hyuga's face, Naruto appeared with a small dish towel in hand. He carefully began to maneuver the rag just over her waist, sopping up as much of the apple juice as he could before it could drip onto the floor. Both girls blushed a deep red as they silently watched him wipe away the liquid, completely oblivious to the fact that he was dangerously close to her most private place. For the first time in her life, Tayuya was absolutely speechless. He stood up and admired his handiwork, smiling with satisfaction at her now, mostly, dry waist. Suddenly, the sound of something splashing against the hardwood floor grabbed both of their attention. Hinata had accidentally poured some of the juice on her chest, and doing her best impression of a damsel in distress, looked up at Naruto with big, innocent eyes. And Naruto-kun, could you help me too? The blonde frowned slightly but nodded, turning around to face the furiously blushing Hyuga princess. You really should be more careful, Hinata-chan, he said, wiping the juice off of her jacket. She raised her head and smiled smugly at Tayuya, who was currently making threatening gestures from behind her teammate's back. Shooting her hand out towards the smaller girl, the redhead snatched the container of apple juice and poured some on her own shirt. Naruto, I spilled some more. Hinata grabbed the juice out of her hands and pretended to accidentally splash some on her pants. Me too. By now, both girls were wrestling for control over the twisted and deformed jug, sending the sticky substance everywhere. They shrieked as juice landed in their hair, mouths, and eyes, but neither of them loosened their grip for a second. Finally, Naruto snatched the unrecognizable piece of plastic from their hands and lifted it above his head with a glare. "What the hell are you doing?" he yelled, staring down at both of them with no small amount of anger and confusion. They at least had the decency to look embarrassed, turning their eyes away from his gaze. All three of them were sticky and wet, dripping apple juice on the floor below them. Naruto sighed heavily and tossed the empty container onto the table along with the leftover sushi. "Sorry, Hinata-chan, maybe you should go home." Tayuya's eyes lit up at his words, and she was quick to throw in her own 2 cents. She stepped up to the blonde's side to smile cockily at her rival, lightly hugging his arm to her chest. She was delighted by the tears that were slowly beginning to build in the corner of her rival's eyes, so she leaned her head against his shoulder, as if marking her territory. "Yeah. Go home to your fucking shithole of a castle." Her smile was stretched widely across her face as she reveled in the familiar high she received from insulting others. Naruto angrily wrenched his arm from her grasp and glared down at her with disappointment. "Tayuya, stop it!" The redhead looked largely taken aback at his sudden command. She glanced up into his eyes to see him staring heatedly back into her own, and she ashamedly turned her gaze down to her feet. Not because of what she'd said to Hinata, no, as far as she was concerned, that stuck-up bitch of a whore deserved every word. It was because she'd let him down after he had practically begged for her to be nice to Hinata for just a few hours. "I'll walk you back, Hinata-chan." He started to take a step towards the smaller girl, but was nearly pulled back by the force of Tayuya's grip. She wasn't stupid, she knew exactly what Hyuga was planning. It was exceedingly easy to see in the stares, smiles, and blushes that regularly emanated from Hinata whenever he was around. She'd be damned if she allowed some spoiled rich girl to touch Naruto. Not that she was jealous, of course, she was just looking out for his best interests. They'd be leaving in under 12 hours, and if the blue-haired girl were to tell him how she felt right before they left, there was a chance he wouldn't want to go anymore. At least, that's what she told herself. "I'm going too," she mumbled, much to Naruto's surprise. "What? Why?" Tayuya frowned and gripped his arm tighter, causing him to wince in slight pain. Her strength was somewhat terrifying. "Since when do I need a reason?" Their eyes met for a brief 2 seconds, long enough for a silent understanding to pass between them. He slowly nodded his head and walked towards the door, forcing another small smile onto his face as he approached the confused Hyuga heir. Something had happened, but she just didn't know what. "Ready to go?" Why yes, the trio quickly exited the apartment, and for the second time that day, Konoha's #1 most surprising ninja had a beautiful girl on each arm. Granted, they were tugging him back and forth between them, but one usually overlooked such trivial details. They strode through Konoha at a rapid pace, barely talking except for the occasional comment or subtle jeer from one or both of the girls. As they neared the Hyuga estate, Tayuya noticed that Hinata was becoming more and more nervous with every step. It wasn't until they'd scaled the hill that she understood why. "And Naruto-kun," she started, turning to face him full on. Rather than confess now with everyone Tayuya watching, she decided on an alternate course of action. "I was wondering if why you'd like to go on a picnic with me tomorrow?" When his face dropped, she quickly moved to reassure him. But I understand if you don't want to." Both Naruto and Tayuya stared at her with a mildly surprised expression. Frowning, Naruto tilted his head to stare at her. "Didn't Niji tell you?" he asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Hinata snapped her head up in surprise. She vaguely remembered her cousin trying to tell her something earlier that afternoon, but she'd brushed him off before he could say anything. Sensing her curiosity and underlying fear, Tayuya was quick to step in and answer her with a wide, sinister smile. "Me and Naruto are going on a 3-year training mission tomorrow. Together." The redhead swore she heard the smaller girl's heart break inside of her chest. Ironically, she actually felt sort of bad for Hinata. She knew what it was like to have her heart broken, as that heartless bastard Misumi had done it numerous times before she'd gotten wise to his games. However, a larger part of her was cynically pleased with this new development. Maybe now, the wench would give up for good. "Oh," Hinata mumbled, swallowing harshly to keep her throat from closing up. "Emma, maybe when you get back then?" Tayuya stared at the girl in silent shock, unable to believe that she'd wait so long for him to return. Sure, Naruto was an all-around good guy, but to continue stalking him after being told that he was going on a 3-year journey with another girl? She was stupider than she originally thought. As expected, Naruto grinned and nodded. Sure thing, Hinata-chan. Hinata smiled weakly and bowed, turning towards the large gates of the mansion. Gigi Good and Night, her shoulders shook more and more as she approached the Hyuga estate, almost as if she were shivering. She walked as best and quickly as she could up the long pathway, struggling to hold in the tears that were now rolling in rivulets down her cheeks. Luckily, none of the guards decided to stop and question her as she sped up the path. Apparently, they remembered well what had happened earlier that afternoon. Good fucking riddance. Tayuya turned on her heel and pulled Naruto's arm, nearly uprooting the boy from where he stood. He sighed loudly and looked down at her with a frown as he allowed himself to be dragged down the hill. Tayuya. I know. Be nice, cause she's one of your goddamn precious people. Whatever. Hyuga Hinata rushed through the halls of the Hyuga estate for the second time that day. Tears were already streaming down her face, and she futilely wiped them away with the back of her hands as she ran. It wasn't fair. Why wasn't it her that was going on the training mission with Naruto? Why did it have to be that foul-mouthed redhead who got to spend every day with her love? She'd been around much longer than the other girl had, and she'd always admired the blonde and his never-ending courage and determination. Didn't she deserve to grow stronger alongside him? She sprinted through the doors that led to the main family's living quarters, ignoring the confused and startled looks from her family members. Quite frankly, she couldn't give less of a fuck what they were thinking at that moment. Her thoughts were focused solely on getting to her room and being alone, just her bed, and her economy-sized box of tissues. After what seemed like hours of running, she finally reached the large ivory door of her bedroom. With a large amount of effort, she threw the heavy piece of wood open. She felt her body growing weaker and weaker as time wore on, and after closing the door behind her, collapsed onto her large, fluffy bed in a fit of sobs. It was hopeless. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell that she could beat Tayuya as she was now. The redhead had 3 years, 3 long, fucking years to seduce and corrupt her Naruto-kun. Would she even be able to recognize the cheerful blonde by the time he returned? In her mind, she imagined an older, black-haired Naruto with multiple piercings and tattoos all over his body. She couldn't allow that to happen, but what could she do? They were leaving the next day. All her dreams of dating, marrying, and eventually having children with the blonde were slowly crumbling before her eyes. Where was Kami-sama when she needed him? She'd always been a good, kind person, and she always did everything she could to improve herself. Was this his way of saying that she was worthless? That she would never succeed no matter how hard she tried? Out of tears and ideas, Hinata slowly drifted into unconsciousness, tossing and turning as she slept. It was going to be a long 3 years. The moon brightly illuminated the darkened city of Konoha, pouring its rays into every dark corner of the village. Naruto and Tayuya slowly walked back home, both deeply immersed in their own thoughts. It had been a rough and trying night, but waltzing along under the full glowing moon and feeling the gentle breeze coming from the west was more than enough to calm them. The girl glanced up at the faraway expression on the blonde's normally smiling face. She idly wondered what he was thinking about at that moment, noticing the slight smirk that appeared every few seconds. Was he thinking about Ino? Hinata? Or maybe, he was thinking about her. The quiet night gave her a sudden bout of confidence, and pulling lightly on the arm clutched to her chest, she cleared her throat to get his attention. Naruto, she started, nervously cracking her knuckles with her thumbs. I'm sorry. She breathed with exertion, glad that she'd gotten what she wanted to say out before she lost her nerve. Apologizing was something she rarely did, and even then it was only to Orochimaru for messing something up. He turned his eyes away from the moon to stare curiously into her angular light brown eyes. For what? For everything. I know it's not easy to be around me all the time, and I kind of do a lot of shit that I don't mean. Like yesterday. She darted her eyes up to read his expression, but found the same blank look on his face that he always had. Typical Naruto. It wasn't you. It wasn't because of the that. She cursed her mind for not being able to form a coherent sentence, and glanced up again to gauge his reaction. She frowned when she realized that he wasn't even looking at her. Instead, his eyes were focused on the vividly glowing full moon above them. Her eyes lowered back to the ground as they continued along the dark streets. Neither of them noticed a pair of wide eyes watching them from the alleyway. Although she refused to admit it to herself, she was a little hurt that he didn't say anything. Even if he declined her pathetic attempt at an apology, it would be better than the disinterested silence he was currently regarding her with. Thanks, he started, startling her with his sudden words. Her hair billowed out behind her as she snapped her head up to look at his mischievously grinning face. Even though I kinda figured that out when you kept on grabbing my arm. Automatically, her eyes dropped to where her chest met his arm. A full blush crept onto her face as she realized that she'd been hugging it ever since they'd left his apartment. She was so caught up in her competition with Hinata that she didn't even realize what she'd been doing. She quickly threw his arm out of her grasp and put on her best angry glare. Unfortunately, in her current flustered state, it looked more like a cute blushing pout. In the back of her mind, she noticed that she missed the warmth provided by his body. Idiot! I was just doing that because my legs felt tired. Don't get any perverted ideas. Naruto's grin widened as he casually slung his slightly sticky arm over her shoulders. Come on, Tayuya-chan. Does this look like the face of a pervert? She jabbed him lightly in the ribs and snorted. No, it looks more like the face of an idiot. He hung his head in mock pain, sniffling loudly for effect. Unable to help herself, Tayuya quietly began to giggle. You really are an idiot, you know that? His demeanor immediately changed into a happy one, and he shrugged exaggeratedly and smiled. If he wasn't a shinobi, he might actually make a pretty good actor. Maybe, but I make up for it with my ninja skills. This time, she laughed out loud, holding her stomach to keep her innards from spilling out onto the ground. If anyone had been outside to see them, the genin could have easily been mistaken for a young couple in love. Naruto stuck out his lower lip and frowned. What? Nothing, she chuckled, struggling to fight down her laughter. Fuck, she never laughed so much in her life. Sure, she'd laughed evilly while decapitating or gutting enemy ninja, but this was a different kind of laughter. This time, she was genuinely filled with joy. If these past 3 weeks were any indication, she would thoroughly enjoy the next 3 years together with Naruto. They settled into a comfortable silence after a couple of minutes, both lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Tayuya stopped in the middle of the street to slowly look up at an inquisitive Naruto. Wait, did you just call me Tayuya-chan? Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama. A lone man slowly limped into the main throne room of the root space, sweating and gasping for breath. His large muscles were covered in a fine sheen of moisture, and his foot was wrapped tightly in a long strip of white gauze. Since he was one of the lowest members of the Roots organization, none of the medical ninja wanted to waste their chakra on fixing his foot. He was forced to rush he and his 2 friends to a regular hospital where they received adequate but time-consuming treatment. The old man sitting in a dark stone chair sighed and boredly spared the civilian warrior a glance. He didn't know why he bothered to recruit such weak and pathetic people. What is it? He barked, already growing impatient with the quivering mound of flesh and bones. The injured man quickly bowed lowly before his leader and began to speak. It's about the Kyuubi, sir. Danzo's ears involuntarily perked up at the mention of Konoha's. The last he'd heard, the boy had been involved in killing an assassin from the Sound Village, and had exhibited a substantial amount of the Kyuubi's chakra. He tried to push for the boy to be admitted into his organization, claiming that Naruto was a danger to himself and to those around him. To his annoyance, the Hokage had vehemently refused his offer, mentioning something about other plans. He hadn't been able to find anything out about these plans, but perhaps this piece of cannon fodder could provide some insight into what that harlot of a Hokage was thinking. Kyuubi, you say? He started, a small, calculating smirk appearing on his wrinkled old face. What about him? It's not really about him. The old warhawk felt his annoyance meter rising. Honestly, why the hell did he even keep idiots like this around? It's about his demon girlfriend. Ah, that's why. Explain. The man nodded and slowly got to his feet. Me, Toketsu, and Zabi were walking down the street, minding our own business, when she just attacked us. He emphasized the point by showing the older man his broken foot. If I wouldn't have jumped in her way at the last moment, she would have killed them. The old man frowned and leaned forward with mild interest. And how does she relate to the Kyuubi? I just saw them on my way back from the hospital. She was hanging all over him like some kind of brothel girl. I bet Kyuubi told her to attack us. Danzo stared at the mumbling man from over his interlaced fingers. Now that he thought about it, he remembered hearing from one of his ANBU spies that there was a red-headed girl at the scene of the assassination. There was a small chance that she was the same girl, and if so. "Tell me, what does this girl look like?" he asked, his interest peaking for the first time in days. The man blinked, but quickly began to relay everything he knew about the murderous bitch he'd met earlier that day. "Well, she has red hair and I think brown eyes. She's kinda small, about the same size as the QB kid." "Interesting. She must be a kunoichi, given how easily she brought 3 fully grown men to their knees." The younger man winced at the not-so-subtle insult. "Is that all?" "Hi, Danzo-sama." At that moment, a single kunai flew through the air to pierce the crippled man right between the eyes. He fell back with a ground-shaking thud, spilling blood and pieces of his forehead onto the ground. A small snort was heard from the direction of the throne. "Sorry about that. Can't have anyone finding out that I know about the girl just yet." He rested his chin on his upturned palms. "Just what is that troublesome wench up to?" he mumbled, racking his brain for any kind of explanation. She wasn't the type of woman to forcibly breed the QB for its power, and she certainly wasn't the type to do things without a reason. Just what was she planning? "Come!" A short, black-haired boy appeared from a dark corner of the room. His large dark eyes were nearly emotionless as he approached his leader, and he knelt to one knee in front of him. "Yes, Danzo-sama?" he asked, his short dark hair falling in front of his eyes. The older man smiled crookedly and motioned towards the dead man in front of him. "I recently received some interesting information from a now-deceased source. I want you to find any information you can on every red-headed girl in Konoha. I expect a report by Sunday afternoon. Are we clear?" The boy nodded minutely, standing to face his superior head-on. "Yes, Danzo-sama." With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Danzo's crooked smile widened as plans began to formulate in his battle-worn mind. "Now what will you do, Tsunade?" Chapter 15. The familiar smell of ramen wafted into the bedroom, slowly rousing the boy from his slumber. Lifting his nose into the air, the genin hopped to his feet and followed the enticing aroma, drooling more and more as he neared the kitchen. He rounded the corner to see Tayuya standing boredly in front of his small two-burner stove, slowly stirring something in a large pot. Using every ounce of ninja ability he possessed, he carefully snuck up behind the oblivious redhead, his grin widening with each mischievous step. "What are you doing, Naruto?" she asked, not turning away from the stove. The blonde pouted and straightened up, walking over to stand next to her. It was becoming harder and harder to sneak up on her lately. "Nothin' much." Tayuya snorted and rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right. What's that?" He peered into the steaming pot with a frown, curiously studying the suspicious-looking contents. This was the second time in 3 days that she'd cooked for him, and if the last meal was any indication, it was going to be good. She lifted the ladle out of the pot to show him. "Sushi ramen." The boy's nose wrinkled automatically. Who the hell mixed sushi and ramen? It went against all that was good and holy in the world of cheap fast food. Noticing his foul expression, she, not so, lightly jabbed him in the side with her elbow, causing him to grunt in slight pain. "Don't knock it till you've tried it. Besides, if we didn't eat all that leftover shit from last night, we'd be wasting our money." He idly wondered when his money became ours. Still, he was ecstatic that he'd get to taste her cooking again. There was something vastly different about eating a home-cooked meal made by someone else, and the closest thing he'd ever had to a love-filled meal was the ramen at Ichiraku's. He chuckled quietly at the thought of Tayuya dumping hearts and flowers into the ramen, wearing a hot pink apron around her waist and sporting a mile-wide smile. It was an oddly disturbing, yet humorous picture. "What?" Tayuya spat, suspiciously narrowing her eyes. She noticed a mischievous grin on his face, and couldn't help but wonder what it was the boy was thinking about. Knowing his mind, it was probably something she never imagined in a million years. To her annoyance, the boy only shook his head and grinned wider, dancing out of her reach before she could jab him again in the side with another well-placed elbow. He stuck out his tongue and ran off towards the bathroom, acting very much like their 5-year-old academy students. Despite herself, she felt a small, amused smirk flutter across her lips. Things were never boring whenever Naruto was involved. She turned off the burner and easily hefted the pot with 2 hands, striding purposely towards the tiny card table. Her leg strength was almost back to normal, and as long as she didn't lift heavy items or attempt to jump down from high places, they'd support her just fine. If she continued to do the stretches she'd been told to by Shizun, There was no doubt in her mind that she'd be back to full strength within the next day or two, a far cry from just a week ago, when she'd been unable to even feel her legs. Her mind drifted to the time before the operation, and she marveled at how quickly Naruto had become a part of her life. Hell, it took her years to get used to her old teammates, and even then she hated their guts with a fiery passion. Her relationship with Naruto, if it could even be called a relationship, was nothing like the grudging minimal respect she shared with Kimimuru and the others. For one, he didn't want anything from her. He didn't expect her to be strong, kind, or respectful like most people did. He accepted her at face value, and as far as she could tell, he didn't have any ulterior motives outside of becoming her friend. It was a strange concept to grasp for someone who hadn't had a genuine friend since she lived in the Earth Country, but she was gradually getting used to it. Another thing she liked about Naruto was that he was honest. Sure, he occasionally played pranks or attempted to lie his way out of a potentially harmful situation, while failing miserably, of course, but he'd never lie about things that could hurt someone else. He was loyal to a fault, and if someone had told her a few weeks ago that a person like him existed in today's world, she would have boastfully laughed in their face before sending one of her zombies to pummel them into the ground. Idiots who believed cheeky shit like that deserved to die. Ironically, she was now one of them. Shaking her head to clear those useless thoughts from her mind, Tayuya set the soup-filled pot down on the table, being careful not to knock one of the cheap porcelain bowls onto the wood floor below her. "Naruto," she called, setting herself down in one of the chairs, "hurry up and eat. We have to leave in the next hour." They were expected to arrive at the front gates before 9 o'clock in the morning, and a quick glance at the clock hanging above the television showed that it was already 7:15. It was a half-hour walk to the front gates from his apartment, but they could easily make it in 10 if they jogged. Naruto bounded out of the bathroom, looking much more awake than he had only a few minutes earlier. Judging by the water clinging to the ends of his unruly bangs, he'd just finished freshening up. As soon as he'd plopped down onto his own chair, she grabbed the spoon and unceremoniously dumped a huge serving of the fish-smelling ramen into his bowl. He stared down at the strange mixture with no small amount of trepidation, and whimpering slightly, he lifted his fearful blue eyes to meet her expectant brown ones. "Do I have to eat?" With a loud sigh, Naruto slowly dipped his chopsticks into the large white bowl. It almost reminded him of a TV sitcom he used to watch about a typical Eastern family, where the mother would always have to force the children to eat their vegetables or else they wouldn't get any dessert. He pulled a few noodles out of the dish and grudgingly placed them in his mouth. Though she was doing her best to look uninterested, Tayuya was eagerly studying the boy for his reaction. When she tested it earlier, the soup had tasted utterly amazing. Then again, she also thought it was tasty to mix orange juice, chocolate chips and corn flakes together. Not that she cared. If he didn't like it, oh fucking well. That meant there was plenty more for her, and listening to the sound of her own stomach growling, she'd have no problems finishing off what he didn't eat. Nevertheless, she figuratively sat on the edge of her seat as he swished the broth around in his mouth. He started, humming through pursed lips. She watched him swallow the soup and smile, giving her his famous, yet incredibly corny, thumbs-up sign of approval. "It's good." Her lips unwittingly twitched into a smirk, and she fought to turn it into a frown. "Of course it is, dumbass. I made it." She haughtily scooped a large amount of the ramen into her own bowl and immediately began to eat, stewing in both pride and satisfaction. For his part, Naruto was amused. He'd felt her eyes staring at him from across the table, and it was painfully obvious that she was waiting for a reaction. If it weren't for the fact that he trusted her with his life, a privilege only awarded to his precious people, he would have assumed that she was trying to poison him. Not that it would have mattered given Kyuubi's healing abilities, but that was a totally different subject in itself. Although it was uncommon, he'd had a hard time pinpointing exactly where Tayuya stood. Usually when he first met someone, he could immediately tell what kind of person they were, with Kabuto being the exception. That bastard was tricky. Most people were either good or bad with slight discrepancies strewn in. Tayuya, on the other hand, was somewhere right in the middle. She was loud, brash, mean, sometimes selfish, and had a horribly foul mouth to boot. On the other hand, she was also sympathetic, caring, thoughtful, and brutally honest. Unknowingly, he'd become intrigued by her ambiguous personality. He was hesitant to accept her at first. She was one of the 5 sound nin who tried to stop them from rescuing Sasuke, and she certainly wasn't the nicest person he'd ever run into in his short life. However, once he'd seen the pain in her eyes similar to his own, he couldn't help but feel as if he had to do something to help her. It just wasn't in his nature to abandon a helpless individual, even if she was the enemy. Looking back, he was glad that he did attempt to get to know her better. In only 3 weeks, she had easily worked her way into the ranks of his precious people. Granted, it wasn't that difficult to make it onto the list in the first place, but it was still remarkably fast considering that she used to be the enemy. He slurped another large amount of the noodles down his throat, enjoying the fishy treat. The sushi added a whole new dimension of flavor to the normally overly salty dish, and mixed with the seasoning from the shrimp ramen package, it almost tasted professional. Hell, maybe Ichirakas should add this dish to their ever-expanding menu. He dumped another spoonful of the soup into his bowl, practically inhaling his breakfast. This was his last meal in Konoha, and even though he wanted to savor it as much as he could, he found that it was impossible to eat ramen at any speed below Mach 5. Besides, if he didn't eat as much as he could now, Tayuya would finish it off before he got to his third helping. In all his 13 years of life, Naruto had never seen a girl eat so much so fast. She expertly twirled and stuffed the noodles into her mouth, barely stopping to breathe. It wasn't sloppy like his own eating, and not one drop of soup made it onto her face or clothing. If he wasn't so enamored with Sakura-chan, he might actually attempt to hit on the equally attractive Tayuya. Heh. Yeah, right. After nearly 10 minutes of non-stop voracious eating, both genin hopped to their feet to prepare to leave. Tayuya grabbed the dishes off of the table, allowing Naruto to fold and place the table against the wall. They wouldn't be using it again for at least another 3 years. He hurried into his room to get dressed, pulling and tugging at the clothes with ample amounts of energy. A few minutes later, the redhead walked in with a mildly confused expression. "What the fuck are you rushing for? We still had an hour and a half to get to the front gates." He tied his headband securely around his head and began to drag his pack out to the hallway. "There's somewhere I want to go before we leave. You can go straight to the gates if I'm not back in time." He looked at her with a strangely alien intensity, different from the casual innocence he usually displayed. She shrugged her shoulders and frowned. "Whatever," she muttered, shooing him nonchalantly with her free hand. It's not like she had any say over whether he could leave or not. He flashed her one last grin before rushing out of the room and sprinting out the front door, leaving his pack against the wall to pick up later. Sighing loudly, Tayuya plopped down onto his bed and began to change. She stripped off the simple white shirt she'd had to borrow after yesterday's incident, and slipped out of the slightly sticky orange shorts, placing them in her open pack to wash and wear just in case. Goosebumps immediately began to pop out on her skin as a result of the cool autumn air, and she forcefully rubbed her bare arms to ward off the subtle chill. Fuck, Konoha was a cold place. For some reason, the air in Konoha seemed to seep directly to her bones, freezing her from the inside out. The sound was probably just as cold, but the humidity there was much higher around this time of year. She slipped on the simple dark blue long-sleeved shirt and pants with a small bit of difficulty, marveling at how much tighter they were as compared to the time before the operation. Maybe she should slow down in her eating. She had to be gaining weight somewhere, even if she couldn't see it. She slowly pushed herself onto her feet and made the small trek to the bathroom to brush her teeth. She didn't have a toothbrush of her own, so she'd secretly been using Naruto's in the meantime. It wasn't like he noticed, or, even if he did, he wouldn't care. He didn't seem like the type to throw a fit over something as small as borrowing a toothbrush. Then again, he would throw a fit if someone tried to eat out of his bowl of ramen. Her eyes unwittingly rolled at the thought. His priorities were more fucked up than her own. After washing her face and checking herself over in the mirror, she languidly placed her hands on her hips and frowned. Now that she thought about it, there wasn't much to do. The idiot probably wouldn't be back for another hour or so, and early morning television had the strange tendency to suck mostly because it consisted of corny soap operas and half-assed talk shows. Sighing loudly, Tayuya walked into the bedroom to finish getting dressed. Just as she entered the room, her foot tripped over a loose board, sending her sprawling to the ground. Fortunately, she managed to avoid bumping her head against the corner of the small dresser, using her ingrained training to lean forward at the last second. Unfortunately, she landed squarely on her bottom for what had to be the 5th time since she came to Konoha. "Fucking goddamn shitty-ass floor," she murmured, rubbing at her now sore tailbone. She glared at the protruding floorboard with murderous intent, almost wishing it was alive so that she could kill it. As she stared at the loose piece of wood, her face gradually softened into recognition. If her memory served her correctly, that was the same place Naruto hid his cash. Grinning evilly, she crawled over on her hands and knees before tossing the board aside. To her surprise, the area under the wood was actually pretty large. Besides the simple gray box he used to house his cash, there were various other items resting on top of a small bedsheet. Most of the items were junk, consisting of a few old teddy bears and toys stacked neatly in a pile. She briefly wondered what the story was behind the playthings, but moved on anyway to look through the rest of his things. Directly next to that pile of junk sat more junk. To her anyway. There were a few strange-looking ramen bowls sitting in one corner, and a group of scrolls and books resting in another. A glint of light caught her eye, and she leaned in to pick up what looked to be a photo album. "Bullseye," she muttered, brushing off the small feeling of excitement building in the bottom of her stomach. It's not that she really gave much of a fuck about him or his past, but hell, she was bored. She shifted her pose a little to get more comfortable, and not able to bear it any longer, she flipped open the large silver-encrusted book. The first page was a simple large golden piece of stock paper, decorated by a winding brown spiral of flowers around the edges. In the center was a small paragraph of cursive text, written in what looked like simple black ink. To Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who has inherited the true will of fire deep within his heart. Make plenty of memories with those precious to you, and never forget those who have helped you on your path to becoming a strong shinobi of the leaf. Sandaime Jisen Hokage. To say she was surprised would be an understatement. Not many could boast having a close relationship with even one Hokage, and he'd somehow managed to worm his way into the hearts of both the third and fifth easily. She almost felt bad for helping Orochimaru kill the old fucker, especially since he seemed to be pretty important to Naruto. Shaking her head, Tayuya turned the page in earnest. Smack dab in the center of the first photo page was a large picture of a baby Naruto. He was sleeping peacefully in the arms of the smiling Sandaime Hokage, and she couldn't help the small smile that appeared on her face at how cute he was. There was no doubt that he was the idiot blonde, as the 3 whisker marks etched prominently into his cheeks pretty much gave it away. She stared a moment longer before turning the page. The next page contained a somewhat similar picture, only this time, Naruto looked to be around 3 or 4 years old. He was smiling widely at the camera, showing every one of his bright white teeth, sans the 2 missing in the front. He was holding a large strawberry ice cream cone in his left hand, topped with what looked like chocolate sprinkles. The Hokage stood to his right, holding the young boy's hand while sporting an equally wide smile at the camera. It was amusing how similar it looked to a grandfather and grandson enjoying a day at the park, and if it weren't for the ANBU officers she spotted in the trees around them, they really needed to work on hiding themselves better, the scene would have been perfect. The redhead frowned as she turned to the next page. Here, Naruto stood alone with a small smile in front of the academy. He looked to be around 7 or 8, and there were a bunch of kids playing in the jungle gym in the background. It was obvious to her, and probably the taker of the picture, that he wasn't too happy, and she felt a small pang of sympathy for the boy. Shizen was right. He really didn't have any friends back then. The next page was a lot happier than the previous one. Naruto and the ponytail fucker who'd visited him at the hospital were grinning at the camera, sitting at the counter of what looked to be a Chiraku ramen. The old man and his granddaughter were leaning over the counter next to them, holding up the peace sign. Figures they'd choose something so cliché. She turned the page again to see the same picture that he had resting on his dresser. Team 7 was standing angrily in front of their nervously smiling sensei, glaring at each other out of the corner of their eyes. It was hard to believe that they'd managed to survive with such obvious tension among them, but hell, whatever worked. Tayuya frowned when she realized that that was pretty much it. Except for a picture of an unconscious Naruto and some black-haired lady, she looked awfully familiar, maybe from a movie, and a picture of Jiraiya, Shizen, Tsunade, and himself. There wasn't anything left in the large book. He had at least another 90 or so empty pages to fill, and it was saddening to see that he had so few pictures of his life. He didn't have any pictures with kids his own age. Even she had more pictures than he did. They were all in the Sound Village, of course, and probably tossed in the trash by now, but she definitely used to have more. Her scowl deepening, she carefully placed the heavy book back in its place, deciding to get what she originally came for in the first place. It wasn't her intention to get into such a sour mood, and maybe the sight of money would cheer her up some. With that thought in mind, she plucked the gray book from its resting place and quickly lifted the lid. Her jaw dropped as she observed the masses of wadded-up bills and coins sitting in the box. There was no way in hell that was only 750,000 yen. Her hands shaking with excitement, she quickly dumped the box upside down, spilling the contents onto the rug that normally covered the hidden compartment. She wasted no time in sorting the massive amounts of cash into groups, one into paper bills, one into coins, and the final group into mission payments. The dumbass hadn't even bothered to cash in any of his checks. Tayuya hopped to her feet to grab a piece of paper and a pen. While she could never be called a mathematician, she certainly knew how to count when it came to money. She counted out the paper bills first, shuffling through the money as if it was second nature. Her eyes grew larger as she continued to count, the number already exceeding 800,000. Fuck 870,500 yen in paper, she mumbled, scribbling down the figure on the fresh piece of paper. She moved on to the coins, separating them by value before counting them. The pen was perched importantly behind her ear, giving her the appearance of a skilled accountant, or loan shark, conducting her business. 9,743 in coins, Tayuya whispered, quickly writing down the number. She finally moved on to the checks, and adding up the D, C, B, and A-ranked missions he'd been on, she was surprised to find that he'd actually been on 3 already. His total had come up to a shocking 517,817 yen. After some quick addition on her part, she held up the paper to eye level and sucked in an even breath of air. Grand total, 1,398,060 yen. Holy fucking shit. She was exceedingly glad that she was already sitting, else she'd have definitely fainted right there on the spot. On one hand, it wasn't all that surprising. He lived off of ramen, didn't pay rent, received an allowance from the Sandane for 6 years, and only had 5 or 6 outfits. Combined with the fact that he'd taken on some pretty fucking high-class missions, well, the bastard was loaded. Nodding decisively to herself, she placed all of the money neatly back in the box, leaving the mission payments on the rug. She was going to cash those in before they left. The redhead placed everything in its appropriate place before shoving the white papers in her pocket and heading out the door. She locked the front door behind her and bounded down the steps, rushing towards the Hokage Tower. They only had a little over an hour to get to the front gates, and if she didn't hurry, it'd be too late. After running for a bit, Tayuya scowled and took to the rooftops. Thankfully, her legs were supporting her well enough if she didn't attempt to jump too far or high, and she reached the tower in her record time. She scaled the winding steps with ease, and bursting into the mission payments office, she stopped and took a few gasping breaths of air. Goddamn, she was out of shape. Tayuya-san? A familiar voice asked, concern evident in the tone. The redhead snapped her head up to see Shizen beginning to stand up and walk around the desk. Well, you're fucking everywhere, she said between breaths. The older woman frowned and placed her hands on the girl's forehead, completely ignoring her poorly worded statement. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be getting ready to leave? Wasting no time, Tayuya pulled the slips from her pocket and stuck them out in front of her. I need these cash. Quick. The medicine lifted her eyebrows, but took the offered papers. She looked through each one with no small amount of surprise, and her eyes slowly raised to meet the genins. These are Naruto-kun's? When the redhead nodded, she continued. Why didn't he cash them before? Don't know, don't really fucking care. Look, can you cash them or not? Noticing the woman's frown, she rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Please. Normally, I wouldn't, given that Naruto-kun himself isn't here to verify the transaction. Tayuya's face noticeably fell, and her shoulders slumped slightly in disappointment. All that fucking running for nothing. But given the circumstances, I suppose I can do it for you. I don't think you'd steal his money. Shizen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Would you? Why the fuck would I do that? You're gonna see us at the gates later today anyway, so it's not like I could get away with it even if I did want to steal it. The older woman studied her a moment longer before nodding. Her argument made sense, and the girl seemed to have genuinely good intentions. She walked back around her desk and expertly counted out the bills, placing them in small piles until she had the desired total amount. She then placed each of the stacks into a separate envelope labeled with the letters D to A. Here you go! Tayuya took the small packets from the woman and smiled. Although she was loath to admit it, she was a little touched that the medic had placed so much faith in her. With an uncharacteristic show of respect, she bowed slightly to the woman in front of her before bolting out of the door, leaving an utterly surprised and bewildered Shizen behind. Her face gradually turned into one of slight panic and remembrance, and rushing to the doorway, she looked down the hall in the direction the girl had gone. Wait! Tayuya-san! You forgot your payments for working at the academy. Unfortunately, the redhead was long gone, already bouncing over the rooftops towards the market district. Iruka-sensei! Naruto yelled, running full speed to the academy building. The man in question turned around in surprise, nearly dropping the large stack of books cradled in his arms. Naruto? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be getting ready to leave? The genin skidded to a stop in front of his former teacher and father figure. He took a small breath to get his heart under control and shot the man a wide, foxy grin. You didn't think I'd leave without saying goodbye, did you? He asked. The scarred Chunin gave him a grin of his own and assumed a faux-thinking pose, shuffling the books to a more comfortable position. I don't know. I haven't been able to get a hold of you these last couple of days, what with you going around town with your new girlfriend and all. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the accusation. Tayuya-chan's not my girlfriend, he exclaimed, waving his hands in front of himself. Oh? So she's Tayuya-chan now? No. Well, yeah, but not like that. The man chuckled and shook his head, amused by the boy's reaction. Even if he'd grown into a powerful shinobi in his own right, he was still the same old Naruto. Okay, I believe you. This time. Before the boy could protest again, he pushed some of the books into the blonde's arms and jerked his head towards the academy building. I'm running a little late, mind helping me with these books? Besides, there are a few people who I know would like to say their goodbyes before you leave. Naruto gave him a questioning stare, but shrugged his shoulders and followed his old teacher into the building. It was a quick walk from the front of the school to the classroom, and he could already hear the loud chattering of the students as he approached. It was almost nostalgic to be walking these halls again so early in the morning despite being here only a few days before with his own class. The wooden floors and walls of the building looked just as old and worn as he remembered, and except for what looked like a small touch-up in the paint job, there weren't any noticeable changes. They reached the classroom and walked inside. Immediately, they were assaulted by the sound of 7, 8, and 9-year-olds chattering amiably amongst themselves. Iruka set the books down on his desk and clapped his hands together to get their attention. All right, settle down, class. A small, pudgy boy in the front row stood up and pointed at the man accusingly. You're late, Iruka-sensei. The teacher shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and picked up one of the books, opening and pretending to read it while leaning back against the desk. Well, what can I say? I got lost on the road of life. He shot Naruto a small conspiratorial grin, causing the blonde to chuckle lightly at the subtle reference. Who's that? Another one of the kids asked, staring at the laughing boy. Iruka pushed his former student in front of him. This is one of my students from last year, Uzumaki Naruto. Even though he was dead last in the academy, Naruto crossed his arms and grumbled something under his breath. He still somehow managed to make it to the last round of the Chunin exams, defeating the Rookie of the Year from 2 years ago in one-on-one combat. The students murmured amongst themselves, shooting the two standing in the front of the room disbelieving glances every now and then. At the mention of his name, 4 people in the classroom noticeably perked up and turned their attention to the front of the room. Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan hopped up from their seats and pointed excitedly at Naruto. Boss! Konohamaru yelled, excitement evident on his face. Naruto lifted his arm and waved back with equal amounts of excitement. He'd forgotten that the Konohamaru Corps was already in the academy, and seeing as how they were still together, it was obvious that the 3 of them would become a powerful and well-rounded team by the time they graduated, unlike Team 7. Naruto? A small voice asked from the back of the classroom. All heads turned back in shock to see the quiet and normally stoic Hyuga Hanabi looking down at the blonde with interest. She never spoke much in or out of class, only opening her mouth when absolutely necessary or to put down another classmate for their poor skills. Your name's Naruto? The genin tilted his head slightly in curiosity, studying the lithe 7-year-old staring back at him with an equally curious expression. It was easy to see that she was of the Hyuga clan, even without her fierce light violet eyes. Her posture was flawless, a sure sign of her regal upbringing, and her face held the same compassionate stare that was common among the members of both the main and branch families. Yeah, what about it? Hanabi's eyes widened slightly with surprise. So that was the name of the boy who'd beaten Niji during the Chunin exams. It was also the name of the boy who. So you're the one who, when Isan, her hands unconsciously went to her chest, emulating a small squeezing motion. But you look like an idiot. Why you? Hey! Don't talk about Naruto and Ai-chan like that. He's way smarter than you'll ever be, Hanabi! Konohamaru yelled from the other side of the classroom. If he's anything like you, I highly doubt that. The boy snarled and stood up in his seat. Why you? Before he could say another word, loud laughter could be heard from the front of the room. You guys are just like me and Sasuke, Naruto gasped out between breaths. Hanabi narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms in a huff. Don't compare me to the likes of you and that traitor Uchiha. He chuckled louder and shook his head. She was definitely a textbook Hyuga. Yeah? He glanced at the clock to his right and gasped. Whoa! It's almost time for me to leave. He quickly embraced his former teacher in a tight hug. Later, Iruka-sensei. The blonde then ran towards the window, waving towards the now surprised class. Later, Konohamaru, Moegi, Udan. You too, Firecracker. See you in 3 years. Before any of them could say another word, Naruto leaped into the air and disappeared through the window. Firecracker? Hanabi shrieked, uncharacteristically raising her voice. The rest of the kids in the classroom began to giggle and snicker at the nickname, a few of them even daring to repeat the hastily given nickname. Her face heated up with embarrassment and anger, and seeing the furious look on the girl's face, Iruka quickly raised his hands into the air to calm the class. All right, that's enough, you guys. Let's put our thinking caps on and start with the lesson, shall we? A small chorus of boos was heard from somewhere in the classroom, but they were quickly silenced by several well-thrown pieces of chalk. The scarred Chunin looked towards the window with a wide, proud smile permeating across his face. Do your best, Naruto. A small, dark shadow slipped into the large, dimly lit office of the Godame Hokage. Luckily, the Hokage, her assistant, and her personal guard had already left just under 5 minutes ago. Even luckier was that the ANBU officer guarding the empty office was one of Danzo's men. He wasted no time in looking through the drawers and file cabinets for the shinobi and civilian rosters. Unsurprisingly, there were hundreds upon thousands of folders in the large metal cabinets, and it would be quite a daunting task to look through all of the files if he was a regular shinobi. Keeping his face stoic as ever, he pulled a scroll, ink, and a brush from the small bag on his hip. He painted many large strokes of ink onto the paper before forming his left hand into a simple release hand sign. Sumi Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately, 20 perfect ink clones of himself appeared in the large office. They immediately got to work shifting and shuffling through the folders, looking at each picture for a sign of a red-headed female. Perhaps I should have created more clones, he murmured to himself, quickly becoming bored with the task. He and his clones had already spent 10 minutes looking through the civilian roster, and thus far, none of them had seen so much as a flash of red hair. They were forced to work at somewhat of a slow speed, being careful to stack the folders back in order lest someone find out that there'd been an intrusion. Finally, after over half an hour of looking, a clone emerged with a file. The original grabbed the folder and flipped through it, looking for any clues as to who the mysterious redhead was. A minuscule frown appeared on his face. This woman is too old, and the file says her eyes are green. Hold on. Didn't Danzo-sama say that she assaulted our civilian troops? A small flicker of remembrance flashed in the emotionless boy's eyes. That's right. A normal civilian woman wouldn't be able to beat 3 men alone. He paused for a moment and thought. You 5, continue looking through the civilian files just in case. The rest of you help me sort through the shinobi files. The group worked diligently for another 20 or so minutes, only stopping to pull more files from the drawer. The shinobi roster was drastically smaller than its counterpart, and in no time, a clone held up an abnormally thick folder. He handed the envelope off to the original, and quickly continued in his task. Sadataya. Quite an unimaginable name, he drawled, glancing over the first page. Red hair, brown eyes, 148 centimeters, 38.2 kilograms. His eyebrows lifted slightly as he read over the rest of her file. Has completed 1 B-rank mission, and is leaving today for a classified S rank. Used to be a former shinobi of the sound, and is a prisoner turned genin. Interesting. I believe that this is the girl Danzo-sama is looking for. He turned to the other clones and waved a commanding hand in the air. Clean up the files, I've got what I want. The clones immediately stopped what they were doing and began to put away the mountains of folders. The original, meanwhile, pulled a small scroll from the pouch at his side. He placed one hand on the stack of papers containing all of Tayuya's information, and one on the still unopened scroll lying on the desk. Kenzen Utsusen no Jutsu. Immediately, words began to lift from the original documents and swirl into the scroll, filling it with the contents of her file. He picked up the scroll a few seconds later and opened it to see a perfect copy embedded neatly into the paper. We've finished cleaning up the office, a clone said from behind him. The boy nodded and waved his hand, dispelling all 20 of the ink clones without a second glance. He quickly slipped his tools back into his pouch and put away the folder. With a few hand seals and a whispered shunshin no jutsu, he disappeared from the large, dark office. Tayuya-chan! We're late! Naruto burst through the front door of his apartment, taking deep, calming breaths to slow down his heart. He picked up his traveling pack and slung it over his shoulders. Tayuya-chan? When she didn't appear from inside the apartment, he scratched his head and walked down the hallway. Looking at the clock, she'd probably already left for the front gates, as there was only 20 minutes left until they had to leave. Just to be sure, he decided to check every room of the small complex. He reached his bedroom in a matter of steps, and poking his head inside, he looked for any sign of the short-tempered girl. Tayuya-chan, are you in here? He asked, taking a few cautious steps into the room. Her pack was still leaning lightly against his bed, signifying that she hadn't yet left to meet up with his sensei. A small frown appeared on his face. There didn't seem to be any signs of a kidnapping. If he knew Tayuya, she'd put up a hell of a fight, so that possibility was quickly thrown out. So where was she? He turned around and jogged back to the doorway only to run directly into the very person he'd been looking for. Unfortunately, Naruto had much more momentum and weight than the petite redhead, and both were sent barreling to the ground. You've gotta be fucking kidding me! Tayuya screamed, her face contorted into more of an annoyed than angry frown. God fucking damn it, no matter where the fuck I go, I always end up on the goddamn shitty ground. She roughly pushed him aside and immediately got to her feet, zipping into the room before he could say a word of apology. Surprised that she didn't berate him directly, he hopped up and followed her. Where'd you go? He asked, noticing her putting something in her pack. And what's that? She noticeably stiffened at his question, and with a slightly awkward shrug, she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Don't worry about it. Tayuya lightly bit her lip in thought. She had to get rid of him somehow. Hey Naruto, do me a favor. I dropped one of my kunai outside. Can you get it for me? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. What? Why didn't you just pick it up when you dropped it? Besides, can't we just get it on our way out? Her eyebrow twitched with annoyance. It won't take that long, and I need it now. The boy furrowed his brows but shrugged, turning around to do as she asked. Oh, and I dropped it on the first floor. As soon as he was out of the room, Tayuya wasted no time in flipping the rug away from his hidden compartment and removing the loose floorboards that covered it. She grabbed the small gray box and opened the lid as fast as she could, every now and then glancing towards the doorway. With a speed only known to shinobi, she pulled the leftover wad of cash from her pocket and threw it into the box before putting it in her bag, replacing the floorboards and rug with equal speed. Nah, Tayuya-chan, I don't see it, Naruto called, walking back into the room. She laughed nervously and stood up from her seat on the floor. Oh, I guess I didn't drop it after all. The damn thing was still in my pouch. She picked up her bag and slung it over her shoulders. What the hell were you doing just standing around? We have to go. She jogged out of the room, leaving a confused and bewildered Naruto in her wake. Girls are weird, he mumbled, closing and locking the door behind him. Let's go! Tayuya yelled from the bottom of the stairs. The blonde rolled his eyes and hopped down from the second story to meet her. They sprinted along the rooftops at their fastest speed, both moving a little slow because of their previous exercise. The ground and people beneath them were a blur as they ran, and the wind whipped around them like smothering dragons. There it is! Naruto called, squinting his eyes to better see their destination. They hopped down from the buildings and slowed their pace a bit to regain some of their lost energy, eventually slowing to a fast walk. To his surprise, there was more than just Jiraiya and the Hokage waiting to see him off. Nearly the entire Rookie 9 and Guy's team stood in the clearing leading to the gates. By some miracle, even Kakashi had managed to show up on time to say goodbye to one of his students. He was also the first to notice the presence of the two genin. He lifted a lazy hand into the air and put on his infamous one-eyed smile. "Yo, Naruto, I didn't think you'd make it on time." The blonde slowed to a stop and snorted. "I'm not you, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi shrugged with what Tayuya assumed to be a smile. "Fair enough. Looks like quite the party, huh?" Naruto nodded his agreement. "I never get this kind of send-off when I have a long mission." The silver-haired man sniffled quietly and wiped away an imaginary tear, earning another snort from his student. Before he could make a smart-aleck comeback, a loud shout interrupted their conversation. "There he is!" An expectantly loud Kiba yelled from the group. Naruto grinned foxily, and sheepishly placed his hands behind his head. If he'd known they were all going to show up, he would have made more of an effort to arrive early. "Hey! I didn't think everyone would show up," he exclaimed, his grin widening significantly. His eyes swept around the clearing, searching for a familiar flash of pink hair. "Where's Sakura-chan?" The conversation immediately screeched to a halt, and the other genin subtly avoided his questioning gaze. His smile fell slightly at the silence. "I guess she's not here yet." Ino sighed quietly to herself and approached her fellow blonde with a small, complacent smile on her face. "Naruto-kun, Sakura's not feeling too well," she explained, choosing her words carefully. She couldn't bear to tell him that his teammate and love interest didn't want anything to do with him, especially since he was leaving for a 3-year mission and the truth would probably break him. "I'm sure if she could be here she would." Naruto's smile dimmed momentarily, and he lowered his head to look at his feet. Suddenly his head snapped up to meet everyone's sympathetic stares, causing his new teammate to narrow her eyes in controlled anger. "That's okay. I'll just see her when I get back then." On the outside of the group, the Godame Hokage frowned deeply. Even she knew how much her youngest apprentice meant to the boy, and it angered her to see that the girl couldn't even see her teammate off. For her sake, Sakura had better have a damn good reason for missing this. Shizen had a similar expression, and wanting to change the subject, she stepped forward and held out 2 identical envelopes to the genin. "Naruto-kun, Tayuya-san, here are your mission payments for the past 2 weeks. You left before I could give them to you." "Huh? What do you mean?" Naruto asked, confusion evident on his face. The medic Nin turned a disappointed gaze upon Tayuya, but before she could speak, the redhead grabbed both her and the Hokage's hands and pulled them aside. The group watched curiously as Tayuya whispered and conspired animatedly, every now and then looking or pointing at the blonde genin. After a few minutes of speaking, the Hokage sighed and nodded her head, rubbing her temples as she did so. "What's going on?" a mysterious voice asked from behind the blonde. Naruto frowned slightly and crossed his arms over his chest. "I dunno, but they've been talking for a while." He turned around to greet the person only to stare directly into a large pair of fishnet-covered breasts. "Ack. You! What are you doing here?" Mitarashi Anko looked down at the shocked genin with a mischievously evil smile, exposing 2 perfect rows of shining white teeth. She was wearing the same brown skirt and tan trench coat that she'd worn during the Chunin exams, and her dark purple hair was pulled back into a loose spiked ponytail. He also noticed that she had a rather large backpack leaning against her leg. "She's the jounin assigned to help with your training," Tsunade said, approaching with Tayuya and Shizen behind her. Naruto's jaw dropped, and his eyes widened in unbridled fear. But she's crazy. What if she tries to eat me?" Anko's predacious grin grew wider. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not a big fan of shrimp." Before he could retaliate, she turned to Kakashi with a small frown. "Did you bring what I asked?" she asked, placing a tired hand on her hip. The man nodded and produced a small scroll from one of the pockets in his vest. "This is all I could scrounge up in a week's time. It's not much, but it should be of some use." The purple-haired woman grabbed the scroll and threw it into her knapsack, ignoring the curious stares of the gathered shinobi. "It's better than nothing. Thanks, Kakashi." He closed his right eye in silent acknowledgement. "Where's Jiraiya-sama?" "I'm ready to leave already." As if on cue, a large puff of smoke appeared in front of them, revealing the Toad Sannin in his trademark pose. A large grin was plastered confidently on his face as he danced around the group, and Tsunade placed her face in her hands with shame. To think that she was put on the same level as that idiot. Did someone call? He exclaimed, oblivious to the incredulous stares he was receiving from the others. Tayuya shook her head in disbelief, hardly believing that this was the guy Orochimaru had been on the same genin squad with. Already tired of waiting, she produced a small camera from her bag and held it up into the air. All you fuckers line up. I need to take a picture. Everyone shifted their eyes away from the Sannin and turned them onto the ever-glaring redhead. Naruto uncharacteristically gawked at the small rectangle device. He hadn't seen her by anything during their time together, and they'd been practically inseparable over the past few weeks. What are you going on about now, troublesome woman? Shikamaru mumbled, his bored frown deepening. A few of the other genin nodded in agreement, further annoying Tayuya. I don't believe I stuttered, Pineapple Head. Loud snickers were heard from the group. I said we're gonna take a picture. You too, Hyuga. Hinata jumped at being pointed out so abruptly, but she quickly got a rein on her emotions and glared at her rival. Nevertheless, she scooted in closer to the group until she stood directly next to Naruto. Do as she says, Tsunade sighed, waving her hand towards the others as she joined the group. They lined up by rank, genin in front, and everyone else scattered around behind them. Even Tonton somehow squirmed her way into the picture, skidding to a stop directly in front of Naruto. Satisfied with the layout, Tayuya slowly scanned her eyes across the clearing. She suddenly stopped and pointed to a spot above one of the buildings. You and Anbu guy, take the picture, she called. Nothing happened until the Hokage nodded her consent, and soon after, a woman in a black cloak materialized out of thin air. The group was genuinely surprised that she had pointed the officer out so easily, even those who knew that she was a former part of Orochimaru's elite guard. The woman hesitantly plucked the camera from her fingertips, holding it up to her porcelain-masked face. She was a little worried about what her boss would say about her being detected by a mere genin, but given that the normally hot-headed blonde hadn't started yelling yet, she felt reasonably safe. She waited for the redhead to position herself directly beside the QB container before glancing through the small square viewfinder. Say cheese, she deadpanned. Cheese. Troublesome. Cheese? Where? Dango. Arf. Sea cheese. The camera clicked a second after, and the woman wasted no time in sprinting over to Tayuya to forcefully place the camera in her surprised hands. A moment later, she disappeared. Didn't have to be such a bitch about it, she mumbled, glancing over the device to make sure that it hadn't been broken. Reasonably satisfied that everything was in order, she tossed the camera back into her bag and strung the pack over her shoulders. Why'd you want to take a picture? And where'd you get the camera from? Naruto asked, mirroring her actions. A funny look flashed across her face, but she quickly replaced it with an indignant glare. Luckily, his friends chose that moment to interrupt their conversation. Oi, Naruto, get strong so I can kick your ass when you get back, Kiba exclaimed, approaching the two genin. Shino and Hinata flanked him, both equally silent. The bug boy subtly adjusted his dark glasses and nodded. I look forward to sparring with you in the future. Thanks, guys. I think. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. He turned his attention to the Hyuga staring down at her hands. Hey, Hinata-chan, I'm glad you could make it. Make sure you train hard too so we can spar when I get back. Tayuya snorted loudly from behind him, earning her a light bump from the blonde. I will, Naruto-kun, and she glared darkly at Tayuya, surprising both of her teammates. Be careful. The redhead grit her teeth, fighting back the urge to rip the white-eyed bitch's head off. She was trying her best to be civil, but the whore was practically begging for a beatdown. A sickeningly sweet smile suddenly spread across her face, and she looked down at the shorter girl from over Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. I'll take good care of our boy here. She deliberately moved a step closer to her teammate, further angering her rival. A troublesome woman, stop causing problems, Shikamaru sighed as he approached the group. His eyes lazily rolled over to address Naruto. I'd hate to be you right now, having to spend 3 years with her. Good luck. He patted the boy on the shoulder and stepped to the side to allow Ino to move into his space. Get strong, Naruto-kun. I'll make you a huge bouquet of flowers when you return. She glanced over to Tayuya with a less than enthusiastic smile. Oh, you too. Chuji nodded and stuffed another handful of chips into his mouth. And make sure you eat well, okay? Both of you guys are way too skinny to be good shinobi. The redhead opened her mouth to say something, but she was quickly silenced by Naruto's hand over her mouth. Ahahaha, thanks, Chuji. We'll definitely keep that in mind. The chubby boy nodded again, stepping aside to allow the last of the teams to step forward. Tenten was the first to speak, smirking as Tayuya bit Naruto's hand. You two seem to get along well. Do your best. She suddenly leaned in to whisper to the two shinobi. Oh, and can I get a copy of that picture? You can give it to me when I get back. Thanks. The girl winked at them one more time before moving to the side. YOSH. The flames of youth burn brightly within the both of you. I wish Gai-sensei was here to experience this outpouring of youth firsthand. Gai-sensei! The green-clad boy burst into hysterical tears, sobbing openly in the village clearing. Tenten rolled her eyes and grabbed the boy by the shoulders, pulling him out of the way. Niji was the last of the genin to approach, and his eyes immediately settled on the glaring redhead behind Naruto. He studied her with mild curiosity, running his strange white eyes over her entire body. What? You some kind of pervert or something? She asked, her glare intensifying under his scrutinizing gaze. Instead of retaliating, the boy only smirked and looked at Naruto with an amused glance. This must be the girl you were talking about. It seems as though you've worked things out. Good luck on your mission, and next time, we'll all go get Sasuke back together. You can count on it. The blonde smiled widely and shook Niji's offered hand, nodding slightly in agreement. The last people to approach the two were Tsunade and Shizen. The Hokage immediately encased the boy in a bone-crushing hug, surprising those who didn't know of their relationship. After a few seconds, she pulled back to stare tearfully into his eyes. Take care of yourself, alright? Don't push yourself too hard, and make sure you eat something besides ramen. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. Yeah, I know, Bachan. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The woman frowned at the nickname and turned to Tayuya. Make sure you take care of him. He's an idiot, you know. To her surprise, the Hokage embraced her too. The girl stiffened awkwardly in her arms at the action. Why yeah, sure. A wave of relief washed over her when the woman finally let go. Despite all that happened within the past few weeks, she still didn't fully trust the Hokage. Instead of hugging them one at a time, Shizen hugged the both of them together. Thankfully, the action only lasted a couple of seconds. Be safe. And Tayuya-san, remember what we talked about. Both females glanced at Naruto, alarming the blonde. What? He asked, taking an unconscious back. Nothing. Come on, your sensei's already waiting for us. He stared after her a moment longer before quickly falling into step behind her. Receiving such warm goodbyes from his friends made it even harder for him to leave, but he was also excited to be training under one of them for 3 years. Not only that, but combined with the things he'd learned from Enko and Tayuya, even if he was a little afraid of the former, he was confident that he'd be able to bring Sasuke back with no trouble. The group approached the gate at a leisurely pace, each lost in their own thoughts. They wouldn't be walking through these gates for another 3 years, a long time by anyone's standards. Do you think he'll be alright? Shizen asked, watching along with Kakashi and Tsunade as the group left the village. Kakashi smirked under his mask. I know he will, and in 3 years, we won't even recognize him. Naruto is Konoha's #1 most surprising hyperactive ninja, after all. Chapter 16. Any Erosenin. When we gonna start training? Jiraiya, Enko, and Tayuya all groaned simultaneously. He'd asked that same question exactly 11 times since they'd left Konoha, and each time it became more annoying. Unable to take it any longer, the redhead turned to her left to glare at Naruto. God damn it, Naruto, we haven't even been gone for 3 fucking hours and I already want to kill you! Tayuya hissed, unconsciously making small choking motions with her hands. They glanced back at them from his position up front with Enko, grinning cockily as he walked along the uneven path leading to the next town. Now settle down, children. Tayuya growled slowly at being called a child. Since we'll be spending the next few years together, why don't we pass the time by getting to know each other better? You know, like that thing you guys are required to do when you first become genin. The Jounin's eyes literally lit up, and she snapped her head around to look at Jiraiya with an excited grin. Ooh, I'll go first, Enko yelled, waving her hand frantically in the air. Tayuya's eyes twitched in annoyance. Fuck, she's just like Naruto. I wonder if it's too late to make a run for it. Her thoughts were interrupted by the woman's sudden start. My name's Mitarashi Enko. I like dango, sleeping, and blood. Naruto blanched slightly as he remembered their small altercation during the Chunin exams. He could definitely vouch for her love of blood. I hate Orochimaru, people who judge me because I was trained by Orochimaru, and people who interrupt my sleep. My hobbies are eating dango, making cool patterns with the dango sticks, and dancing. My ambition is to kill Orochimaru and to open a dango restaurant after I finish with that. Tayuya stared at the woman incredulously. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You were trained by Orochimaru too? Enko shrugged lightly, almost expecting the question. Yeah. In fact, I was his first apprentice. Why do you think I was chosen for this mission? Other than my obvious skill, of course. Now that she thought about it, putting the fishnet-clad woman on this mission did make a lot of sense. Who better to train herself and Naruto to fight Orochimaru than his very first student? Chances are, she knew a lot of his tendencies and tricks depending on how long ago she trained under him, and between Jiraiya, Enko, and herself, they could basically piece together what the snake would try to do. She glanced over at Naruto to see if he'd realized this fact too. Predictably, he hadn't. Ah. No wonder you're so creepy. Why the hell would Bachan make me go on this mission with you? All three of the other travelers' sweat dropped simultaneously. You're not very bright, are you, brat? We'll have to work on your brainpower a bit over these next few years. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and frowned. Anyway, Jiraiya-sama, why don't you go next? Oh, and if you keep ogling my chest like that, you'll wake up a few inches shorter, if you know what I mean. She produced a sharpened kunai from her sleeve for added effect, idly spinning it around on her finger as a warning. The man cleared his throat loudly and nervously turned forward again. Ahahaha, as you all know, I'm Jiraiya-sama, the great toad sage of Konoha. I like gathering information, and I dislike stingy women. He looked over pointedly at Enko. My hobbies are writing, and my dream, like Enko here, is to kill Orochimaru to make up for letting him get away in the past. I'd also like to become the world's all-time best-selling author. Naruto snorted loudly at his introduction. You didn't mention how much of a pervert you are, Ero-sennin. Jiraiya reached back and bopped the boy on the head. I've told you to stop calling me that, squirt. Why don't you go next? The blonde angrily rubbed his head but complied. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, training, and all my precious people. I hate the 3 minutes that I have to wait after I put the hot water in ramen, Sasuke team, and people that tried to hurt my friends. My hobbies are eating ramen and training with my friends. My dream is to become the Rokudaime Hokage of the village, and also to bring Sasuke team back to Konoha, even if I have to break every bone in his body to do it. Tayuya laughed loudly at his dream. Good luck with that one. The way you are now, that Uchiha faggot will wipe the floor with your shitty ass. Naruto childishly stuck his tongue out at the foul-mouthed girl. Anyway, it's my turn. She idly flipped her long red hair over her shoulder and smirked. The name's Tayuya. I like music, training, and fucking people up. I don't like fatasses, six-armed freaks, Siamese twins, or bony fuckers who act as a certain faggot's personal fucktoy. She grinned wider when Naruto snickered at the references. I also don't like people who can't appreciate good music and perverts. Jiraiya gave her a wounded frown, causing the boy to break out into a whole new fit of giggles. My hobby is playing the flute, and my dream well. She paused for a few seconds as she thought over what she would say next. To be honest, she'd never thought much about having dreams or ambitions. Up until today, she'd never had to. When she lived in the Sound, she did whatever the fuck Orochimaru wanted her to do, no matter what the risks or consequences. He decided her dreams and ambitions for her, something that was both a blessing and a curse at the same time. Her eyes drifted to the clear blue sky above them. She couldn't for the life of her think of one thing that she wanted to do with her life. Sure, she could say that she wanted to kill Orochimaru, but what then? What would she do after that? Would she no longer have a reason to live? A frown appeared on her face as she realized that she hadn't felt this lost and hopeless since she'd woken up in the Konoha General Hospital. Those first few days in Konoha were absolute hell. Confronted with interrogators, hostile nurses, and the fact that she'd never walk again, she'd seriously considered biting off her own tongue to escape from it all. All of her teammates were dead, and her oh-so-illustrious leader was probably off fondling the nutsack of his newest playtui, leaving her for dead in that faggot-infested shithole of a village. Even when she basically had to fend for herself on the streets of her hometown, she didn't feel quite as demoralized as she did sitting alone in that tiny hospital bed. Predictably, her thoughts immediately turned to the blonde walking at her side. He hadn't known how close she had been to death, and she vowed to never tell him. It'd do nothing but worry him, and by association, herself. There was nothing she hated more than being coddled and tended to like a helpless child, and knowing Naruto, he would do just that until he was sure she'd never think about suicide again. Let's stop here for lunch. It looks to be around 12 already, Jiraiya cut in, noticing her despondent expression. Although she was unaware, it had been nearly 5 minutes since she'd stopped speaking. She blinked in surprise but nodded her agreement, somewhat happy to have a distraction from her downwardly spiraling thoughts. The group of 4 quickly found a small clearing just off the main path to settle down in. It looked to be a fairly common resting place, if the already established fire pit was any indication. Large green trees provided a small amount of cover from any nosy people that happened to walk by, and even larger trees circled off the encampment from the rest of the woods. They each settled down on one of the 4 fallen logs encircling the campfire. As she pulled a couple of the ramen cups left over from that morning out of the pack, she glanced up at the older man with a mildly curious expression. So where the hell are we, anyway? Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I'd say we're about 1/4 of the way to Otafukigai. In other words, we have another 6 or so hours before we get to our first stop. He lifted an eyebrow as the girl pulled a kettle and her canteen out of her pack. You're going to go through the trouble of starting a fire for 2 cups of ramen? He asked, watching amused as she poured most of the liquid into the small metal pot. She snorted loudly and shook her head. Fuck that. This is a special kind of kettle. It's basically fireproof, and can handle a direct stream of flames from any source. She performed a few hand seals and placed her hand to her mouth. Katan, Karya Enden, she muttered, taking a deep breath. As she exhaled, a thin stream of fire shot from her mouth, directly hitting the bottom of the small metal kettle. She used as little chakra as possible to keep the flames completely under her control, not wanting to risk it getting out of hand like the last time she tried to perform it. Orochimaru was pretty pissed off about the loss of his favorite summoned snake. In just under 10 seconds the sound of boiling water was heard from the device, and she immediately cancelled the jutsu and picked the pot up by its handle. Whoa! You know fire jutsu too? Naruto yelped, thoroughly surprised with how easily she executed the technique. He didn't even think Sasuke knew that move. The girl only nodded and poured half of the hot water into his open cup. Yeah, but it's not really my thing. I'm better at Earth-style ninjutsu. Anyway, what are you guys gonna eat? Unsurprisingly, Enko emerged with a small plate wrapped in plastic wrap. Dango! She tore the obstructing material away from her food and wasted no time in digging in. You all are so domestic. Whatever happened to living off of the land? Eating ration bars to survive? All 3 of his companions regarded him with a deadpan expression. That might have worked when you were a genin, but this is 50 years later. We don't eat that meat-flavored cardboard you guys were subjected to, Enko said, taking another joy-filled bite out of her meal. Besides, I distinctly remember you buying a huge bag of packed onigiri just this morning. The man laughed nervously and pulled one of the aforementioned items of food out. Ah, you saw me? Well, since you already know, he easily finished the rice ball off in just under 4 bites, tossing the used wrapper into the fire pit. He waited for the others to finish their meals before regarding each of them with a serious expression. Before we do anything else, I think it's time we get any misunderstandings or questions about this mission cleared up. Enko nodded, tossing what was left of her trash into the pit along with Jiraiya's. I agree. I need you brats to understand what we're doing, and why we're doing it. Both genin glanced at each other worriedly for a few seconds. Tayuya turned to look at the adults suspiciously. What do you mean? Jiraiya sighed deeply, a sure sign that he wasn't going to enjoy explaining. First of all, the only reason you're on the mission is because you know the most about Orochimaru and his hideouts. If you suddenly decide to become tight-lipped about his whereabouts, we have no problem with escorting you back to the village and turning you over to the torture and interrogation department. Naruto frowned deeply and stood up from his seat. His eyes were burning with raw fury, and he clenched his fists tightly to control his anger. What kind of stupid condition is that? It's not fair. Why did you wait until now to say something fucked up like that? Naruto. It's okay. He stared down at her angrily, but the placid look on her normally scowling face told him everything he needed to know. His anger gave way to helplessness, and he peered down at her with a slightly mournful expression. But Tayuya-chan. I already knew what the hag was planning the moment she offered to turn me into a genin of the leaf, and to be honest, I didn't give a fuck. My ties with Orochimaru were completely severed the moment he sent someone to Konoha to kill me, and if giving up everything I know about him and his operation is all I need to do to get my revenge, then so be it. She closed her eyes complacently, ignoring Naruto's piercing stare. She could feel his eyes on her, searching intently for any shred of doubt or uncertainty. When he didn't find any, he slowly sat back down on the log, giving the man his cue to continue. That's good to hear. I really didn't want to be stuck with only the brat for 3 years, Jiraiya said, earning him a withering glare from his student. He sharply clapped his hands and regarded them with an exceedingly energetic grin. Now then, on to the good stuff. As you've been told, the primary reason for this mission is for Naruto here to learn how to better control Kyuubi's chakra. Akatsuki will be coming for him in 3 or 4 years, so we need to do everything we can to prepare him for Itachi and Kisame's attack. Just Itachi and Kisame? Anko asked, her eyebrows raising slightly. Well, those are the 2 members assigned to capture him. If Naruto can defeat one or both of them in combat, I think it's somewhat safe to say that he'll be able to beat anyone else they happen to send later. This is just an assumption, however. Hell, they can come right now for all I care. I'll beat all of them in one shot. Naruto yelled, pumping his fist into the air. The Jounin smirked widely and shook her head. Cute. The little genin thinks he can beat 9 highly dangerous S-ranked Nukenin alone. He frowned and turned a haughty glare upon Anko, raising his chin in a slightly arrogant manner. Ha! What do you know? You don't know anything about me. But I do, and trust me, she's right. They'd hold you down and take turns fucking you up the ass if they wanted to. Both Jiraiya and Naruto winced at the mental image, shuddering at the thought of being violated by 9 different men. Pleased with their reactions, she leaned back onto her pack and regarded them with a mildly urging stare. What's the secondary purpose of this mission? Noticing the haunted expression still marring the males' faces, Anko looked over at Tayuya to answer her question. Even though you've probably already guessed it, the secondary purpose of this mission is to gather information and come up with a way to bring Orochimaru down before he can transfer to the Uchiha's body. At the mention of Sasuke, Naruto immediately snapped out of his horror-induced daze. How are we going to do that? He asked, tilting his head slightly to the left. Between Tayuya, Jiraiya-sama, and myself, we should be able to design an adequate infiltration or battle plan to counter anything Orochimaru might throw at us. We'll also be training the 2 of you so that you can hold your own during the fight. The redhead's eyes widened slightly, and she leaned forward to look them both in the eyes. Wait, you're training me too? Jiraiya and Anko exchanged surprised glances. Apparently, they hadn't been briefed at all by the Hokage. Of course. We need all the manpower we can get right now, especially given Konoha's current state. It'd be a waste to all parties involved if we didn't train you. I know this is a lot to put on your shoulders all at once, but there really is no other way, Jiraiya explained. He suddenly stood up and stretched, rescuing his scroll to his back. There was a third purpose, but we'll worry about that later. Don't want Naruto to get the big head before we've even started. Huh? What do you mean? The blonde asked, looking up at the tall man with confusion. Nothing. Come on, children, let's not dawdle. We still have 6 hours of walking to do. He quickly skipped off before they could ask any more questions, leaving all 3 of his companions to stare after him curiously. Nevertheless, they stood up and hurried after the man, leaving their trash to be burned by the next group of weary travelers. Haruno Sakura stumbled out of her bed, struggling to maintain her balance amongst the piles of clothing and food wrappers strewn about on the floor. She'd barely moved from the comfort of her bedsheets for 3 days, and hadn't eaten much except for the snacks she kept hidden in her room for such an occasion. Not that it mattered, for the most part, her appetite had left her. Ever since Ino's visit just 3 days ago, a seemingly endless stream of tears constantly flowed from her eyes, blurring her vision and leaving her face streaked with the dried liquid. After much tossing, turning, and thinking, she had come to a horrifying conclusion: she was a fool. She could hardly believe that she'd accused Naruto, the boy who saw Sasuke as his very own brother, of working with Orochimaru. No matter how they treated him, the blonde always remained a loyal and trusting part of their team. He was the one that kept them together, even through the toughest times. She stared down at her hands in shame. This wasn't her. What shamed her even more was the fact that it took the words of her best friend and rival to help her realize exactly how stupid she had been. It was astounding how she had allowed a person she'd never met to so easily sway her views of one of her closest friends. She didn't act like this. Naruto might have been annoying sometimes, but he wasn't a traitor. A small pang of guilt passed through her at the thought of the word. There was no way he would ever do something like that, especially since this was the same boy who loudly proclaimed that he would be the Hokage one day. Vigorously shaking her head, she threw open her closet doors and picked out a clean outfit to wear. She'd apologize to Naruto first, and then go find Ino. Sakura couldn't afford to lose another one of her teammates. Naruto was the only person in the world who truly understood what she was going through, as he was dealing with the same thing. She didn't want to get rid of one of her best friends because of some evil foul-mouthed demon. It's not like she couldn't steer the boy away from the redhead given enough time. If the worst came to worst, she could offer to date him if he promised to never speak to the girl again. As far as she was concerned, it was a small price to pay for the safety of one of her teammates. With that thought in mind, she hurried into the upstairs bathroom for a quick shower before rushing down the stairs to accomplish her mission. "Sakura-chan? Is that you?" her mother asked, coming out of the kitchen. The woman's face lit up at the sight of her only daughter dressed and ready to leave. She hadn't seen her in nearly a week, and was just about to ask for help from the girl's teacher. "Oh, Sakura-chan, I'm so glad you're alright." Sakura smiled lightly at the woman but continued to the door. This wasn't the time to explain to her mother what was going on. She wouldn't understand anyway. "Hi, Mom. I'm in a rush right now, but we can talk when I get back, okay?" She speedily opened the door and disappeared through the doorway. "Sakura-chan, wait. Ino came by this morning and..." "I'll be right back." Turning towards the center of the village, the pink-haired Kunoichi ran full speed to get to Naruto's apartment building. She reached the rundown flat in a matter of minutes, bounding the steps two at a time until she reached his front door. She took a deep breath to calm herself before knocking purposefully on the door, confident that everything would go exactly as she had planned. Naruto would open the door, she'd apologize and ask him to take her out, and he'd never speak to that other girl again. It was flawless, especially knowing how easily she could manipulate him. Unfortunately, nothing happened after 10 seconds of waiting, so she lifted her fist and banged a little harder on the flimsy wooden door. She waited another 10 seconds before frowning. It was possible that he hadn't come back from training for lunch, so she ran back down the stairs to check his usual training ground. Surprisingly, the grounds were completely devoid of life, the only things moving being the treetops in the wind. Sakura's frown deepened as she looked up into the sky. It was a little late for lunch, but it was possible that he'd already stopped by Ichiraku's. With that thought in mind, she quickly spun on her heel to run back to the market district. "Excuse me," she called, stepping into the small ramen stand. The old man and Ayam looked up at the girl and smiled. It was often that one of his friends showed up without him. "Ah, Sakura-san, what can I get for you?" the girl asked, lifting her pad to take her order. Sakura shook her head as she struggled to catch her breath. Obviously, a week of no training had its effects. "I was looking for Naruto, but I guess he's not here. Tell him I stopped by if he comes again, okay? Thank you." She once again sprinted from the stand to look for her missing teammate. "Sakura-san. Wait." Naruto-kun Ayam frowned lightly and placed a hand on her hip. Well, that was weird. Didn't she know he was leaving for his mission this morning? The owner only shrugged and shook his head, placing a fresh batch of noodles into the furiously boiling pot. Sakura was quickly running out of options. She'd checked his usual haunts, and all three of them had yielded similar results. Down to her last idea, she hesitantly opened the door to the Yamanaka flower shop. The bell chimed noisily, immediately alerting the person at the cashier. Ino straightened up and shot her widest smile at the incoming customer. "Good afternoon. Welcome to Yamanaka, oh Sakura. What are you doing here?" The blonde's expression suddenly changed from one of indifference to concern as she took in her former friend and rival's condition. Even if they were on less than friendly terms at the moment, she still cared deeply for the girl's safety. "Are you all right?" she asked, beginning to step around the corner. Her friend nodded and approached the counter, sighing with unhidden frustration. Ino was the last person she wanted to talk to, but she didn't have much of a choice. I'm fine, it's just that I can't find Naruto anywhere. I was hoping maybe you would know. A funny look crossed over Ino's face, something that didn't go unnoticed by her rival. What? She inquired, taking a step closer. Didn't your mom tell you that I came by this morning? When the girl shook her head, she sighed. Naruto left for a mission this morning. Me and everyone else saw him off. Sakura frowned and leaned against the countertop. Perhaps she should have talked to her mom for a bit that morning. I see. Well, I guess it's not so bad. I'll just tell him when he gets back. She turned her head to look at her childhood friend. When's he coming back anyway? In 3 years. The silence in the small shop was deafening. The pink-haired Kanochi's arms fell slack at her side, causing Ino's brows to furrow. Judging by her actions, this wasn't going to be pretty. 3 years? She shrieked, staring disbelievingly at Ino. Why 3 years? What kind of mission is it? You're joking, right? The blonde blinked a few times to think through the questions, placing a calming hand on the other girl's shoulder. I don't know the details, but it's some kind of training mission. He left with Jiraiya-sama, Anko-san, and Tayuya. She paused to gauge her rival's reaction, and satisfied that she hadn't completely freaked out yet, she continued. I tried to let you know, but your mom said you weren't feeling well. And no way 3 years. Her head suddenly snapped up to look at Ino. How long ago did he leave? Maybe I can still catch up before it's too late. Around 6 hours ago. Sorry, a sickening feeling made its way into the bottom of Sakura's heart. In her self-centered depression, she'd completely neglected and missed the departure of her only remaining teammate. There was no doubt in her mind that he'd come back stronger than ever, and she wished more than anything that she could reverse time far enough to at least watch the back of his orange jacket as he walked away from the village. Her emerald green eyes jumped back up to meet Ino's own sympathetic blue ones as she remembered something her friend had said. Did you say he left with Tayuya? We're here. An enthusiastic Naruto smiled as they entered the festive village of Otafukugai, his eyes shining with excitement and adventure. He looked over the many different shops and attractions that the town had to offer, already making a mental checklist of things to check out or buy. Sensing his intentions, Anko firmly grabbed the boy by the back of his jumpsuit. Not so fast, Chibi. There's no shopping tonight. What? Why not? He yelped, futilely struggling to slip out of her grip. She easily picked him up and lifted him to her eye level, dangerously narrowing her eyes to make her intentions known. 1. Because I said so. 2. We have a bunch of things to do tomorrow, and we all need to rest up. Jiraiya nodded his agreement, motioning for the small group to follow him into a large hotel. The woman dropped Naruto flat on his butt, earning a quiet giggle from Tayuya and a few anonymous snickers from the crowd walking by. He hastily pushed himself onto his feet and followed his teachers, leaving the still giggling redhead to bring up the rear. It wasn't that funny. His statement only caused her to laugh harder, and putting a hand on his shoulder for support, she lowered her head in an attempt to stop. Why, yes, it was. God, she made you look pathetic, she gasped. The blonde initially frowned at her open laughter, but eventually, a small smile appeared on his face. Even if it was at his own expense, it always made him happy to see his friends laughing and smiling, especially the ever-scowling Tayuya. Her rough and abrasive facade seemed like a distant memory to him now, and he almost wondered if this was the same girl he met during Sasuke's defection. At that moment, he resolved to make her laugh as much as he could during their training mission. He quickly schooled his face into a frown before she noticed his semi-happiness. Fine, but you don't have to laugh so hard. They walked into the hotel 2 at a time, Jiraiya and Anko leading the pack. The older man immediately reached for his pocket and pulled out a small number of bills. We'll split into 2 groups for the night. Naruto and I will share one room, and Tayuya and Anko will share the other. Unless Anko would like to room with me? He leered, his eyes automatically falling to the woman's bust. A sharp pain in his thigh froze him in his tracks, and he looked down to see an abnormally sharp kunai pressed directly next to his pride and joy. Or not. Actually, I like that idea. 3 surprised pairs of eyes turned to look at the nervously frowning redhead. She skillfully avoided their questioning stares, finding the stray strand of blonde hair on her dark shirt extremely interesting. In all actuality, she really was wondering how it got there. Wait, you don't mind rooming with a guy? The purple-haired woman asked, her eyebrows arching higher onto her forehead. When the girl shook her head, a mischievously evil grin spread onto Enko's face. She thought that there was something strange about the way this girl was acting. To have served directly under Orochimaru and be so friendly with a leaf genin in less than a month was more than a little strange, if not troubling. Various ideas began to sprout in her overly malicious mind, and with a swift hop to Naruto's side, she encased the boy in deep and seductive bear hug. So you don't mind staying with Jiraiya-sama while I play with little Naruto here? Both genin openly gaped at her suggestion. Naruto? The blonde yelped, speedily disappearing from the woman's arms. He hid himself behind Tayuya, poking his head out from behind her back to glare at the still grinning Jounin. Something about her smile reminded him a little too much of the snake. That's okay, I'll just room with Ero-sennin, thank you very much. Jiraiya himself was having a difficult time trying not to laugh. The girl's face had immediately turned a light red when Enko put play with and Naruto in the same sentence, and Jiraiya wanted nothing more than to further aid his fellow teacher in the torment of their pupils. Still, they really needed to get an early night's rest as it was already approaching 7 o'clock. Hi, that's enough for now. You'll have plenty of time to play with Naruto once we leave the Fire Country. Okay, so he couldn't resist joining in a little bit. He felt a small sense of satisfaction when the boy visibly blanched. Naruto will room with me, and you two will room together. No complaints? Good. He swiftly made his way up to the hotel desk, exchanging a small stack of low-value bills for 2 hotel room keys. Come on, brat, I want to hit the baths and get a little research done before I turn in for the night. The blonde shot Tayuya an apologetic look as he followed his teacher, grumbling something about perverted hermits and freaky snake ladies on the way. Now then, shall we? Enko asked, following the other two up the stairs. The redhead could only nod stiffly at the question, walking on near robotic legs to trail the group. Luckily, their rooms were only on the 2nd floor, and they found their numbers in a matter of seconds. I'm going to the Springs. Care to join me? The way the woman said it thoroughly freaked her out, and she idly noted that she hadn't had that feeling since she'd seen Orochimaru humping away at a fully naked Kimimaru. She quickly suppressed that brain-damaging memory and stepped into the small hotel room. There wasn't much in the room except for 2 beds, a nightstand, 2 chairs, a dresser, and a television. The walls were plainly decorated with beige and white flowered wallpaper, and a small fan hung prominently from the center of the ceiling. Both beds had matching beige comforters, and large white pillows adorned the top edge of the mattress. Tayuya flipped on the lights and tossed her bag onto the first bed she saw, her body soon following. I'm good. I'll take my bath here. The Jounin shrugged and grabbed one of the complimentary white yukatas from the hook on the wall, closing the door behind her with a foot. She unabashedly let the loose tan trench coat slide down and off of her arms, and she undid the 3 small buttons that held the brown cotton skirt up on her waist. She then just as easily shimmied out of her one-piece fishnet bodysuit and sandals, replacing them with the pair of white slippers she found sitting directly beneath the yukatas. Enko looked over at Tayuya with a mildly curious expression, noticing the shocked look on her face. What? Haven't you ever seen a woman's body before? The girl immediately scowled and turned her head away from the fully naked woman, a light blush dusting her cheeks. Yeah, but I didn't expect you to fucking strip without any kind of warning. Enko shrugged again and pulled the yukata over her body, opening the door while looking back at the foul-mouthed genin. Get used to it. You'll be seeing a lot more of this hot piece of ass over the next 3 years. With one last wink, she disappeared through the doorway and slammed the door behind her. Tayuya openly sighed and lay back on her bed, staring blankly up at the plain white ceiling. Great, I'm stuck on this goddamn mission with 2 perverts and an idiot. Fan-fucking-tastic. With another heavy sigh, she hefted herself up onto her feet and grabbed the last remaining yukata off of the hook. Maybe a bath would help her relax some. Why is it a duck? Shut up. I wanted the most popular one, Chappie the rabbit too. I see you wanted the rabbit. What's that look for? You dare to insult me? Naruto laughed out loud as the black-haired girl on the television planted her foot on top of the main character's head. The show was apparently gaining massive popularity among both boys and girls around his age, and he could certainly see why. Ironically enough, he could definitely see Tayuya acting the same way. A quiet knock at the door interrupted him from his show, and he hesitantly got up to answer it. Who is it? He asked, not taking any chances this time. He remembered the last time he'd opened the door without checking to see who it was first. Unexpectedly coming face to face with Uchiha Itachi's cold red eyes was an experience he'd never forget. Me. Open the goddamn door, I'm freezing my ass off out here. The unmistakable voice of Taiyuya pierced through the wooden door, and he wasted no time in unlocking and opening it. To his surprise, she was standing in front of him in little more than the hotel's white yukata, the belt of the garment wrapped securely around her waist. Then again, so was he. Taiyuya-chan? What's up? He stepped aside to let her in, and she immediately ran over to the heater sitting underneath the window. After warming herself up a little, there should be a limit to how cold it was allowed to get in this part of the country. She eventually joined Naruto on his bed, sitting on the end to watch television along with him. I was bored, and it's no fun to watch TV by myself. She lifted an eyebrow at the show, recognizing it from when they were packing only 2 days earlier. You still watch this? The blonde crossed his arms defensively. Hey, it's a cool show. He paused for a few seconds and glanced over at Taiyuya. I wonder if Ero-sennin and Anko-sensei are gonna teach us how to use swords like those guys? She snorted loudly at the question. Who knows? They'll probably be too busy working it out with each other to teach us anything useful. Naruto laughed out loud at her statement, rolling onto his stomach to get more comfortable. You're right. I always knew Ero-sennin was a pervert, but I didn't think Anko-sensei would be one. I just thought she was crazy. She nodded her head and mimicked his position so that they were lying side by side on the end of his bed, a full body's worth of space between them. They watched it for a few more minutes until she couldn't bear it anymore, and she boredly leaned her chin on the palm of her hand. This show is fucking ridiculous. Soul candy? Modified souls? As if shit like that could ever happen. You have to admit it's pretty cool though. He watched as the fake soul ran around in the main character's body, sprinting at speeds he'd never seen before and jumping higher than even his sensei. I want to be able to do that by the time we get back to Konoha, he said, yawning widely at the end. Taiyuya glanced at him from the corner of her eye. You could do that now if you didn't have such shitty chakra control. Naruto frowned and yawned again, this one lasting much longer than the previous one. Unwittingly, the redhead too began to yawn, not bothering to cover her mouth. Damn it, stop yawning. You're making me do it too. He shrugged and lay his head down onto the pillow, still intently watching the television. I can't help it if I'm tired. We were walking all day, you know. She nodded her head slightly in agreement. The fact of the matter was that he was right, and she really didn't feel like arguing at the moment. She was feeling a little tired too, even more so now that her teammate was yawning up a storm. Her head dropped onto her arms, and the TV show was quickly forgotten as she felt her mind begin to drift towards unconsciousness. I'm just gonna take a short nap. Wake me up when it goes off. Naruto grunted out a response, and in a matter of seconds she was out cold. Unfortunately, she hadn't noticed that he too was on the verge of falling asleep, and he soon abandoned the shounen anime in favor of catching a few winks before his sensei returned from the hot springs. A few winks turned into hours, and as both genin slept comfortably side by side on the queen-sized bed, their minds were filled with thoughts and ideas of what the next day would bring. Chapter 17. A lone figure sat hunched over a large, wooden desk, his left eye carefully analyzing each and every word on the scroll. He'd originally been pleased to find that there was so much information available on the mysterious Kunoichi, including the fact that she used to be a shinobi of the Sound Village. Unfortunately, there were many things about the girl that left him in the dark. Her medical records revealed that she'd undergone some kind of invasive surgery, but it didn't mention what the operation was for. The papers only told him that it was an extensive and chakra-exhausting process, something that didn't help him at all. He rested his good hand beneath his chin. That woman was tricky. He had to admit that he'd vastly underestimated the intelligence and prowess of the current Hokage. It was extremely difficult to piece together the information he needed, and even harder to figure out exactly what it was she was planning. Sarutobi was easier to circumnavigate than this troublesome wench. A frustrated sigh escaped from his lips. There wasn't much he could do at this point in time. The girl had already left on a highly classified S-rank mission the day before according to her profile, so kidnapping her was out of the question. He also couldn't find any trace of the QB container whatsoever. Danza thoughtfully narrowed his eyes. There was a chance that they were on the mission together, but the last time he checked, the boy had been a mere genin only a year out of the academy. The prospect that he was on the mission was highly impossible. He leaned back in his chair and sighed again. As annoyed as he was with the situation, he was actually pretty intrigued. Not many people could boast about outsmarting the old warmonger, but the younger blonde woman was doing a remarkable job thus far. She'd never know, of course, but his respect for her knowledge unknowingly grew a bit. Out of ideas, he scanned the papers one last time in hopes of finding something he'd overlooked before. He started at the top of the paper, and began to recite her profile aloud. Sado Tayuya, age 14, birthday unknown. Red hair, brown eyes, 148 centimeters tall, 38.2 kilograms, blood type A. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Instated as a genin last month. Has completed one B rank mission, and is in the process of completing a classified S rank. Former shinobi of the Sound Village, all charges against her dropped at the behest of the Hokage. His eyebrows furrowed as he read on. There was no indication as to her skills, intelligence level, or whether or not she had a genkai. Needless to say, he was horribly annoyed. He loudly snapped his fingers, immediately summoning the black-haired boy who had yet to fail him. Bring me a copy of the village records for this week. I want to know who has left and entered the village over the past 2 days. The boy bowed slowly before his leader. Hi, Danza-sama. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the scheming man to his own thoughts. Danza shook his head and chuckled darkly, a small, mildly amused smirk spreading onto his face. It's only a matter of time, Tsunade. I always win. She was warm. Never in her life had she ever felt so comfortable while sleeping. Usually, she was forced to remain at least semi-conscious as a result of her shinobi training. It was exceedingly dangerous and careless to go into a deep sleep alone, as she'd learned from the constant attacks by her teammates during her first few nights in the Sound Village. While it was certainly a useful skill, it also placed a substantial amount of stress on her mind and body over time. Now, however, she found that she couldn't wake up. For some reason, she felt completely safe and secure in this small town outside of Konoha, and she'd give anything to get a few more nights like this one. She sighed and snuggled deeper into the eerily soothing pillow. Perhaps it wasn't so bad to let herself relax every now and then. She hadn't realized exactly how good it felt to get a full night of imperturbable sleep, and no matter what it took, she'd get one of these hotel pillows for herself. They were damn cozy. A sudden flash of light interrupted her from her ceaseless rest. She hadn't heard anything about a thunderstorm on last night's weather forecast, and the lightning was quickly annoying her. Tayuya shut her eyes tighter to block out the sporadic sparks, digging her face deeper into the soft cotton of the pillowcase. She wasn't quite ready to wake up yet, and she'd do everything in her power to hang on to those last few minutes of precious sleep. The unmistakable sound of muffled giggling reached her ears, and she immediately snapped her eyes open and hopped up onto her knees. She blinked a few times to gain her bearings, her vision eventually becoming clear enough to see both Jiraiya and Anko looking down at her with devilish grins on their faces. The room was imperceptibly dark, signifying that it was early morning at best, and thin rays of light streamed in through the open window. Her eyes dropped to the small silver device in the Jounin's hand, and narrowing her eyes in suspicion, she realized that it was her camera. What's going on? She spat, her luxurious sleep immediately forgotten. Their grins only widened, and both teachers simultaneously pointed at something to her left. She glared at them for another few seconds before skeptically turning her head. To her amazement, one Uzumaki Naruto was wantonly lying on the bed next to her, a minuscule amount of drool seeping out of the open corner of his mouth. Her own mouth opened in horror as she realized that the pillow she'd been snuggling up against all night was her idiot of a ninja teammate. Her gaze traveled between the blonde and the camera numerous times before something in her mind clicked, and she grabbed the boy by the front of his yukata. She shook him frantically, doing her best to wake the boy up so that she could yell at him. After a few seconds of angry jarring, Naruto's sleepy blue eyes slowly opened to look disorientedly into Tayuya's angry brown ones. "Mornin', Tayuya-chan," he mumbled, eyelids once again drooping shut. She frowned deeply and smacked him on the head, instantly waking him up. "Don't Tayuya-chan me. You were supposed to wake me up when the fucking show went off." The boy yawned widely, rubbing at his eyes with the back of his hand. "Sorry, guess I fell asleep." That was it. Tayuya's right eye began to twitch uncontrollably, and she tightened her grip on the boy's yukata. "You guess you fell asleep?" she yelled, killing intent pouring off of her in waves. Her anger increased by tenfold when he suddenly turned his head away from her. Look at me when I'm fucking talking to you. Naruto coughed lightly and pointed at her torso. Your yukata, the redhead blinked confusedly at his words. She lowered her head and looked down at herself to see that the belt of the white garment had become undone sometime during the night, and the naked area between her breasts was fully exposed to his compunctious eyes. She gaped mortified for all of 10 seconds, amazed that she had missed something so obvious. Her hands eventually conceded to her urgent mental commands, and letting go of the blonde's own yukata, she turned her back on the other occupants of the room. My, how scandalous! Only the second day out of Konoha and you two are already sleeping together. When you said you wanted to room with Naruto, I didn't think you'd go as far as sleeping in the same bed, Anko joked, tossing the camera playfully into the air. I got some great pictures. I can't wait to see how they come out. Tayuya snapped her head around to glare at the woman, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Shut up. Who the fuck said you could touch my camera? She turned her angry eyes on Naruto. Don't just sit there, dumbass. Get it. What? Why? He asked, cocking his head to the side. It's not like we did anything. We were on different sides of the bed, right? Both Jiraiya and Anko burst out in a whole new fit of giggles, confusing the boy even more. What's so funny? Anko slowly shook her head, struggling to get a rein on her laughter. Nothing you need to worry about for now, the woman chuckled, eventually calming down enough to continue speaking. I'll give you your camera back later. Right now, we need to get dressed for training. She walked out of the room to go back to her own with a positively evil grin, leaving Tayuya alone with both males. Training? Really? Finally! Naruto yelled, parading around the room. If she weren't so pissed off and embarrassed, Tayuya might have actually found the scene amusing. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and glanced at the girl from the corner of his eye. You should probably get going. We want to be out of here sometime within the next half hour. She glared at the man but nodded, tying the belt of her yukata a little tighter as she passed him on the way to her room. As soon as she was out of earshot, Jiraiya approached Naruto with a disturbingly perverted grin. So, how was she? Wild and fiery? Or shy and timid? He asked, producing a pen and scroll from somewhere within his vest. She looks like the wild type, but you can never be sure with women. The blonde regarded his sensei with a bewildered frown. Huh? What do you mean, Ero-sennin? The man's face visibly fell, and he placed the items back into his vest pocket. You don't remember anything, do you? When the boy shook his head, Jiraiya sighed deeply and crossed his arms. He'd had such a great idea for his next book, too. Fine. Get dressed and meet us downstairs in 20 minutes. We have a lot of work to do. Naruto nodded excitedly and hopped off of the queen-sized bed, rushing over to his pack for a change of clothes. 15 minutes later, he bounded down the steps of the hotel's main staircase. To his surprise, all three of his traveling companions were already waiting for him. It's about damn time, Tayuya muttered, her arms crossed angrily over her chest. She was wearing the same exact thing that she was wearing yesterday, not that he could talk. He noticed that her hair was wild and untamed, sticking out in at least 10 different directions. He also noticed that she refused to look at him, instead concentrating on something off to her left. A small frown appeared on his face at her furious expression. Hopefully, she wasn't too angry at him for forgetting to wake her up. Alright, let's go. Jiraiya led the group out of the hotel. They walked in a single file line down the empty streets, heading towards the outskirts of town. There was an abundance of forestry surrounding the small village, creating a natural training area for the genin. It seemed to be completely void of wildlife, the exception being the loudly buzzing insects and gaily chirping birds. After a short walk through the lush greenery of the forest, the group eventually came to a large clearing. The edge of the area overlooked the large town, closed off by a small wooden fence. Deep green grass covered the ground of the field, and a few trees were littered throughout. Hey, I remember this place! Naruto exclaimed, grinning widely. This was where Ero-sennin taught me the first step of the Rasengan. The man scowled at the nickname, hitting the boy on top of his head with a fist. Stop calling me that, brat. Especially in front of the ladies. He stuck his tongue out at Jiraiya but chose not to comment. Instead, he looked up at his two teachers in curiosity and excitement. So what are we gonna do? Are you gonna teach us some awesome new jutsu? For the first time since they'd left the hotel, Anko decided to speak. Before we teach you two things, we need you to demonstrate exactly what techniques you know. After that, you two will spar so that we can judge your taijutsu and battle skills. I'll go first, the blonde yelled, jumping up and down. The woman nodded and motioned for him to step forward. He smirked cockily and placed his hands into the familiar cross sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately, 5 identical clones of himself appeared next to him. 4 of them suddenly poofed out of existence, and the remaining clone began to help Naruto form a bright blue ball of chakra. Rasengan! Taiyuya raised an eyebrow at the jutsu. So that was the Rasengan he mentioned a couple of weeks ago. Now that she thought about it, she remembered him trying to hit Sakan and Yukon with that same technique when they were trying to escort Sasuke to Orochimaru. It didn't look all that impressive, and seemed to be more flashy than anything. That is until he slammed it into a nearby tree. A large, circular hole appeared directly in the middle of it, and a few seconds later, the tree snapped in half and fell. Whoa, she thought, doing her best to hide her surprise. It grinds into whatever it touches, causing massive internal damage rather than external. I'd hate to be hit by that. By the time she snapped out of her surprise-induced daze, he was already forming hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A small puff of smoke appeared in front of him, revealing a tiny tadpole hopping around on the ground. All 4 of the shinobi sweat dropped. Even the summoner had to admit that his display was pathetic, despite the creature having both arms and legs. Still, Naruto turned around with another wide grin, his hands placed haughtily on his hips. Anko, however, looked largely unimpressed. That's it? She asked, a deadpan expression on her face. Those are all the techniques you know? His smile turned into a frown. Well, I still have my Oiroku no Jutsu and the Academy Jutsu, the woman sighed loudly, rubbing a tired hand over her face. Never mind. You, Taiyuya, go next. The redhead walked up to stand in her teammate's spot, snorting softly as they passed each other. She started to form a complex set of seals, but stopped halfway through. I need a target to demonstrate genjutsu, she said, slowly moving her hands again. Jiraiya shrugged and stepped forward. You can use me. I'm pretty good at dispelling a genjutsu once it's been cast, if I don't say so myself. Taiyuya quickly finished the hand seals and pointed her hands in the man's general direction. Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu. A swirl of leaves surrounded him, and his eyes widened slightly before he formed a simple release hand sign. He nodded to show that it worked, and she quickly started in on her next jutsu. Megan, Kokoni Areza no Jutsu. The area around them shimmered lightly, and suddenly, they were all standing in the middle of the desert. For his part, Naruto was floored. He had no idea that she was this good at genjutsu, believing that she needed her flute to do anything substantial. Impressive. You're a genjutsu type, huh? Anko asked, dispelling the illusion with a wave of her hand. The redhead slowly nodded and started in on another set of seals. I won't be able to show you everything, since my chakra level isn't that high. Kanashibari no Jutsu. She widened her eyes slightly, causing Jiraiya to momentarily freeze. He nodded again, signifying that the paralysis jutsu worked. Naruto noticed that a small sweat was beginning to break out on her forehead. Are you okay? He asked, worriedly watching as she began to form another set of seals. He knew better than anyone what it was like to suffer from chakra exhaustion. She scowled lightly and didn't bother to look in his direction. I'm fine. Doton Dorikageshi. She kneeled down and struck the ground with as much strength as she could muster, and not even a second later, a small wall of dirt rose up in front of her. It only covered her kneeling form, and she stood up to immediately begin another set of seals. Doton Retsudetensho. A small sinkhole appeared directly in front of her, swirling in a counterclockwise direction. Jiraiya smirked softly at the jutsu. Well, this brings back memories. I haven't seen this jutsu since the Iwa Konoha War. Bastards nearly trapped my entire squad in this thing. She shrugged disinterestedly and pulled her flute from her weapons pouch to demonstrate her specialty jutsu. She wasn't one to sit back and listen to the stories of old people, especially not from a guy she didn't particularly care for. Kuchios no Jutsu. She placed her hand on the ground, and with a puff of smoke, 3 huge zombies appeared directly behind her. The first one was probably the freakiest of the 3. Its entire torso was wrapped up in bandages, including his huge arms. The top half of his head was covered in the same bandages, and a large amount of needles stuck out of the bandaged area. Its head was leaned all the way back, forcing him to stand backwards in order to look forward. Except for the dark brown pants and Orochimaru's famous purple base bow, it was completely void of clothing. The second zombie wasn't nearly as scary as the other two. It wore a simple black Chinese-style jacket and pants, separated by the same belt as the first one. Arm and shin guards adorned his limbs, and he carried a huge studded bat over his shoulder. The only thing creepy about him was his head. His face was impossible to see underneath his shoulder blade-length hair, giving him a mystic and eerie appearance. The third and final zombie looked like something out of a horror flick. His torso was fully exposed, and strange blades were wrapped tightly against his arm with bandages. The blades looked to be made from the claws of some long-dead beast, giving him a primitive appearance. The monster's eyes were covered by a simple white cloth, and deep scars were carved into the top of his bald-shaved head. Except for the long-hanging mustache and goatee, there wasn't a single human thing about his face. Like the other two, his mouth was stitched shut, and he wore a large purple rope belt around his waist. What are those? Naruto yelped, backing away from the monstrosities. He'd never heard of anyone summoning things like that. Anko grinned widely at the girl. A gift from Orochimaru, no doubt. I remember when he sealed these guys away. Can you control me? Tayuya snorted loudly. What the hell kind of question was that? Lifting the flute to her lips, she began to play her melody of death. Simultaneously, the three zombies jumped into the air, performing a wide array of flips and acrobatics belying their huge forms. With each note, the individual monsters executed a different action, and if he didn't know any better, Naruto would say they were moving of their own free will. She stopped in the middle of her song, panting heavily as she smirked cockily at the purple-haired woman. Is that enough control for you? The Jounin nodded and walked over to the redhead. I suppose there's hope for you yet. That's all I need to see for now. You're obviously running a little low on chakra from performing so many high-level techniques in one day. Besides, you need to save some energy for the sparring match. The summons disappeared in a huge wave of smoke, blowing dust and leaves everywhere. TCH, that's not so cool. Naruto sniffed lightly, crossing his arms indignantly. Tayuya placed her flute back in its case and stared over at the blonde with a haughty grin. Says the guy who only has 3 fucking jutsu. He gaped angrily and pointed his finger at the amused girl. We'll see who wins in the taijutsu match. He stomped over until he was standing directly in front of her, noticing for the first time that they were about the same height. Jiraiya chuckled as he backed away from the two, joining Anko at the edge of the clearing. Personally, I've got my money on Tayuya here. I don't think you can handle one of Orochimaru's elites in a one-on-one taijutsu match. Naruto frowned deeply at his sensei, annoyed that the man thought so lowly of him. What do you know? I've gotten way better since you last trained me. Oh? I guess we'll see then. Jiraiya leaned against the tree behind him to get more comfortable. Basic rules apply. No ninjutsu, genjutsu, or kenjutsu allowed in this fight. Anything goes otherwise, including weapons, chakra, and any other ninja tools you may have. Ready? When both genin nodded, he lowered his hand to signify the beginning of the match. Go! The teens immediately separated, jumping back to put some distance between themselves and their opponent. Tayuya slowly moved into a basic taijutsu stance, testing the flexibility of her joints as she did so. She was exceedingly pleased to feel that they were just as loose, if not looser, than they were before she'd lost her legs. She kept her eyes trained on Naruto's form, already coming up with a plan to put the boy on his back in under 5 moves. I'll tell you now, Naruto. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, this match is as good as mine. He vaguely remembered Kakashi saying something similar, and in typical Naruto fashion, rushed in towards his opponent without a plan. Tayuya sprang into action, anticipating the time before he'd reach her. She jumped high into the air, pulling 2 shuriken out of the pouch at her side. She spun counterclockwise in the air to gain some momentum, and at the peak of her turn, she threw the bladed wheels directly in front of the spot Naruto was going to step on. Not wanting to be impaled, the blonde dove forward at the last minute. Perfect, Tayuya thought as she came down from the sky. She flipped forward and stuck out her leg, bringing it down directly on top of his head. His face dug deep into the already loose dirt, and with a small grunt of effort, she flipped herself backwards and onto her feet. Like I said, you'll never beat me if you think this is a friendly spar. You can't be that shitty. Naruto growled and pushed himself upright. She was going to pay, one way or another. Wiping the soil off of his face, he reached into his kunai holster and threw it directly at her forehead. She easily sidestepped the projectile weapon, and predicting his next move, she spun around on her left foot and smashed him in the face with the back of her right fist. It seemed as if he didn't know any other taijutsu except for run at your opponent, and hoped to get a lucky hit, so with a heavy sigh, she planted her left knee into his already off-balance stomach. He flew nearly 10 feet away, landing painfully on his back and rolling another few yards along the ground. "Geez, she's kicking his ass," Anko muttered. "Didn't you train him for a bit? Why does he suck so much?" Jiraiya waved his hands in front of him defensively. "Hey, he was that bad when I got him. Don't blame me." The man winced as Taiya ground a vicious uppercut into Naruto's chin. "At least it's obvious what we need to work on." She nodded her agreement and bit back a groan, already dreading the hours and hours of work they would need to put in. "Hokage-sama didn't tell me he was this bad when she assigned me the mission. How is he even still alive?" The rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that he thought about it, Naruto seemed to win the majority of the fights he was in. He smiled slightly when the boy managed to kick his partner in the side, nearly knocking the redhead off of her feet. "Well, part of it probably has to do with the Kyuubi. The Nine Tails heals all of his injuries within a reasonably small time frame, and he also supplies him with chakra when he needs it most. The other part is probably Naruto's own determination. He refuses to go down when his friends or Nintendo are on the line. While an admirable trait for a shinobi, it's also very dangerous." Anko nodded again. "Yeah, sometimes you have to know when to back down. That's another thing we'll have to drill into that deliciously soft skull of his." Her eye twitched slightly when the redhead kicked her teammate in the jaw, dropping him almost instantly. "What do you think about the girl?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes in thought, scratching at his chin with the back of his fingernails. "Not much, actually. While she can easily beat up on Naruto, her taijutsu skills are still below average. She makes a lot of wasted movements, and if Naruto were allowed to use his Kage Bunshin, she wouldn't stand a chance. Of course, this is normal for a genjutsu type." He suddenly chuckled out loud, earning him a curious glance from the woman at his side. "Although you have to admire her ruthlessness. Friend or not, she doesn't go easy on him." This time, both adults winced as she drove a powerful fist into his jaw. Luckily, the blonde managed to roll with the blow to lessen the damage. "Had enough yet?" Taiya taunted, hands resting nonchalantly on her hips. She was a little annoyed to find that he wasn't using the taijutsu stance she taught him only a week before, and even more upset that he didn't seem to be trying at all. The blonde pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, struggling to regain his balance. "That last hit hurt," he growled and rushed her at full speed. "Not even close." He threw his left fist towards her midsection, only to have it parried and cancelled by her right hand. Expecting that, he planted his right hand into the ground and flipped his left foot towards her face. She easily blocked the second attack with her left forearm, and drawing back a little to get some more power, she drove her remaining free palm into the boy's unprotected abdomen. Anko frowned when Naruto only fell onto his back before hopping right back up again. "She doesn't have a lot of strength. Her blows don't seem to affect him much despite the brutality of them," she muttered. In a surprising turn of events, Naruto somehow managed to sweep the girl's legs out from under her, causing her to land flat on her butt. Her stamina sucks too. The more tired she gets, the more openings she allows her opponent to have. This can be a devastating disadvantage in an actual fight. Taiya barely managed to block the foot heading straight for her face, and with a sloppy backflip, she put a substantial amount of distance between herself and her opponent. "Lucky shot," she snorted, beckoning for the blonde to attack. In reality, she felt her legs growing weaker and weaker with each passing second. They were horribly out of shape despite their flexibility, and if she didn't end this fight soon, they'd give out on her. Complying with her request, Naruto rushed her at full speed with a kunai in hand. Before he could even make a stab at her, Taiya appeared directly in front of him, flicking the weapon out of his hand with her fingers. She skillfully threaded her pinky into the hole on the back of the kunai, and kicking his left knee out from under him, she sent him barreling to the ground with herself on top. The knife was placed dangerously at his throat, daring him to make a move. All right, we've seen all we needed to see," Jiraiya called, walking over to the genin with Anko at his side. Naruto groaned painfully as Taiya got off of him, rubbing his stomach to relieve some of the pain. On the way down, she'd driven another knee into his sensitive abdomen to further injure his body. "You okay?" the redhead asked, extending a hand to help him up. He took the offered appendage with a small frown. Yeah, but you didn't have to be so brutal. He rubbed at the red spot on his cheek where she'd punched him earlier. It still felt a bit raw, but he could already feel the bastard fox healing the wound at a steady pace. She shrugged lightly and snatched her hand from his grip when he was on his feet again. I told you this wasn't a friendly spar. It's your own damn fault for underestimating me. A light chuckle from Jiraiya interrupted their short exchange. Actually, I don't think he was underestimating you at all. You're just better than he is. The blonde childishly stuck his tongue out at his sensei. In any case, we're done for the day. Enko and I will use the rest of the morning and afternoon to come up with a training regimen for you two, and we'll give you the results sometime either tonight or tomorrow. Tayuya frowned from her spot next to Naruto, not liking where this was going. So what the fuck are we supposed to do till then? The purple-haired woman shrugged, shooing them with a perfectly manicured hand. Go shopping or play some games. There's plenty of stuff to do in this backwater town, so I doubt you'll get bored in only one day. If you want, you can also go back to your hotel room and snuggle up with little Naruchan here some more. The redhead's face noticeably flushed, and she turned on her heel to stalk back down the path. She was embarrassed enough about it without the snake bitch bringing it up every chance she got. Hey, Tayuya-chan, what did she mean by that? Naruto called, following after her at a slow jog. Both Jiraiya and Enko looked after them with amused grins. If only he knew. The man glanced at his fellow teacher from the corner of his eye. Enjoying this? He asked. If it was possible, her grin grew even more. Hell yes. The genin walked back into the town at a leisurely pace. It was much more alive than it had been that morning, with people milling around and socializing at the different booths. Tayuya glanced up at the sky to judge the time. Based on the position of the sun, it had to be around 9 or 10 o'clock. It was almost hard to believe that it had been over 2 hours since they'd left the hotel. What do you want to do now? The blonde asked, looking around at all the different attractions and stores. She motioned for him to follow her up the steps of the hotel. We're gonna do some shopping. There's no fucking way I'm gonna walk around with you looking like that for 3 years. He glanced down at his jumpsuit before angrily raising his eyes to meet hers. Hey! What's wrong with my jumpsuit? The redhead almost felt like smacking him for asking such a stupid question, but restrained herself at the last minute. Hitting him wouldn't do anything except make herself feel better and further ruin the point that she was trying to make. She took a deep breath and fully turned around to look at him, stopping them right in the middle of the street. What's wrong with it? First of all, it's orange. That's like pinning a fucking bullseye to your back and begging some half-assed shinobi to kill you. It could give away your position during a mission that requires absolute stealth, and mine too by association. She lifted her second finger into the air. 2. It's not very versatile. There are no slots to hide kunai or samban needles in the sleeves of your jacket, and you only have the usual 4 pockets on your pants. Not to mention it's poorly fitted and restricts your movements. During our fight, I noticed that it severely limits your range of flexibility. There were shots that you could have landed on me had you not been wearing that piece of shit. Luckily, the blonde didn't think to ask how she knew about his lack of pockets and weapon slots. The girl held up one last and final finger. And 3, it makes you look like an idiot. Naruto furrowed his brows. Hey! But... am I wrong? He frowned deeply, sticking out his lower lip in a very childish fashion. She noticed that he tended to act that way a lot of the time. Yeah. It doesn't make me look like an idiot. Tayuya slammed her palm into her face. When was the last time he looked in the mirror? Already tired of trying to be civil, she grabbed him by the back of his jumpsuit and dragged him up the stairs. She ignored the knowing smile she got from the hotel clerk, instead focusing intently on steps in front of her. She dumped him in front of his door, pointing forcefully at the wooden entrance. Get your money. We're going shopping. The boy glared at her but complied, using his key to unlock and enter the room. She hurried into her own room, grabbing her bag and slipping it onto her shoulders. It only consisted of Naruto's money and a couple pairs of underwear, but she didn't want to walk around town with it out in the open. She checked her pocket once to make sure that her own money was present before stepping out of the room and locking the door behind her. When she'd counted the money last night, the total had come up to a surprising 57,000 yen. Pretty fucking good for just reading a couple of stories to a group of kindergartners. A small note had been tucked into the back of the envelope from Shizun. Tayuya-san. I suppose you're wondering why you received so much money for such a seemingly simple mission. In truth, the mission you and Naruto-kun completed was a B rank. Each one of those children were related to the village council, and they paid good money to make sure that their children, grandchildren, and cousins were safe. Tsunade-sama and I also admittedly threw in a little extra so that you would be able to buy some decent clothing. Have fun on your mission. P.S. Tsunade-sama says not to let Jiraiya-sama touch your money. Tayuya fully intended to use the money for its expected purpose, and she patted her fat pocket again for good measure. At that moment, her blonde teammate emerged from his room with his frog wallet in hand. He grinned widely and held the purse up high. Let's go. They hopped down the stairs and out of the hotel towards the market area of the small town. Most of the stores consisted of simple roadside stands instead of the sturdy buildings that he was used to in Konoha. They sold a wide variety of items, including clothing, weapons, toys, and food. Shoppers were speedily walking around in front of and behind them, and the stand owners constantly called out to the genin about their super low prices or once-in-a-lifetime deals. She led him all the way through the large vending district to a tall, sophisticated-looking building at the end of the street. The bank? Naruto asked, looking up at the huge structure with no small amount of trepidation. What are we doing here? Tayuya grabbed him by the wrist, dragging him against his will into the bank. She glanced back at him with a slightly pleading frown on her face. Just trust me, okay? He grunted slightly but followed, unable to say no to her request. He was a little nervous about entering a bank for the first time in 7 years, remembering how the owner himself had chased him out before he even reached the front desk. Come to think of it, that had happened in most of the establishments he'd visited in Konoha. They marched directly up to the front desk, ignoring the curious stares of some of the patrons. Tayuya pushed him in front of her and pointed at his face. He'd like to open a bank account. The woman at the counter blinked in surprise for a few seconds, looking first at Naruto and then at the girl behind him. Quickly regaining her sense, she placed a single white form and pen in front of him. Fill out this form first, and we'll send someone to help you shortly. The redhead nodded and motioned for her teammate to pick up the black ink pen. They looked over the paper together, between the two of them managing to fill out nearly the entire form in just under 5 minutes. Soon after, a short, stubby man in a pristine white suit and white gaiter boots emerged from one of the equally white cubicles. He grinned at them with a suspiciously greasy smile, exposing every one of his gold-capped teeth. Ushering the two into his office, he closed the door behind them and strode over to his large mahogany desk. So, what kind of account are you looking to open? He asked, sitting down in his high-backed chair. Naruto glanced nervously at Tayuya, unsure of what to say. She scooted her chair forward a few inches and crossed her arms on his desk, throwing the normally poised man off guard. We're really new to this whole banking thing. What do you suggest? She inquired, looking up at the man with the most innocent gaze she could muster. She could literally see his dark brown eyes light up with sinister joy, and his crooked grin widen to impossible proportions. Well now, that depends on how much you're planning to invest. The girl nodded and took off her backpack. She shuffled around in the knapsack for a few seconds, and shooting Naruto an apologetic frown, she emerged with his gray box. His eyes immediately hardened in anger, and he looked over at her with no small amount of mistrust. That's my money! Tayuya, what the hell are you? She slammed her hand over his mouth, immediately silencing his protests. She felt a tiny bit of hurt that he'd once again removed the chan suffix from her name, but this was for his own good. Standing up, she dragged him outside of the office, smiling uneasily at the surprised banker. Excuse us, we'll be just a second. She shut the door behind them and pulled the blonde to an isolated corner of the bank. He was still glaring maliciously at her, a gaze she never wanted to see directed at herself again. His eyes eventually moved away from her face to glare at a spot beside her, his disgust with her apparent on every one of his features. Swallowing apprehensively, she placed a calming hand on his shoulder and lowered her head to look him in the eyes. Naruto, look at me. He continued to look away from her, so she tightened her grip on his shoulder a little more. Naruto, look at me. Why? So you can tell me that you didn't steal my money? He spat, gritting his teeth to control his rage. Tayuya's stomach tingled oddly, sending her anxiety levels even higher than they had been before. Still, she held fast in her objective, resolving not to move even an inch until he understood. She took another breath and briefly closed her eyes, struggling to keep her own temper from flaring. They stood there for a few minutes, neither one of them speaking. When he finally lifted his eyes to meet hers, she spoke again. You know that's not true. His eyes wavered slightly, showing that her words were getting through. I'm just doing what's best for you. Angered, he pulled his shoulder out of her hold, and once again averted his gaze. Isn't that my choice? Since when do you decide what's best for me? Fuck, he was being difficult. She honestly didn't want to explain why she was helping him. It'd only cause problems for the both of them if she did. Unfortunately, she didn't have any more options. Taking another deep breath, she squared her shoulders and frowned. Since the day you saved my life, and I'm not talking about when you killed that sound bastard. Naruto looked up at her with a confused stare. Naruto, on the day we met in the hospital, I was going to kill myself. She turned away so that she wouldn't have to see his expression. Another lapse of silence enveloped them, the only sounds coming from the civilians on the other side of the room. The blonde hesitantly opened his mouth, determined to ask the question that both he and she knew were coming. Why didn't you? He mumbled. It was a shock to hear that the loud, brash, and strong Tayuya that he'd come to like had actually been on the brink of committing suicide. It was even more surprising to hear that he'd been the one to stop her. His anger was temporarily replaced by fear at the thought of losing one of his friends so soon after gaining her, and he waited patiently for a reply. Tayuya easily felt his eyes examining and worrying over something she'd been trying to avoid by not telling him about her momentary lack of strength. Fuck, I don't know, she yelled, still refusing to meet his eyes. It was ironic that she was the one now avoiding his eyes. The civilians around them stopped their chatter to look curiously at the genin in the corner, whispering amongst themselves about what was going on. The girl lowered her voice until only Naruto could hear what she was saying. I guess I just got so pissed at you that I forgot about it. And you were kind of interesting. She flushed slightly at being so open with her feelings and immediately switched gears before she said something unnecessary. The point is, I owe you. You'll probably say that I don't, but I always repay my debts. That's my. He found that he couldn't argue with her reasoning, as forcing her to go against her mind would be almost hypocritical. Still, he frowned deeply at the girl, crossing his arms for added emphasis. You could have just told me what you were planning. Tayuya snorted lightly at his words. No, I couldn't. You're too goddamn stubborn about these kinds of things, and you never would have gone along with it if I'd told you beforehand. I'm really trying to help you, just trust me, okay? He stared into her light brown eyes, searching for any sign of deceit or ill intent. She matched his searching gaze with a determined one of her own, and unable to find anything malicious, Naruto hung his head in defeat. Fine, but are you sure you know what you're doing? The girl grinned and grabbed him by the wrist, pulling him back towards the office. I'm positive. She opened the door and stepped back inside, once again slipping on an innocent smile and sitting into the small wooden chair in front of the desk. It was a little tougher to maintain the grin after having such a stressful conversation, but the thought that she was repaying a debt helped her keep it up. Sorry about that, we had to discuss how much money we wanted to save. The black-haired man's smile returned in full force, and he waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry about it. So, have you decided? Putting an embarrassed hand over her mouth, Tayuya smiled sheepishly and nodded. It was hard to fight down the vomit that was threatening to spew out from her stomach at acting so girlishly nice. Oh, how careless of me! We wish to place this much into the account. She opened the box and placed most of the money onto the desk, causing the man's mischievous smile to widen even more. All of the bills and coins were arranged in perfect stacks, almost covering half of his large desk. She'd spent nearly an hour counting out and arranging the money the night before, already anticipating and planning for what would happen. Well, now. That's quite a stack you've got there. Have you counted it? He asked, mouth nearly watering at the sheer amount of cash spread out in front of him. Naruto glanced nervously at Tayuya, unsure of what she was planning. She shot the boy a small conspiratorial smile to calm him down before answering the man's question. Yep. Exactly 1,200,000 yen. The man whistled slowly, looking over the money with surprise. Well, let Shinajisen take care of this money for you. How about you put it all into a CD account? The redhead grinned on the inside. He was falling directly into her trap. She tilted her head curiously and placed an innocent finger on her bottom lip. A CD account? What's that? CD stands for Certificate of Deposit. Basically, You put your money in our bank for a set amount of time, and we pay you to keep it there. Naruto's eyes widened in understanding. So that's what she was planning. He leaned back in his chair a little, relaxing now that he was sure that she knew what he was doing. Ooh, I see. But how is that different from a regular savings account? The old man smiled at her question. It seemed that she didn't know much about banking at all, and if he played his cards right, he'd be looking at a humongous Christmas bonus. He thanked the stars for sending him a couple of such naive brats. Well, with a CD account, you can't touch the money for a set amount of time. However, we also give you a higher interest rate. Instead of the normal 2%, we give you 3%. She pretended to be excited, sitting up even straighter in her chair. A normal interest rate for a certificate of deposit was at the least 4.5%, and anything below that would be considered a rip-off. It was almost sickening to be acting so stupid, but this was absolutely vital to her plan. Wow, really? We'll definitely take that CD thing. The banker nodded and pulled a sheet of paper from his desk, writing a few things on it as fast as he could. He pushed the contract across the desk with what he thought was a comforting and trusting smile. To anyone else, however, the grin would look devious and greasy. Now if you'll just sign here, we'll… Hold the fuck up. The man's smile dropped as he watched the sugary sweet, but dumb, girl suddenly turn into a succubus from the deepest reaches of hell. Taiyuya's face was the picture of evil, and something told him that all hell was about to break loose. Does the owner know what kind of scam you're running here? Excuse me? He stuttered, feeling dread beginning to pour into his soul. She stood up and slowly began to pace the length of the office, reading over the contract with an amused smirk. Let's see. A 20-year certificate of deposit for 1,200,000 yen. Interest rate is 3% compounded annually, along with a 20% early withdrawal fee. She glanced up from the paper to study the man's expression. To her surprise, he was actually managing to keep a somewhat poised look on his face, the only giveaway to his true feelings being the enormous amounts of sweat soaking his shirt. I don't see a problem. Is there something wrong? He asked in a last-ditch effort. If word got out to the public about his attempted scam, he'd be ruined. Hell, the entire bank would be ruined. Especially since that particular bank was known for its honesty and generosity. Taiyuya smirked cockily, laughing lightly as she shook her head. Oh, you bet your fat ass there is. Did you really think you could get away with this? A 3% interest rate on a CD savings account? She could literally see his calm facade begin to crack, signaling the beginning of the end. Imagine what would happen if I showed the owner this here contract. That did it. The old man hung his head in defeat, clenching his short, stubby, manicured hands beneath the desk. What do you want? He whispered, glaring up at the conniving girl. To think that he'd been punked by a couple of, well, punks. Naruto looked up at the girl in unbridled awe, amazed at her tenacity and intelligence. She'd bent the man to her will without even lifting a finger, something that he suddenly wished he could do. Maybe being a little smart wasn't such a bad thing. Sensing that she'd won, the redhead grinned and nonchalantly sat on the edge of his desk. Ah, finally seeing things my way, are you? First of all, get out a fresh contract. The man frowned, but nonetheless pulled out another contract. We want a 2.5-year CD for 1,200,000 yen. He scribbled the figures down in the appropriate slots. Make the interest rate 20% compounded daily and… Impossible! He bellowed, slamming the pen down. I'd get fired if I gave you such a high interest rate. 4%. Taiyuya narrowed her eyes and scowled. Fine. 15%. 6. 12. 8. Deal. Taiyuya yelled, fighting the urge to grin. The banker blinked a few times in confusion before his face turned into one of sheer horror. He'd just given her 3% more than the highest national average. And no. I can't. The redhead shrugged and hopped off of the desk. Okay, though, it'll be hard to find another high-class job like this with a criminal record, don't you think? He was practically swimming in his own sweat now, the salty liquid pouring off of him in waves. His hand shook as he wrote the figures down in their appropriate slots, growing sicker and sicker with each stroke of the pen. After a few painstaking seconds, he slid the new contract over to the female extortionist. She read it over with a critical eye, and finding nothing wrong with it, she slid the paper over for Naruto to sign. The blonde scribbled his signature onto the paper, and with a positively evil smile, she handed the document back to the man. Why, you'll burn in hell for this, you hear me? You won't get away with this, you demon! Immediately, a kunai was pressed firmly against his throat, silencing the overweight man before he could say another word. She glanced at her teammate cautiously, and noticing his downcast expression, pressed the weapon a little harder into his windpipe. Maybe, but I'm taking your fat ass along with me. By now, Uncle Shin was shivering heavily against his chair, closing his eyes in a silent prayer to Kami-sama. If he was allowed to live, he'd never scam anyone again. He'd become an honest man, and even donate some of his own money to charity. Tayuya removed the knife from his throat and placed it back into her weapon's pouch. Pathetic. Come on, Naruto, let's get out of here. I think Fast here pissed his pants. The blonde nodded stiffly, standing up and opening the door for her in an unusual display of chivalry. She glanced back at the man to give him one last warning glare before she fully stepped through the doorway. Oh, and I'll expect this account to be active by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. If not, well, I still have this. She held up the first contract again, making sure that he understood exactly what would happen if he didn't abide by her demands. Jerking her head towards the lobby, the genin exited the office, leaving a pile of money and a profusely soaked man behind them. As soon as they were out of the bank, Tayuya grabbed him by the arm to get his attention. He was still looking a little down despite his attempts to maintain a neutral expression. You know he was talking about me when he said demon, right? She asked, studying his expression. Naruto averted his gaze, deeply annoying the already pissed-off girl. She grabbed him by the chin and forced his eyes to look into hers. Right. When he nodded, she let go of his face and turned to walk into the market area of the town. Ne Tayuya-chan, the girl turned around and lifted a curious eyebrow. Thanks. Chapter 18. It's too tight. I know it is, it's supposed to be that way. It's okay as long as it fits, right? But it feels weird. Fine, if you don't like it, we can just stop now and go back to the hotel. Is that what you want? Well, no. Then shut the fuck up and do what I say. The crowd standing outside of the store stood appalled as they listened to the conversation going on inside of the changing booth. Along with the conversation, there were various groans and whimpers floating from the tiny room, both alarming and arousing the various nosy patrons at the same time. At least 24 people waited to see who would emerge, each of them practically stepping over the other to get a first glance at the scandalous young couple. Nothing like this ever happened in Otafukugai, despite it being a popular rest stop for those going to and coming from Konoha. Finally, the deep red curtain was pushed aside by the people in the booth, and Tayuya, followed by a stiff-looking Naruto, appeared. That wasn't so bad, was it? She asked, glancing at him from over her shoulder. The blonde groaned and rubbed at his arm, wincing at the small pops that emanated from his elbow joint. No, but you didn't have to be so rough. I'm new at this. A loud gasp was heard from around them, and both genin looked up in surprise to see a large congregation of whispering civilians staring at them with wide, disbelieving eyes. Words like sex, lovers, and disgusting reached their ears, and they simultaneously waved their hands disarmingly in front of themselves. It wasn't like that, he yelled. You perverted old fuckers. I was just helping him try on some clothes. The group snorted skeptically, and a few of them even laughed at the excuse. Oh yeah? One man asked, eyes narrowed. Then what was all this about it being too tight? A couple of chorused yes were heard from somewhere within the group. Tayuya grabbed the corner of Naruto's shirt so that everyone could see, and stretched the sleeveless black garment to its limit. We were talking about the shirt. What the hell did you think we meant? The crowd at least had the decency to blush, and they sheepishly dispersed almost as suddenly as they had come together. Shaking her head exasperatedly, and fighting down her own persistent blush, the redhead led her teammate back over to the clearance rack at the rear of the store. Naruto furrowed his brows as he followed her, struggling to comprehend the short exchange. Tayuya-chan, what did he mean about the too tight thing? She shrugged lightly and began to look through the large amount of clothes hanging from the dusty bracket. There were all kinds of colors, sizes, and types of clothing haphazardly mixed in, and nothing was more expensive than 2,000 yen, ideal for their financial situation. Don't worry about it, just some geezers being stupid. She pulled a pair of black pants off of the rack, holding them up to Naruto's legs like a mother would do to their child. A little long, but we can wrap the bottoms so that they don't get in the way. 8 pockets and a sewn-in kunai holster. Not bad. Forcing the garment into his hand, she pushed him into the dressing room with herself close behind. Try those on. The blonde shifted uncomfortably for a few seconds, causing her to stare at him curiously. What? Well, you're still here. Taiya blinked a few times in confusion. And I'm trying on pants. Pants, he emphasized, motioning towards his lower body. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she realized what he was trying to say, and she quickly ducked back behind the curtain. Oh, right. Frowning a bit, she realized that she'd been acting more and more absent-minded lately, probably a side effect of being exposed to Naruto's idiocy for so long. Leaning against the hard wood of the small box, she waited impatiently for him to emerge, doing her best to ignore the meddling stares of passerbys. After what seemed like hours of waiting, she sighed loudly and banged the back of her head against the dressing room. Are you done yet? Hi. Geez, it's only been 2 minutes. He pulled back the curtain of the room, stepping out in the loose black pants. They seemed to fit perfectly around the waist, being tight enough to not fall off during vigorous training but loose enough to give him his full range of motion. She nodded her approval and knelt down in front of him to check the price tag. This pair's only 1,500 yen. We're definitely getting these. Naruto frowned and pulled at the leg of the pants, apparently not as happy with the trousers as the redhead. That's great and all, but do you think they have these in orange too? Taiya glared dangerously at him, poking him roughly in the chest for added emphasis. No orange. I'm being nice enough to let you keep your jackets as sleepwear, so don't push your luck. In reality, she was keeping them more for herself than for Naruto. Despite their ugly appearance and color, they were pretty fucking comfortable, especially during the cooler months. Alright, I think we have enough shit for now. Take those off and bring them back out when you're done. She walked over to the basket containing their things and mentally added all of the items up. They'd spent practically 5 hours shopping altogether, bouncing around from store to store in search of cheap, but durable, clothing. Her feet were beginning to ache from the sheer amount of walking that they'd done, a sure sign that she needed to pick up a new pair of sandals sometime soon. Along with another pair of long black pants for herself, she'd bought 3 pairs of the black spandex training shorts similar to the ones she wore during her time in the Sound Village. They were comfortable, durable, and flexible all at the same time, making them ideal for both training and missions. She tried to get Naruto to put on a pair, but for some reason, he'd vehemently refused. She'd also spent a good amount of her clothing budget on tops. The majority of the shirts she bought were inexpensive, and some of them contained a large amount of pockets and slots for weapons. The first shirt, costing exactly 1,500 yen, was pure white and long-sleeved. It was a bit more form-fitting than she would have liked, being tapered at both the waist and below the bust, but the double-layered collar was what really made the shirt special. It was almost like a huge pocket, being able to hold a wide variety of items. The collar would be most useful if she were ever captured. It's virtually impossible to tell that there are items inside of the thick cloth from the outside, and she could easily use her teeth to pull out a knife or nail file if the need arose. All things considered, it was a truly remarkable piece of clothing. The next top she found was more like a jacket. It was dark green in color, and the inside was insulated with a special kind of cotton that made it wearable in any weather. In addition to the usual 2 pockets at the bottom, there were pockets on both sides of her chest like a Konoha jounin vest. Even more slots lined the inside sleeves of the zip-up hoodie, and 2 large loops extended from the back, most useful for holding a sword. Even though it was in the bargain bin, the coat still managed to cost 2,100 yen. Compared to the first 2 tops, the last 3 weren't anything special. 2 of them were deep red and short-sleeved with a large yin-yang symbol sewn into the back. They'd come in at a measly 600 yen each, so she couldn't complain too much. The last and final top was, surprisingly, orange. There were no sleeves, pockets, or designs on the shirt, but its redeeming quality was the fact that it was reversible. If she turned it inside out, it'd become an inky black, almost like having 2 shirts in one. Even though it cost 800 yen, she felt it was well worth buying for its versatility. I'm done! Naruto yelled, emerging from the tiny room. He tossed the pants into the basket containing their other things with a wide smile. Though he wasn't exactly thrilled with the clothing he'd been forced to buy, he was happy that he was able to go shopping with someone other than the third Hokage. Besides the pair of dark pants he just tried on, the girl had forced him to buy another pair of long dark blue pants. They were average at best, only consisting of 5 pockets overall, but their comfort was unrivaled. Rather than being made of just cotton, they were sewn together with various amounts of polyester and imitation silk, giving it both elasticity and softness at the same time. The best part was that they'd only cost 1,200 yen. After much begging and crying, he'd somehow managed to convince Taiyuya to let him buy another pair of orange pants. He sold her on the large amount of pockets they had, coming in at around 7 total, and the price at 1850 yen wasn't so bad either. The bottom of the pants were sewn in with elastic, allowing them to cling to the middle of his shin without any bandages or tape to hold them up. They weren't nearly as bright or attention-grabbing as the pair he had on, and they were more light brown than anything, but he'd take what he could get. Taiyuya nodded and led him up to the register. Along with the black pants, there were 2 shirts that they'd decided to buy from this cheap, backwater store. The first shirt was simple in design, being only a zip-up sleeveless sweater. It was made of cotton, but the way it was knitted together gave the fabric plenty of stretching and breathing room. Although he didn't like the way the black shirt clung to his body, even Naruto had to admit that it was comfortable. The second thing he bought from the store was a deep blue jacket. It was similar to his teammate's jacket in that it was wearable in any weather, and it also had a large amount of pockets on both the inside and outside of the garment. The jacket was a little bigger than his current bright orange one, but according to Taiyuya, he'd grow into it in a year or 2. Both tops came up to a total of 4,500 yen. Overall, the amount of money they'd spent didn't put too much of a dent into their pockets. Naruto, for one, had plenty of money to play around with over the next 3 years. She'd made sure not to deposit everything into the bank account, saving over 200,000 yen for him to use in case he needed to buy anything else. The genin quickly paid for their purchases and walked out of the door, bags hanging from every available limb and surface. Judging by the position of the sun and the amount of people outside, it was already nearing 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She shook her head in mild disbelief. It was almost hard to believe that 5 hours had passed since they'd left the bank. Her mind unwittingly drifted as she thought about the many things she'd failed to accomplish that day and the things she wanted to do before they left this town. For one, she hadn't even had the chance to sink into the hotel's hot springs. According to the locals that she'd eavesdropped on, this particular town was quite famous for its underground rivers. They were supposedly rich in vitamins and nutrients that both soothed and enriched the skin, and she resolved to soak for at least an hour once they made it back to their lodgings. Noticing the faraway look on her face, Naruto cocked his head to the side and gave Taiyuya a sidelong glance. "What's wrong?" he asked, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. The redhead frowned lightly and shook her head again. "Just thinking." His curiosity piqued, he inched a little closer to his teammate. "About what?" "Stuff." Naruto stuck out his lower lip, a little peeved that she was being so secretive. "What kind of stuff?" "Shut the fuck up kind of stuff." Her attention was now focused on him, eyes glaring darkly into his own. Luckily for him, they were at the front door of their hotel, saving him from the chewing out that he would have undoubtedly received. Although she was a lot more mellow since the first time they met, she could still string together curses with the best of them. "Oh, that kind of stuff. Well, I guess I'll go to my room and put my stuff away." Ja-ne. Without a second glance, he hurried inside of the building and up the stairs, leaving a mildly amused Taiyuya in his wake. He was so easy to fluster. She bounded the steps 2 at a time, intent on making it into the springs before the nighttime crowd arrived. Not many people wanted to take a bath at this time of day, and if she was lucky, she'd have the entire spring to herself. Unfortunately, her hopes were dashed when she opened the door to her hotel room. Lying languidly on her bed was a bored Anko, flipping through some kind of fashion magazine while chewing on a dango stick. Her trench coat was tossed haphazardly on the foot of her bed, leaving her clad in only her fishnet bodysuit and tan skirt. She glanced up at the redhead with a mild glare, annoyance clearly written on her face. "It's about time you got back," she muttered, tossing the magazine onto the bed and standing up. She lifted her hands into the air with a groan, popping a few of her bones back into place in the process. The woman then threw the trench coat over her shoulders and walked towards the door. "Come on, we need to head over to the boys' room to discuss your training." The genin frowned deeply, already mourning the loss of her private bath time. She set her bags down near her bed, missing the curious smile she received from her sensei. "What? Why now?" Enko shrugged and held the door open, not so subtly implying that she wanted Tayuya to follow. The sooner the better, right? Besides, it's not like you have any plans. She paused to study her pupil, looking her over with a mischievous grin. Or do you? Rather than satisfy the jounin with an answer, she huffed lightly and practically stalked through the door. Although she hated to admit it, the snake woman was right. The sooner they got it over with, the sooner she could head for her bath. She wasn't one to freak out over a bit of dirt and grime, but she wasn't one to neglect her hygiene either. They made the short trek to the room on their left, finding the door already open and waiting for them. Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed over his chest, glaring daggers at a similarly frowning Naruto. The boy was sitting cross-legged on his own bed, jacket draped over the edge of the somewhat large mattress. Apparently, something had happened between the males just before they'd come in. Noticing their presence, the reluctantly tore his eyes away from the blonde to address the kunoichi walking through the doorway. I brought the other chibi. Let's get this over with so I can get some food. Tayuya glowered as she approached her teammate's bed, plopping down next to him on the fluffy furniture. If she weren't in such a rush, she'd have been more than happy to retaliate with a biting remark of her own. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Jiraiya pulled 2 small scrolls from a pocket in his vest. He too had plans for the night, and none of them involved dealing with 3 rude, loud-mouthed shinobi. After Anko closed the door behind them, he turned towards the genin and began to speak. These scrolls contain, more or less, what you'll be doing over the next 6 months or so. Nothing is set in stone thus far, although there are certain things that absolutely must be done right away, one of which is the training of Naruto's other chakra. Out of the corner of her eye, Tayuya noticed that the blonde unconsciously scratched at his stomach. The other thing we'll be working on for now is your taijutsu and chakra capacity, Anko said, staring pointedly at the kunoichi. Since you two have vastly different skills and abilities, Jiraiya-sama and I have decided to train you separately. Train us separately? What the fuck's that mean? The redhead asked, leaning forward a little in hostile curiosity. Just as it sounds. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings, Naruto will be working with me on learning Orochimaru's unique style and tendencies. He'll basically be starting from the very beginning, learning the taijutsu and stealth techniques that Orochimaru teaches all of the shinobi he takes under his wing. This requires that you, she said, pointing at Tayuya, consult with me on a weekly basis so that we can make sure we have everything covered. I'm sure there's some things he taught you that he didn't teach me, and vice versa. The girl nodded, her amber eyes widening a bit with excitement. I get it. You're counting on the fact that Orochimaru will teach that Uchiha faggot the same way, so that when he and Naruto fight, our boy here will have a basic understanding as to Sasuke's movements and abilities. The small grin on Anko's face told her that she was right, and she couldn't help but let loose a smirk of her own. Exactly. Good plan, no? Now, in the afternoons of those same days, Jiraiya-sama will take over to help Blondie control his other chakra. Naruto stared confusedly at the woman, tilting his head to the side in his usual fashion. What? Why on the same day? Jiraiya chose this moment to step in, sighing softly with a small amount of annoyance. Naruto, remember when I first tried to teach you to use your other chakra? When the boy nodded, he continued. What did I have you do? Naruto assumed a thinking pose, scratching his chin with an upturned palm. Tayuya swore she saw a light bulb appear above his head when he finally remembered. You made me fight with a bunch of Kage Bunshin to get me really tired. What does that have to do with this, though? The sighed again. Explaining every little thing was going to drive him crazy after a while. Deciding to put the man out of his misery, the redhead cut in to explain. Even she could see where he was going with it, and she knew very little about the situation. My God, you're an idiot. By exhausting your normal chakra and stamina, you're probably able to call upon your other chakra much easier. The snake bitch's training will tire you out enough so that you can get started on Erosenin's training right away. The blonde's face lit up in understanding, and he grinned with his trademark foxy smile. Neither of them noticed the woman's darkening face at being called the snake bitch, and Jiraiya's glare at being called Erosenin. Oh, I get it now. But what am I going to do on the other days? Anko grabbed one of the scrolls from her fellow instructor and unrolled it to show them what was inside, using a bit more force than necessary. This, she said, motioning to the text written on the paper, is the list of exercises you'll do on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. There's only the basic things on there for now: push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, squats, sprints. You know, things to build your body up to handle the workload we'll be placing on you in the future. You'll do all of these things in the morning with either Jiraiya or I supervising. In the afternoons, you'll work on building up your chakra reserves and control. Naruto read over the scroll in her hand, scrunching up his eyes in disappointment. Leaf concentration? Tree climbing? Meditation? All that stuff sounds boring. A strong hand to the back of his head quickly shut him up, and he glared over at the culprit with narrowed eyes. The girl only shrugged dismissively, further angering him. It's for your own damn good. Look, chakra is molded by mixing both physical energy and spiritual energy, right? Meditation is possibly the best way to increase your spiritual energy, and all of the exercises on that scroll increase your physical energy. Leaf concentration and chakra training also increase your chakra control, making you able to perform a wider variety of techniques and helping you gain more control over them. The blonde stared at her with shock, his previous anger already forgotten. It was almost scary how much smarter she was than himself. He suddenly blinked and looked back up at his teachers, remembering something he's missed before. Wait, then what's Tayuya-chan gonna be doing while you're training me? And what about Sundays? This time, Jiraiya stepped forward to explain. Basically, she's going to be doing the same thing as you, just on different days. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, she'll do the exact same exercises listed on your scroll. The only real difference between your training programs is that she'll be learning taijutsu from Enko on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings, and weapon training in the afternoons. We heard from that Nara boy that your flute is supposedly your only weapon, and as you found out, that can be a severe disadvantage. Tayuya grunted and looked away. Sundays will be used as your day off, and you can do anything except train on that day. However, each of you will be required to perform 3 hours of silent reading every week to help improve brain power and concentration, especially in Naruto. The redhead frowned, obviously displeased with this new development. What the hell do you mean I'll be learning taijutsu? I can already kick Naruto's ass without even trying. I think I'm pretty fucking well off considering. Never mind the fact that she just scolded Naruto for almost the exact same thing. Both teachers laughed at her confident statement, struggling to hang on to at least a shred of their composure. You actually think you're good? Enko choked out, holding her sides as if her intestines were trying to spill out of her stomach. After a few more seconds of laughter, she took a few deep breaths to calm herself. I'll admit that you're not nearly as bad as your cuddle buddy here, but at the same time, any chunin could kick your ass without even breaking a sweat. Besides, it's not like we're just teaching you some lame, overused, academy-level stance. Are you familiar with Taekwondo? Tayuya's eyes narrowed slightly as she tried to scrounge up everything she knew about the style. Not really, but I know it's mostly known for its use of leg-based attacks. Is that what you're going to be teaching me? The purple-haired jounin nodded, a maniacal grin still plastered on her face. Although I can't claim to be a master in the style, I studied it for a good 5 years. I can get you pretty far as I am now, but I'll have to hand you off to someone else once you learn everything that I know. The redhead frowned a bit, staring up at the woman curiously. But why Taekwondo? Why not Jiu-Jitsu? Or Muay Thai? The main reason is because it suits you best. In your spar with Naruto, I noticed that your punches barely had an effect on him. In order for you to fight on par with sturdy guys like him, you'll need much more strength than your fists will be able to provide. As you probably know, the leg has much greater reach and power, and you'll also be able to keep your hands free in order to use your other techniques. It's both an offensive and defensive martial arts style. Tayuya nodded, understanding what the woman was saying. It did sound like a good idea, and even she had to admit that her punches were pretty pathetic when compared to her former teammates. Fine, that's not such a bad plan. But I didn't notice any mention of ninjutsu or genjutsu. What gives? She asked, glaring at both adults. Jiraiya shrugged lightly at the question. Like we said in the beginning, this plan is only for the first 6 months or so. We'll get into that stuff after you build up a substantial amount of chakra reserves. Which reminds me, you're not allowed to use any genjutsu or ninjutsu without our permission, or unless you happen to encounter an enemy that you can't defeat with taijutsu alone. The genin visibly gawked at the man. They relied on those techniques as shinobi, and now they weren't allowed to use them? Tayuya snarled loudly, unconsciously baring her newly gained fangs. What the fuck kind of sense does that make? How the hell do we get better if we don't practice our goddamn techniques? Yeah. How am I supposed to do anything without my shadow clones? Their instructors shook their heads disinterestedly, the two of them tossing the scrolls onto the bed. You'll figure it out, Besides, it's not like you can't ever use them again. Half a year tops. With that, Anko waltzed out of the room. Later, chibis. I'll be back a little late, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The Hokage would have my head if you two made a baby during the trip. Her evil cackling could be heard all the way down the hall, much to the chagrin of the genin. Jiraiya too chuckled heartily at the insinuation, earning him embarrassed glares from his students. What? You have to admit, it was pretty funny. When their expressions didn't change, he shrugged again and tossed what looked like a couple of huge rubber bands on the bed along with the scrolls. You'll need those for your training too. They're resistance bands, and they're pretty useful for targeting specific muscle groups when exercising. Give them a try when you get the chance. Oh, and don't stay up too late, we're leaving at 8 in the morning. He too exited the room, leaving the teens alone on the queen-sized bed. As soon as he left, Tayuya turned to Naruto with a fervently heated glare, remembering something that had been in the back of her mind all day. She hadn't much of a chance to bring it up since she was trying to manage his finances and figure out what to buy, but now that they were alone, she intended to fully bestow her punishment on the oblivious blonde. Naruto. Sensing her anger, he shuffled away from the redhead. What? You didn't use the shit I taught you in our spar. Why? Although her voice was cool and collected, her face was a different story. Her amber eyes seemed to be glowing with raw fury, and her mouth was pulled into a tight knot. Gulping loudly, Naruto smiled as best he could, remembering reading in a book somewhere that a smile often diffused troublesome situations. Well, I kinda forgot. Noticing the subtle grinding of her teeth, he quickly elaborated on his statement. I mean, because we were in the heat of battle and I haven't really used the taijutsu in a real fight, so Tayuya hung her head, sighing loudly as she did so. Listening to his explanation, she realized that she really couldn't blame him for forgetting. They hadn't trained in over a week because of everything that had happened, and she knew firsthand how easy it was to revert to old habits when caught up in the moment. You're not lying to me, are you? She asked, most of her earlier malice already drained from her system. Naruto quickly shook his head, eyes opening wider in fear. And no. Of course not. He couldn't tell her that he was worried about her, or that he purposefully neglected to use what she taught him. He couldn't tell her that he'd never forgive himself if he hurt her. The girl slowly nodded her head, seemingly satisfied with his answer. Good. Suddenly feeling very awkward alone with her teammate, Tayuya hopped up onto her feet to head back to her room, grabbing her scroll and elastic bands to take with her. Where are you going? Naruto asked, unconsciously sticking out his lower lip. To be honest, he'd wanted to hang out with the girl for a little longer. This was the first time a person had willingly spent the entire day with him, and he wasn't quite ready for it to end yet. She glanced at him from over her shoulder, hiding her annoyed frown from view. To take a bath. Don't even think about peeking, or I'll slice your underdeveloped tiny balls off at the fucking seam. Satisfied that she'd gotten her point across, she noticed that he turned a shade paler. She slipped out of the doorway to take her well-deserved dip in the hot springs. As soon as she reached her own room, the girl quickly undressed and tossed her clothes onto her bed, hurriedly changing into the white yukata she'd slept in the night before. Oddly enough, it still smelled like Naruto. Her feet were a blur as she once again hopped down the steps of the large building, and she pushed open the tall wooden gate of the women's hot springs. To her relief, there were only 2 other people currently relaxing in the small enclosure. One of the women looked to be around 40 or 50, judging by the small wrinkles around her eyes and mouth. Her long black hair shimmered in the dim sunlight, and glancing at her own light red hair, Tayuya almost wished that hers could do the same. The second woman looked to be at least 60, or so if her graying hairs were any indication. Most of her shiny light brown hair was neatly fixed up into a bun, but a few strands still managed to escape and frame her face. Her eyes were closed as she leaned back against the rock, and it wasn't until the genin had entered the water that the women turned to look at her. Oh, look, mother! We've got a young one this time, the black-haired woman exclaimed, eyes wide and shining with excitement. Tayuya was immediately put off by the exuberant reaction, and her body slipped into the familiar tightness that was only associated with shinobi. Now that she looked a little closer, the woman seemed somewhat familiar. Not wanting to seem overly rude, she nodded in the woman's direction. To her surprise, the younger woman waded over to sit right next to her, only a few inches away from invading her personal space. She studied the redhead curiously through the steam, eyes opening wide after a couple of quiet seconds. Mother! See? This is the girl I was talking about earlier. Tayuya blinked in confusion. Although she certainly looked familiar, she was positive that she hadn't met the woman. Her memory wasn't that bad. Do I know you? She asked, sounding a little more blunt than she meant to. How rude of me. My name is Tsukino, but you can just call me if you'd like. I work the early morning and night shifts at this hotel. My mother, she explained, nodding towards the older woman still relaxing against the rock, owns this place. The redhead nodded slowly, suddenly remembering exactly where she'd seen her. It was the same lady who'd given her that annoyingly knowing smile just that morning. Oh yeah, you? She subtly edged away from the woman, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable in her presence. She never did like the nosy or gossiping type of females, she killed them first if she could, and judging by the mischievous smirk that was spreading across the hotel clerk's face, she was intending to poke her nose where it didn't belong. So, who's that boy you were dragging up the stairs this morning? You looked mighty eager to get back up to your room. Is that your boyfriend? Or are you two related? Before she could answer, a loud sigh was heard from the hotel's owner. Tsukino, stop badgering the poor girl. She's paying pretty decent money to relax in these springs. Tsukino pouted but complied, crossing her arms under her chest like a 5-year-old. The genin refused to acknowledge the fact that it made the woman's chest seem bigger than it already was. You never let me have any fun. Here I was just trying to help a customer out, and you have to butt into my business. Tayuya almost laughed at the irony. I was just going to share a few beauty tips with her, I swear. She turned her attention back to the kunoichi, almost as if she'd forgotten her mother's warning. Anyway, if you want to keep a guy like him interested, you're going to have to put more effort into your appearance. Feeling slightly insulted, the genin frowned deeply and narrowed her eyes at the clerk. What the fuck's that supposed to mean? She asked, her body unconsciously tensing up. Sensing the girl's anger, Tsukino raised a placating hand to calm the girl down. I'm not trying to be cruel, but quite frankly your hair sucks. It's limp, disorderly, and more likely than not, full of knots. The woman giggled slightly at the small pun. Hold on, I'll be right back. With a speed belying her age, she hopped out of the hot springs and disappeared into the tiny wooden changing room near the gated entrance. The hotel owner turned her head to look at Tayuya with a mildly amused and apologetic smile. Run while you still can, she whispered, loud enough for her daughter to hear it. Tsukino frowned at her mother as she emerged from the small building, and with the towel, thankfully, wrapped around her body, she sat on the rock next to Tayuya. Haha, very funny, mother. I'll have you know that I am an excellent hairstylist. How do you think I got my hair this shiny? The woman exclaimed, holding up what looked like a bath set. Tayuya snorted and sunk deeper into the soothing hot water of the springs. Don't give a shit, she mumbled, closing her eyes. The feel of someone touching her hair caused her to freeze for a moment, and she jumped forward to get out of the woman's reach. Her eyes were wild with rage, and she wrapped her arms around her naked body to protect what little modesty she had. What the fuck are you doing? The girl screeched, causing both women to jump in surprise. It was a much stronger reaction than either of them had expected, and looking at the girl's fearful and angry face tugged at something in their hearts. Relax, dear, I'm just going to wash your hair for you. Think of it as a complimentary service that we offer here. Tayuya calmed down a bit at her words, releasing some of the heavy tension that was both common and necessary for a shinobi. While she made a point to never trust strangers, there was something oddly comforting about the older women. Plus, even she had to admit that her hair was a little more out of control than usual. It was obvious enough at first glance to see that they weren't shinobi, and if they were using genjutsu to hide their appearance, she'd have known before she even entered the springs. She glared at both women one more time before slowly wading over to her previous resting spot and leaning back against the smooth stones of the spring. Although her body remained on edge in case of an unexpected attack, she was able to relax her mind enough to let someone else touch her. Pleased, Tsukino ran the comb through Tayuya's hair, every now and then stopping to force out a knot or mess of tangles. She couldn't see anything since the woman was behind her, but it certainly felt like she knew what she was doing. Her hands moved through the long, thick hair with practiced ease, and in a matter of minutes, she had the hair completely straight and smooth. Next, the hotel clerk dumped a generous amount of liquid onto the girl's hair. Whatever it smelled sweet, and taking a deeper whiff of the substance, Tayuya was able to pinpoint a mix of strawberry, honey, and kiwi. Not a bad smell, although a little girly for her tastes. The woman lathered her hair up using the water from the springs, working to get out all of the dirt and grime that had built up since her last shower in Naruto's apartment, which, judging by the dirty suds that fell onto the water in front of her, was quite a lot. Tsukino dunked the girl's head under the water to rinse, and immediately set to work combing the hair once again. "Why are you doing this?" Tayuya questioned, asking what had been burning in her mind ever since the woman started. She wasn't used to random acts of kindness, but then again, she'd never exactly lived in the best of places. Tsukino continued to comb through her hair, sighing slightly in response. "No real reason, a mixture of boredom and curiosity mostly." The kunoichi lifted an eyebrow. Talking helped to ease her paranoia, so she didn't mind exchanging a few words with the older civilian. "Curiosity?" Although she couldn't see it, the hotel clerk grinned widely and nodded. "To see how that boy of yours will react. If he doesn't notice at all, he's not worth your time. Okay?" The redhead almost choked on her own saliva. "Naruto? Hers?" The thought itself was hilarious. Sure, he made a nice friend and all, but as a lover? Yeah, not fucking likely. The hotel clerk finished combing Tayuya's hair and stood up, stretching a little to get some circulation in her tired hands and forearms. "Just let it air dry when you're ready to get out, and it'll be nearly as shiny as mine. You can keep the shampoo and conditioner if you'd like. It's all yours." The woman laughed loudly, walking towards the exit. "Unfortunately, my shift starts in 2 hours. Tell me how it goes." The genin watched amazed as the clerk simply waltzed out of the bath area and into the hotel, wearing nothing but a skimpy white towel over her mildly plump frame. She was gone before she even had the chance to utter a word of thanks, although she probably wouldn't have anyway. Tayuya absent-mindedly ran a hand through her freshly washed hair, testing to see how good of a job the woman had done. It certainly felt better than it had only 15 minutes before, and it almost felt like fine silk as it slid through her fingers. Despite herself, she couldn't wait to see how it turned out. "I'm very sorry about my daughter," the older woman sighed, opening her eyes to look at the girl. "Her husband wasn't exactly the kindest man in the world, and I'm being generous. She just doesn't want others' relationships to fall apart like hers did, feeling as if it is her duty to protect the integrity and innocence of romance. Please understand her reasoning." The redhead blinked but nodded. Although it was a little cruel, she couldn't give less of a fuck about what had happened to her marriage in the past. It just wasn't in her nature to care about people she didn't know, though she was a little grateful for the free shampoo job, even if it had been somewhat against her will. Besides, it wasn't as if Tsukino's intentions applied to her. Naruto would forever be a friend to her, and no amount of training or time spent together would change that. She could never bring him into her world. His future was too bright for her to fuck up with her issues. She soaked in the bath for another hour before deciding to head back to her room. Her stomach was beginning to eat itself from the inside out, a feeling she'd become familiar with over the last week or so. Drying off as quickly as she could, Tayuya slipped the yukata back on over her naked body and bounded the stairs for the third time that day. Chapter 19. Both Anko and Tayuya simultaneously yawned as they walked along the path leading to their next destination. Neither one had managed to get a full night's rest, Anko because she'd spent too much time drinking sweet bean tea and gorging on dango, and Tayuya because her roommate had been out all night drinking sweet bean tea and gorging on dango. The redhead groaned tiredly, rubbing at her reddened eyes with her fingers. She hadn't been able to fall asleep alone in the room the night before, something that irked her to no end. She'd thought about dragging Naruto into the small room with her, but decided against it at the last minute. It was already well after midnight by the time she had come up with the idea, and her teammate was undoubtedly asleep by then. Not wanting to wake him up, or start any more frivolous rumors, she instead chose to wait until the perverted jounin returned from Kami knows where before she went to sleep. Unfortunately for both of them, Anko hadn't come back until 4 o'clock that morning. "Tayuya-chan, are you okay? You look tired," a concerned Naruto murmured, glancing over at her from his position to her left. She almost punched him for asking such a stupid question, managing to restrain herself by tightly clenching her fist. It was hard to believe that he couldn't see the subtle dark shadows underneath her amber eyes, nor the tinge of red that permeated the edges of her eyeballs. Sighing loudly, she glared at the blonde as best she could in her current condition. "No, I'm just dragging my feet and yawning every 5 minutes because I think it's fun. What the fuck do you think?" She spat, feeling her anger begin to rise. He had the unique gift of pissing her off at the most inopportune times. Naruto winced slightly at her tone, subtly edging away from the obviously irate girl. She'd been angry at him since that morning for reasons he couldn't even hope to understand. That you're not okay? Too tired to argue any further, she growled in the back of her throat and turned her head to stare daggers into the back of Jiraiya's head. Hey, old man. When were we getting to that bastard friend of yours' place? We've been walking for almost 10 hours. The looked back at her with a frown. I'm not old. I happen to be in my prime, thank you very much. All three of his traveling partners coughed lightly, something that didn't go unnoticed by the Toad Sage. And 2, you'll know when we get there. Trust me, you can't miss it. Tayuya mumbled darkly under her breath, increasing the amount of hate she sent to the back of his head. Damn geezers and their inability to answer a simple fucking question, she thought, opening her mouth to speak again. What the fuck kind of answer is that? Why can't you just oh? At that moment, she tasted the unmistakable sweetness of chakra used in genjutsu. On second thought, it wasn't so much a taste as it was a deep-rooted feeling only noticeable by either high-level shinobi or genjutsu users. Did you feel it? The man asked, continuing to walk along the path. Both Anko and Naruto lifted their eyebrows in curiosity. Feel what? Anko questioned, looking over at Jiraiya. Ignoring the woman, Tayuya nodded and began to mold a small amount of chakra to dispel the illusion. Yeah. We just stepped into a high-level genjutsu, one that even I can't get out of. A mischievous look suddenly appeared on Jiraiya's face. But we don't want to get out of it. The blonde blinked a bit in surprise. Huh? Why not? Watch. Forming a few hand seals, he slammed his hand into the nearest tree. Immediately, a large wooden door appeared in front of them, shocking 3 of the 4 shinobi. What the hell is that? The redhead stuttered, eyes widening as she studied the intricately carved lines of the oak door. The thing had literally come out of nowhere, and she wasn't so sure if she trusted the enough to follow him into it. A genjutsu within a genjutsu within a genjutsu, basically. The first genjutsu makes most people think that there's nothing here except for trees, rocks, and grass. If they should somehow get out of that illusion, they'll be thrown into a second genjutsu. It reveals a hidden path that leads to, well, nowhere. There's a 99.9% chance that they'll follow the path without even checking for a third illusion, so it's very effective. Or so he says. He pulled the heavy door open and stepped inside the dark pathway, motioning for the others to follow him. Both Anko and Naruto walked in without a second thought, but Tayuya lagged a few feet behind them as they entered. Immediately after, the door disappeared, freaking the already on-edge girl out. The group walked along the pitch-black path, relying on the small bit of light at the end of the tunnel to lead them to their destination. To her obvious relief, they reached the opening in a matter of seconds. As they exited the dark tunnel, their eyes widened in surprise when the cave opened up into a huge, lush field of wheat. A lone brick house was seen in the distance, flanked by a windmill and what looked like a barn. Directly behind that was a thick forest similar to the one they'd just come out of. Where is this place? I've passed through this area dozens of times over the years, but I've never seen anything like this, Anko exclaimed. Jiraiya shrugged lightly, continuing to move towards the buildings. I can't say. He won't even tell me the exact location, and I'm practically his only friend. Still following, Tayuya narrowed her eyes suspiciously at the older man. Who the hell is this guy, anyway? How do you know him? Why are we here? Whoa, slow down. All of your questions will be answered in time, don't worry. However, I can tell you why we're here. We're here because this is where you two will be training for the next 15 or so weeks. The redhead pondered this for a few seconds before opening her mouth to ask another series of questions. Unfortunately for her, they'd already reached the front door of the house. With a subtle signal for them to stand back, Jiraiya lightly rapped on the huge oak door, which looked eerily similar to the first one. A small amount of scuffling was heard from inside the home, and a few seconds later, the door creaked open to reveal a tall, stoutly built, gray-haired old man. His face was impassively grim, and a small goatee framed his mouth and chin. He wore what looked like a traditional Chinese, the colors of the garb a pale gray and black. To the surprise of the genin, his face suddenly stretched into a wide smile, one close to the grin commonly seen on Naruto's face. Jiraiya! Long time no see! The man bellowed, stretching his hand out towards the. Jiraiya put on a smile of his own and took the offered appendage. Great to see you too, Jiro. How are things going on the farm? Jiro scratched the back of his head, his grin noticeably faltering a bit. Actually, not so well. The wheat harvesting season is ending soon, and I still have quite a bit to get cut and bound within the next few months. Expecting this answer, Jiraiya's smile widened a bit more. Well then, you're in luck. I've brought you some help. He pulled his fellow travelers from behind the door, arranging them in front of himself. In exchange for a few months' room and board, these three will help you get back up to speed in no time. Huh? What? All three of the aforementioned shinobi stared, and glared, shocked at his words. Immediately understanding the situation, Jiro began to laugh. You haven't changed a bit, Jiraiya. That's just like you using your subordinates to gain a free meal. But if they'll agree to it, I don't have a problem with the arrangement. I need all the help I can get, after all. Still not entirely convinced, Tayuya crossed her arms and glared up at the large man. You got beds for us? She asked, looking straight into his eyes. The man laughed again, genuinely amused by her confident and abrasive attitude. The fact that she was just a little more than half his height added to the humor. Afraid not. While I do have 4 rooms, only 2 of them contain beds. One of them is mine, and I'm assuming that Jiraiya will be claiming the other. However, if my memory serves me correctly, I do have a few old futons in the linen closet. Good enough for you, dearie? The redhead frowned at being called dearie, but nodded to answer his question. Yeah, it'll work. She grabbed the unusually quiet Naruto by his arm and dragged him into the man's house. I'm going to bed. Jiro, for the 3rd time since they'd arrived, broke out into loud gales of laughter. Is she always that pushy? He questioned as soon as he'd gotten a handle on his chuckles. When both adults nodded and sighed, he smiled again, exposing every one of his clear white teeth. Looks like things are gonna get interesting around here. Hey, Tayuya-chan, where are we going? Naruto asked as he was dragged up the stairs. The girl had practically run through the large house, not giving him the chance to observe the huge amounts of weapons on the wall nor the gigantic map hanging over the fireplace. She grunted with effort as she pushed open the first door they'd come to. They were much heavier than they looked. We're going to bed. Realizing the implications of her words, she quickly corrected herself. I mean, you're going to bed with me. No, wait, I mean dash. I know what you meant, the blonde said, taking notice of her tired and embarrassed expression. He was, in a way, glad that she trusted him enough to sleep in the same room with him, even though he knew she'd never say it out loud. Still, he'd rather not have to go to bed when she decided that she was tired. Naruto flipped on the light switch mounted directly inside the doorway and glanced into the bedroom. It looks like this is one of the rooms we can sleep in since I don't see a bed anywhere. She slowly nodded her head, glad that he changed the subject before she was reduced to a sputtering mess. Yeah, all we have to do now is find the goddamn linen closet. The teens retreated from the room and stepped back into the hallway. There were at least 7 doors lining the smooth wood of the corridor, and each one looked exactly the same. A couple of windows also lined the narrow walkway, and glancing outside, she was able to determine that it was at least around 7 or 8 o'clock. Sighing, she motioned for him to check the doors on the left side. Naruto watched her as she moved to open the second door, noticing her sluggish and tired movements. He'd been secretly watching over her as they traveled, worrying over her every time she sighed or closed her eyes for too long, although he knew she wasn't the type to let him help her unless it was absolutely necessary. As she passed by the window to head over to the third door, Naruto felt his breath hitch in the back of his throat. Amazingly, he hadn't noticed before how beautiful her hair was. The bright red tresses, lit up by the setting sun outside, gave her the appearance of some kind of angelic deity. Her long flowing hair, almost reaching the subtle curve between her back and bottom, seemed to glow with ethereal energy. It hadn't been like this before, at least he didn't think so. Strangely, he was reminded of Sakura-chan before she'd been forced to cut her long pink strands. If he wasn't so sure that she would kill him, he would have asked her about it. Roughly shaking his head, he threw open the next door to begin looking for the closet. They quickly worked their way down the hall, opening and closing each door in search of the old man's futons. In retrospect, it might have been a better idea to ask the old man himself where he kept his sheets and pillows. Finally, after a few minutes of searching, Tayuya grinned and pulled one of the foldable mattresses from the open door. Success. Here, hold this, she told Naruto, placing the deceivingly light mattress into his arms. She then tossed a couple of pillows and sheets onto the pile before emerging with a futon of her own, sticking the bed comfortably under one arm. "Why do I have to carry everything?" he asked, sticking out his lower lip. The girl shrugged and walked back down the hall, issuing the silent command for him to follow. "Because you're my pack mule." She reached back and patted him gently on the head, almost smirking at the pout that appeared on his normally grinning face. It was fun to annoy the boy, much more fun than it had been to annoy Sakan or Jirabu. Those bastards never gave her the kind of reaction she was looking for, often ignoring or overlooking the things she did to get on their nerves. Messing with Kadamura was out of the question. He'd give her 3 times as much hell as she'd given him, and it'd be weeks before he finally got bored of messing with her. As soon as they walked back into their own room, Tayuya tossed her futon in the middle of the floor and plopped down on top of it. She'd thought about changing into some night clothes before going to sleep, but that plan was immediately forgotten when she had made the mistake of lying down. It's not like it mattered much after all. The white shirt and black spandex shorts were pretty comfortable in any situation. Sighing contentedly, she lifted an arm into the air. "Naruto, pillow." To her surprise, the blonde complied without a fuss. She was at least expecting him to grumble something under his breath, considering how openly she was ordering him around. Thanks." With the large, fluffy pillow resting delicately under her head, Tayuya was finding it increasingly difficult to stay awake. She both felt and heard Naruto plop down beside her after turning the light switch off, leaving at least a person's width of space between them. A few seconds later, she felt him gently spread one of the sheets over her uncovered body. "Night, Tayuya-chan," he exclaimed, pulling the remaining sheet over himself. Still too shocked to speak, she grunted out what she hoped was an appropriate answer. It never ceased to amaze her how sweet the idiot could be when he wanted to. The funny thing was, he probably didn't even know it. Enko peeked into the room, relying on her shinobi-trained eyes to make out the figures of Naruto and Tayuya on the floor. Satisfied that they were fast asleep, she carefully backed out of the room and closed the door, making sure to keep as quiet as possible. She waited a minute or so to see if anyone would wake up, and when neither of the genin did, the woman quickly and quietly walked down the stairs. "So? Are they asleep?" Jiraiya asked, taking another sip from his cup of tea. The kunoichi nodded and retook her seat to his left, discreetly inspecting her own cup of tea to make sure it hadn't been tampered with. Old habits died hard. "Yeah, I believe so. It's hard to tell with ninja, though, even genin like them." The dipped his head slightly in understanding, grabbing one of the fresh rolls off the large plate in the center of the table. He, Anko, and Juro were currently relaxing around a small wooden dinner table, drinking green tea and nibbling on Juro's homemade bread. The room was dimly lit, allowing the adults to chat and relax in relative privacy. There weren't many things in the living room and kitchen area. Besides the table they were currently sitting at, the large area contained a refrigerator, oven, stove, sink, couch, and chair. A fireplace was built into the far wall of the brick building, and a huge map was hung above that. A couple of throw rugs were centered perfectly in front of the couch and chair, giving the home a rather cozy feel despite its eerie darkness. "That's good. Now we can get down to business." Juro finished the last of his tea and placed his cup neatly in the middle of the table. "Jiraiya, why did you bring them here?" The Toad Sage sighed, brushing off the curious glance he got from Anko. "I knew you'd ask sooner or later. The boy Naruto is my student." The gray-haired man lifted an eyebrow in mild surprise. He was wondering who the orange and black-clad young blonde was. "I thought you said you'd never take another pupil after the 4th?" he asked, frowning a bit at Jiraiya. "Well, to be honest, I didn't have much of a choice in the matter." The farmer subtly urged for him to go on. "The thing is, that Naruto is the container for the Kyuubi no Yoko." To Anko's amazement, Juro only blinked at this revelation. Most people who learned of Naruto's secret would at least have the common sense to look a little shocked. "I see. That still doesn't explain why you brought him here." The woman observed their interaction with interest. The old farmer who had seemed so calm and happy before now looked more like a cold and merciless killer, biding his time before he would claim his next victim. She blinked at this strange train of thought. Where the hell had that analogy come from? Probably from years of training with Orochimaru, no doubt. "I needed a place where we couldn't be detected. I planned to teach Naruto how to use the power of the 9 tails." That got a reaction out of him. Juro's eyes narrowed dangerously, glaring at them from across the table. Anko could actually hear his teeth grinding together, and she wondered exactly what it was that angered the man so much. Are you aware of the risks involved with attempting something like that? Is he aware? Jiraiya nodded slowly, folding his arms over his chest as he answered. Of course. Worst case scenario, Kyuubi escapes and we all die. Before the large man could voice his objections, he quickly continued. However, if I don't teach him how to use the demon's power, there's a greater chance that the power will be stolen from Naruto and used against the rest of the world. Besides, you know firsthand how skilled Arisho was with seals. He did help you build the security system for this place. Mirroring Jiraiya's pose, Jiro let out a loud grunt. Fine, I get it. He glanced at Anko before turning his eyes on the once again. What about the other two? The girl, Tayuya, and I are here on the current Hokage's orders. We're here to help Naruto train for his inevitable showdown with Orochimaru's successor, Anko explained, happy to be of some use to the conversation. The wheat farmer stared a little closer at the fishnet-clad woman, squinting his eyes and thought. Huh, is that so? I knew you looked familiar. You're that cheeky brat who always hung around Orochimaru back in the day. I was wondering how you'd turn out. Let me guess, that other girl served under him too? Although she was a little miffed at being called a cheeky brat, the woman nodded her head. Yeah, she was one of his elite bodyguards at least until he attempted to have her assassinated. A sudden thought occurred to her, and she snapped her head up to stare at the old man. Hey, how do you know about me and Orochimaru? Jiro let loose a small chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. For her part, Anko was once again amazed at how quickly his personality had changed back into the old, cheerful farmer they'd met when they first arrived. Ha! You're a regular bunch of oddballs, aren't ya? Well, for the next few months, my place is yours. I was getting bored all by myself anyway. Although upset that he'd so casually brushed off her question, she was far too tired to push the matter. Noticing the stifled yawn from the jounin, he waved his hand towards the staircase. You can go ahead and go to sleep if you'd like. Since the kids took the first empty room, your room will be 2 doors down from theirs. The linen closet should be right next to that, and the bathroom is directly across from the closet. She nodded gratefully and stood up, stifling another yawn as she ascended the staircase. Once he was sure the woman was gone, Jiro looked back at Jiraiya with a curious frown. What? The white-haired man asked, pouring himself another cup of tea. He wasn't nearly as tired as everyone else, as he'd been sure to get his required 8 hours of sleep the night before. That boy is he? Jiraiya nodded his head, immediately understanding what the farmer was asking. Yep. I guess it's pretty obvious given the circumstances, huh? I suppose so. I'm just surprised I didn't see it when you first arrived. The shrugged his shoulders, taking a sip of his tea. You'd be amazed at how many people don't recognize it. Or rather, how many people don't want to. Jiro sighed loudly, shaking his head for what had to be the 5th time that day. Deciding to get off of that depressing subject, he put on a small, mischievous smile and looked over at his longtime friend. So, about your next book. Tayuya yawned widely as she felt her way to the bathroom, using the wall as a temporary crutch. It was hard to see in the huge, dark house, and if she had to guess, she'd say it was around 5 or 6 in the morning, meaning she'd gotten at the least 10 hours of uninterrupted rest. She hurried towards the toilet as fast as she could in the dim light, fighting to hold back nature's calling. Her bladder literally felt like it was going to burst at the seams, and cringing at the mental image that appeared in her mind, she picked up her pace a little more. She was more than happy that she'd taken the chance to locate the bathroom before she went to bed, as the ridiculous amount of doors in the small hallway all pretty much looked and felt the same. Turning the doorknob of what she believed to be the restroom, the redhead quickly opened and closed the wooden door behind her. It took another couple of seconds to locate the light switch. She should have looked for that earlier, too, and she wasted no time in pulling down her shorts and sitting on the simply built toilet. A wave of relief flowed throughout her body, a sigh escaping her as released all of the liquid she'd accumulated the day before. After nearly an entire minute of urinating, she pulled the skin-tight shorts back up her legs and stretched. Sure, it wasn't the most graceful way to start the morning, but she wasn't a graceful type of girl anyway. Flushing the toilet, she took her first surveying look around the bathroom. It wasn't as big as she thought it would be. A maximum of 10 people could probably fit in the room if she didn't count the bathtub. It was certainly bigger than Naruto's bathroom, but then again, that wasn't saying too much. The room consisted of a porcelain white toilet, built-in bathtub, and a sink. A large mirror was implanted into the wall overlooking the sink, and 4 light bulbs were installed above that. Dark green swirls were painted on the white walls of the bathroom, perfectly matching the green shower curtain hanging from the shower rod. All in all, it wasn't a bad place. Just as she was about to wash her hands and try to catch another hour or so of sleep, the door shot open, alarming the stupefied redhead. Enko burst into the room, her body a blur as she made a beeline for the toilet. Without giving the girl a second glance, the jounin pulled down her sweatpants and sat down on the toilet, looking very much like Tayuya had only a minute before. What the fuck are you doing? The redhead exclaimed after finding her voice again. Didn't you see that the goddamn door was closed? Never mind the fact that she'd forgotten to lock it. Enko rolled her eyes up to look at the angry genin, a sleepy expression marring her normally mischievous face. I'm pissing, peeing, urinating, taking a leak, opening up the… Damn it, I know that, but why are you doing that shit now? Tayuya shrieked. I had to go. What, are you embarrassed? The jounin asked, that infuriatingly mischievous smile appearing once again. Knowing what would happen if she admitted the truth, the girl frowned and turned back to the sink to wash her hands. And no. Hell no. Why the fuck would I be embarrassed about some stupid shit like that? Enko shrugged and stood up, stretching her arms out at her sides. I'd be surprised if you were. I'm sure you've been around another female before. When Tayuya didn't answer, the woman glanced over at her. Right. Snorting, Tayuya grabbed the bar of soap resting near the sink and lathered up her hands. Who'd want to hang around a bunch of gossiping cunts? They're all good for nothing whores if you asked me. Guys, tell it like it is. The jounin pushed her pupil out of the way, earning a small growl from the girl beside her. She too began to wash her hands, rubbing her hands over Tayuya's to get some soap for herself. Hey! She yelled, her scowl deepening. To her chagrin, the snake bitch only rolled her eyes in exasperation, letting loose a small sigh for added emphasis. Geez, you're such a guy. Although she'd usually be honored at being compared so closely to a male, something about the way Enko had said it made her angry. She narrowed her eyes and slammed the soap back into its place. How the fuck am I like a guy? A choked laugh escaped from the woman to her right, further angering the girl. How are you not? You walk, talk, look, and act like a boy. There isn't a shred of femininity in you apart from your boobs and pussy. She put on a thoughtful expression, eyeing Tayuya with a slightly devilish smile. If you don't change something soon, Naruchan will lose interest and go off with real girls. Like that Yamanaka Ino chick, for example. They'd go great together. The redhead flinched lightly, her fingers clenching against her will while Enko looked on with interest. To be honest, it was more of a reaction than she'd expected from the genin, as the young mind walker just happened to be the first girly girl that came to mind. After a few painfully silent seconds, Tayuya turned on her heel and walked out of the bathroom. Who gives a fuck? Naruto can do whatever the hell he wants, it's none of my business. She stalked back to her room, completely ignoring the boisterous laughter coming from behind her. She was much more annoyed with herself than she was with Enko. She'd allowed herself to show weakness, even if it was only for 2 or 3 seconds. Anyone who listened to their conversation would assume that she actually cared about how the blonde thought of her, something that was completely and utterly untrue. By the way, don't bother trying to sleep. You have to be up in half an hour. Enko called from the bathroom. Great, just when she'd been about to try to catch another hour or two. Sighing loudly, she fell face first onto her futon, burying her nose into the cool cotton of her pillow. No, no, and oh! Enko screamed, running a frustrated hand through her long purple hair. She rested her hands on her light gray sweatpants, shaking her head in disappointment at her pupil. He just wasn't getting it. Naruto and stealth went together as well as water and oil, and everyone knows how well that combination works out. The woman jogged over to Naruto to yell at him some more, an angry frown permeating across her face. How many times do I have to tell you? You have to be aware of every single thing around you, and adjust your movements according to those elements. Is it really that hard? Hell yeah, it is. How do you expect me to see a bunch of twigs and rocks while looking straight ahead at the same time? Enko narrowed her eyes. You're not supposed to see it, stupid, you're supposed to feel it. Feel rocks and twigs? Is that even possible? Of course it's possible. It's one of the most basic skills in the Sound Village. How do you know? Because I do. Ha! You don't know anything. Just shut up and do what I say, brat. Don't call me a brat, you hag. Shrimp. Witch. Runt. Tayuya stopped in the middle of her 99th push-up to sigh. They'd only been training here for a month, yet somehow, the two shinobi just couldn't stop arguing with each other. Day in and day out the two would degenerate to name-calling, and they'd even resorted to blows on the third day of training. Needless to say, Naruto got his ass kicked and Anko was very smug about it for the rest of the week. They never stop, do they? Jiraiya asked from his perch in the tree behind her. On the mornings when Anko was training Naruto, the Toad Sage would often watch over the girl to make sure that her form and posture was correct. He didn't have to lecture her much after the first day, and usually just wrote in his notepad while keeping an eye on her at the same time. Of course, she never wore her spandex training shorts on those days. Apparently, beating the man senseless did little to curb his perverted appetite. Still, although he was a perverted old man, she had to admit the guy was pretty alright in his own sick little way. He didn't know what he was talking about, and he usually saved his leering comments for when she was done exercising. Unwillingly, her initial impression of Jiraiya had risen a bit in their short time together. Nope. Even when we're a quarter fucking mile away we can hear them. The man chuckled lightly and turned back to his notebook. That's what happens when you stick two short-tempered loudmouths together, I suppose? Tayuya snorted lightly and resumed her exercises. She was just about done for the morning, only having 51 push-ups and 150 squats to go. She could already feel and see the effects of the rigorous training schedule that she and Naruto had been forced to do. Her body, which had been a bit fleshy and curvy before, now contained a small amount of muscular definition. Instead of the smooth, flat stomach she'd had after her operation, there were tiny, barely noticeable lines that subtly outlined the edges of her abdominals. Her arms and legs were also ridden with faint defining lines, and although she was slightly worried about how much muscle she would actually put on, both Jiraiya and Anko had assured her that she'd be able to maintain an obviously feminine figure. They had also promised her that by the time the 6 months were up, both she and Naruto would be able to hold their own against any Chunin-level ninja in taijutsu. Tayuya missed working with her genjutsu, but she knew that increasing her strength and chakra levels was vital to becoming a good shinobi. Unfortunately, her partner didn't see it that way. Naruto made it a point to complain about not being able to use his Kage Bunshin every single morning at the breakfast table. While eating his oatmeal, milk, and toast, the boy would constantly jabber on about how unfair it was that he couldn't use his clones to help harvest wheat in Jiro's fields, and how the chore made him too tired to train. The two of them were forced to wake up at 6 o'clock every morning to help the old man, and then had to train with either Anko or Jiraiya a mere 2 hours later. Shaking her head, she quickly pumped out her last 30 push-ups and hopped to her feet to work on her squats. Her teachers would probably be increasing the workload pretty soon, since both she and Naruto were practically flying through the exercises. A sudden yelp from the other side of the woods reached her ears, and she froze in mid-squat to peer curiously in Naruto and Anko's direction. Her eyes widened when the blonde came barreling out of the woods, rushing straight towards her with the purple-haired Jounin hot on his heels. "Help!" he yelled, grabbing Tayuya and hiding behind her. He peeked at the angry woman from over the girl's shoulder, using her as a last line of defense against his teacher. "She's trying to eat me." Tayuya glanced at Anko to see that she did, indeed, look like she wanted to sink her teeth into the boy's skull. Rolling her eyes, she pulled the boy out from behind her and pushed him towards the seething Jounin. "Do what you will. I'm staying out of this." "Tayuya-chan!" he yelled, gasping in horror. She shrugged disinterestedly and began to continue exercising, keeping her eyes forward so that she wouldn't have to look at him. Though she hated to admit it, she often fell victim to his pleading puppy dog eyes. Not that anyone could blame her. Living in the Sound Village for so long, she hadn't had a chance to build up an immunity against the infamous tactic. The closest thing she'd had to deal with was Jirobu's constant hunger-induced bitching, and that wasn't nearly as cute nor persuasive. The dark, ominous shadow that appeared in front of Naruto sent a chill down his spine, and he hesitantly lifted his head to look up at a wickedly grinning Anko. "Now, who did you say was a big, fat old grandma?" "I can't believe you let her get me," Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms underneath his chest. "Hey, I'm patching you up, aren't I? Now shut up and hold still." Tayuya tightly wrapped the thick white gauze around his head, using her teeth to tear at the cotton material. Anko had gone a little farther than she'd expected, giving the boy a minor concussion and a bunch of other small scrapes, but he'd live. Most of the smaller wounds had already healed thanks to the QB, so there wasn't much left for her to fix. He grunted from between her legs, leaning against the rock she was sitting on and throwing his head back to stare at her. You don't have to do this, you know. It'll be gone in an hour tops. Taiya shrugged her shoulders, placing the tape back into the first aid kit. Yeah, but it's kinda my fault she kicked your ass. I could have stopped her, or at least made it so that you got off easy. She idly played with the end of her ponytail, wrapping it lightly around her calloused fingers. How's your training with her coming anyway? Learn anything good? Naruto scrunched up his nose, eyes narrowing in the process. Nah. She's got me doing this stupid rock sensing thing now, saying that I need to be aware of twigs and stuff every time I move. I think she's making it up. Annoyed, Taiya flicked his upturned nose. She's not making it up. I'm the one who reminded her of it in the first place. What? You mean, Orochimaru's gonna teach Sasuke team how to do this too? Most likely, if he doesn't know how to do it already. It's a pretty damn important skill for a ninja to have. With enough practice, you'll be able to sense chakra from a mile away. A sudden twinkle appeared in her eye as she came up with an idea. Placing a thoughtful finger on her chin, she tilted her head and looked up at the sky. It'd be bad if Sasuke could learn this skill and you couldn't. Predictably, Naruto's face hardened into that determined glare she'd become accustomed to over the last few months. Ha! If he can learn it, so can I. Come on, Taiya-chan, let's go train. He jumped to his feet and began to march off towards the grassy area he and Anko had been training in earlier. The girl snorted and leaned back on the rock, closing her eyes as she did so. Fuck that, I'm on break. Figure it out yourself. In between training sessions, the genin were allowed a 1-hour recess to eat and regain some energy. Although she really didn't have much to do that afternoon except stationary chakra control exercises, she was still a bit tired from helping Jiraiya pull the snake jounin off of a badly beaten Naruto. The woman was surprisingly strong when angry, tossing both she and the toad sage to the ground at least twice during the confrontation. Sadly, fighting with Anko had seemed like more of a workout than what she'd done that entire morning. What? But you have to. I can't ask Anko again, she'd kill me. Please, Taiya-chan? Please, 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 please. Naruto took a deep breath before continuing. Please, 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 please. Alright already, just shut the hell up, she yelled, slamming her hands over her ears. When he couldn't use his puppy dog eyes, he usually resorted to annoying her. The sad thing was, it always worked. Why the hell had she agreed to this trip, anyway? It's been nothing but one big headache so far. Satisfied that he'd gotten her on his side, the blonde jumped up and down in excitement. Yes. Let's go. The girl held up a hand, stopping him before he could turn around to leave. Hold up. I didn't say I'd help you now. If you really want my help, meet me here tonight at 10. I can help you train while I practice. He raised his eyebrows a bit, walking over until he was standing right in front of her. Huh? Practice what? My flute playing, idiot. Even though you probably haven't noticed, I've been practicing every night at the same time for the past 4 weeks. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head, ashamed that he actually hadn't noticed. He was usually knocked out by the time his head hit the pillow, and she was always there when he woke up. He never even considered the possibility that she was sneaking away during the night. His thoughts were interrupted when Taiya hopped onto her feet and began to walk away. Where are you going? He called, watching her ponytail bounce as she headed down the hill. They often hung out on top of the mound of grass in their downtime, liking the small amount of privacy it provided from their teachers. Besides a large rock they mainly used for resting, a huge tree protruded from the ground, casting shade over the majority of the hilltop during the warmer afternoon hours. To get food. Remember, tonight at 10. With a small wave, she disappeared from his vision as she headed towards the house, leaving a frowning Naruto in her wake. Hey! That means I'll lose sleep. Taiya swept her eyes over the clearing in front of her from her perch on the hilltop. It was already 5 minutes after 10. And Naruto had yet to show up for training. Her mouth twitching downwards, she lifted her flute to her lips and closed her eyes. She thought about waking him up on her way out, but figured it'd be a lesson in responsibility if he came to her on his own. The girl gently shook her head to clear her mind before taking a deep breath. It didn't really matter either way. It wasn't as if she was waiting for him. Blowing gently into the metal woodwind, she gradually released every emotion that she'd felt that day: anger, joy, pity, annoyance, loneliness, and to a tiny degree, lust. Her fingers automatically played a tune that perfectly described how and what she felt, blending the notes together into a perfect rendition of where she was at that moment in time. The melody wasn't slow and sad like it was when she had her old flute. For some reason, this flute felt special, almost like magic. Her thoughts eventually turned to the boy who had bought it for her, and unknowingly, her song began to pick up in tempo and force. She felt a small sweat break out on her forehead as she lost herself to the music, swaying gently with the wavelengths of her own harmony. The tune was now happy and frantic, every now and then receding into sadness and yearning. She was painting a perfect mosaic of her life, seemingly mixing and blending the different notes together to produce a sound more beautiful than the heavens themselves. Finally, after one more furious burst of passion-filled playing, she gently slowed her pace down until she was left panting with exertion. Her body tingled all over, sending tiny waves of pleasure all the way to the edges of her toes. She felt herself unwillingly shudder, and wiping a few beads of sweat from her forehead, she leaned back against the tree and lifted her eyes to stare at the night sky. Cammy, it felt good to let herself go. The quiet sound of clapping reached her ears, and she nearly jumped 15 feet in the air as she reeled on the person to her right. And Naruto? She shrieked, turning her head to stare into his awestruck cerulean eyes. The boy's mouth was slightly ajar with mild shock, and she felt herself blush at the incredulous expression that he regarded her with. She was at her most vulnerable when playing her flute. It was nearly impossible to lock away her feelings so soon after expressing them. That was awesome, Naruto breathed. Willing herself to calm down, she dangerously narrowed her eyes at the blonde. You're late. Not giving him a chance to speak, she hopped to her feet and began to walk towards the clearing they'd been training in earlier. Come on, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to sleep. He furrowed his eyebrows and got up to follow. Wait. Can't you play something else first? What was that song called? Tayuya grit her teeth in annoyance. That song wasn't meant for him. It was meant to be for her own selfish satisfaction and emotional release. She couldn't express herself otherwise, and it angered her that he'd practically eavesdropped on a private conversation that she'd had with herself. Granted, he probably didn't know, but still. Just shut the fuck up about it, okay? I thought you came here to train, not listen to me play. Looking largely taken aback, Naruto jogged a bit until he was walking directly next to her. He tilted his head in confusion as he tried to look at her face. Did I do something wrong? He asked, completely unaware of her feelings. She suddenly stopped and turned to look the boy in the eyes, sighing loudly as she did so. Her momentary anger was already fading as she stared at his blue, innocent orbs, and she briefly hung her head in defeat. Getting mad at him wouldn't do anything. Besides, there was no possible way that he could figure out what the song was trying to convey, and it wasn't as if he meant to listen in on her. No, Naruto, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm just annoyed that you're late. She almost smiled when he seemed to so easily accept her answer. Glancing around at the tall grass surrounding them, she roughly scratched at her bright red hair and nodded to herself, walking until she was standing approximately 10 feet in front of him. Let's get started. What did Anko tell you about this exercise when you first began? The blonde rubbed his chin with his fingernails, obviously thinking deeply. Well, she said not to step on anything that might give my position away, like rocks, twigs, and branches. She also said I had to look forward while I did it. Tayuya nodded her head lightly, tapping the end of her flute against her open palm as she thought. Alright, I think I see where she steered you wrong. Actually, it's better if you step on those things. What? Tayuya lifted her eyes and thought. How could she explain it in a way that he would understand? Her fingers unwittingly tugged at the bright orange fabric of her shirt. He wouldn't be able to comprehend what she was saying if she explained it in technical terms, so she'd have to dumb it down a little, i.e. a lot, so that he could understand. Okay, it's like this. You have to step on it to sense it, however, once you touch it, you have to move your foot so that you don't step on it all the way. It's not so much avoiding the object as it is reacting to its position once you know where it is. Got it? Naruto slowly nodded his head. It did seem to make more sense than the way Anko had described it. Good. Now, try to walk over to me without making a sound. Take your time, We still have a couple of hours. She watched with mild amusement as he took a careful step forward, snapping a thin branch in half on his first try. The girl motioned for him to take a step back and try again, placing a lazy hand on the hip of her spandex shorts as she waited. Remember, Naruto, step lightly and react once you touch something. It's an acquired skill, so don't worry if you don't get it on the first few tries. Just keep your eyes on me and concentrate. He took a deep, relaxing breath of air, letting it out slowly through his lightly pursed lips. The full moon illuminated the girl in front of him perfectly, and he was suddenly reminded of that time 4 weeks ago when they'd first arrived. He remembered how soft and angelic she looked in those few seconds, the complete opposite of the girl he knew as his current closest friend. Now, however, she looked even more beautiful. Her hair was hanging loosely around her shoulders and down her back, a rarity since she usually had her thick red hair up in a ponytail during the day. The thin, elegant strands blew gently in the nighttime breeze, wrapping around her head like dueling flames. The moonlight perfectly outlined the smooth contours of her body to produce a shape that was uniquely hers. Everything around him was quiet except for the sound of his own light footsteps, and it almost seemed as if he and Tayuya were the only two existing things on Earth. The sound of clapping snapped him out of his daze, and he roughly blinked his eyes a few times to gain his bearings. "You did it! That wasn't so hard, was it?" she asked, practically grinning from ear to ear. Her grin faltered a bit when she realized that he was still staring intently at her, his eyes never leaving hers for even a second. It was slightly unnerving since he was only standing a foot in front of her. "Hey, Naruto, you're starting to freak me the fuck out over here." "Huh? Oh, sorry. I thought I saw something, ahahaha." He nervously scratched the back of his head, putting on a wide grin of his own. The girl eyed him carefully for a few more seconds before taking a cautious step back. She didn't like the way he had been looking at her. "Well, go back and try it again just to be sure you've got it." The blonde stiffly nodded his head and walked backwards to his original spot. His mind was jumbled with confusing thoughts, and as soon as he'd taken his first step, Naruto had managed to step onto a particularly large and old piece of wood. It produced probably the loudest snap that either of them had ever heard in their lives. Tayuya's face held a deadpan expression, and she stared at him with a disbelieving glare. "What was that? Did you really forget how to do it that fucking fast?" When he didn't answer, she sighed deeply and held out her arms. "Do what you did before. Concentrate, block out everything outside of your immediate range, and focus solely on me." He nodded and closed his eyes, trying to emulate exactly what he'd done before. Concentrate. He wiped every thought from his mind, concentrating on the task at hand. Block out everything outside of your immediate range. Opening his eyes, he formed a small protective barrier of awareness around himself, completely ignoring the chirping of the crickets and rustling of the leaves in the background. Amazingly, it was as if he could see and hear everything within 2 feet of himself. Focus solely on me. Narrowing his eyes a bit, he stared directly at the redhead waiting only 11 feet away. He noticed that a clear path seemed to open up in front of him, and that everything outside of that narrow passageway was somewhat darkened. Letting loose the small breath he'd been holding, Naruto took a firm step forward. His ears were met with the soft, light thud of his own footstep, and confident that he could do it, he took another cautious step. Without even staring at his feet, he knew exactly where he and every little stone was on the mental pathway. He'd never felt anything like this in his entire life. It was the ultimate feeling of awareness, and he wondered how the hell he'd survived without learning this before. Almost as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through the park, he walked up to a smiling Tayuya without making a sound. "Yes," Naruto exclaimed, throwing his fists into the air. "I did it. I felt what you and Anko were talking about." He suddenly threw his arms around the grinning girl, hugging her tightly against his body. "Thanks, Tayuya-chan. You're the best." The girl closed her eyes for a few seconds, somewhat enjoying the awkward embrace. It wasn't as uncomfortable as it had been when the Hokage hugged her only a month before. In fact, she sort of liked it. Being appreciated was something she rarely got to experience in her lifetime, and she suddenly found that it was a rather pleasurable feeling. Her amber orb snapped open at this train of thought, and she roughly pushed the blonde away. Hey. I know you're happy and all, but that doesn't mean you can get all familiar with me," she yelled, wrapping her own arms around her body. Clearing her throat, she turned away from the confused genin. "Anyway, we still have work to do." Naruto tilted his head. "Huh? But I already did it." "No, you did the first part. Next, you have to come to me without using your eyes at all. It requires that you can sense both me and the objects around you. Don't worry, since you've got this part down, doing it with your eyes closed shouldn't be hard at all. The boy sighed but nodded, already heading back to his starting spot. If it would help him get stronger, he'd do it, even at the cost of his well-deserved sleep. Closing his eyes once again to concentrate, he took a careful step forward only to immediately step on a large branch, snapping the poor piece of wood in half and emitting a horribly loud crackling sound. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!